Yo. Hi, how are we doing? Hello, hello, hello. I'm a little better. Thank you, Frog, as usual. Appreciate it. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Tourist. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Voice is better than it was yesterday. Little coughing. Yesterday it was just a bit unfortunate, but we are better now than I have been yesterday. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. We're good. Nice. Good to hear. Okay, better. Yeah, it's a bit rough. It is a bit rough. Can't really change anything. Welcome back. Yeah, I hate it. So basically my little brother brought home a coal, like some kind of a present, and it was really annoying. I hate it, but I can't really change anything. It is what it is. Oh man, I still got plenty of tea, plenty of water. I got all that stuff. We are ready to go. We've got a couple of recommendations I have to get through. Awful amount has collected. We need to do one tomorrow as well. We're doing a reaction stream tomorrow instead of like Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate and so far and so on. Because I'm not letting this one die. Not this time. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Yeah, let me real quick. I'm also shiny hunting. Auto shiny hunting on my Switch. Like my Switch is next to me. I put a rubber band around the control stick, so now it's just automatically resetting the area over and over and over. Did you submit the videos I recommended to you in the comments? Oh, I have not. True, I need to do that as well. I'll do this like that, like in between a break. I need to add those two. Let me real quick do that. You know what? Let me real quick do that. Might as well. But yeah, it works. We also have a video regarding Legend ZA because I need to talk about this horseshit game. Hi Eliza, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Okay, let me see. Where's that? Let's look where that is. Need to check that real quick. Where is that? Okay, wait, I need to go on. I need to real quick check YouTube Studio for that one so I can add these and we can start. First one we start is a little more philosophical. Have you heard what happened on TwitchCon? Crazy shit happened at TwitchCon. Surprise. Funny that it allows links. Okay, that's cool. Oh, we had It's Blanco before. That's pretty cool. We can do that. That's nice. Okay. I'll pick the ones that I think are nice. Ooh, be amazed. Humanity, homework. Ooh, that's also a cool one. We'll throw that in as well. There's Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. What happened? Can you explain? The biggest female Twitch streamer, essentially, Emiru, was assaulted at TwitchCon. There was no security around. And she basically, on stream, also later fully blasted Twitch out in the open. She did not care. She also said this will be the last TwitchCon she will be attending. So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting what's going on there. I'm like looking there and I'm like, what the fuck they doing over there? Like, no shit. I'm really just like, the fuck they doing over there? Revenge Stories be amazed. We'll throw that in here too. Nice. Yep. Fun fact, this isn't even the first time. Two male streamers a while back were also physically assaulted. I mean, yeah, it's technically... you couldn't really see what he was trying to do. I don't have the full news, but it appears that he did try to grope her and touch her inappropriately. So yeah, you could consider it. It's probably SA. And you know what the punishment for the dude was? Feeling better? Yep. Better than yesterday. You know what the punishment for the dude was? Banned from TwitchCon. That was the punishment for that man. It is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, Emiru said this is her last TwitchCon. She'll never go there again. I mean, understandably so. We take security so seriously. Yeah, the dude's the security guy stood in like another hallway and ran towards her when this happened. Should you try saying he tried to kiss her? Okay, that's SA. Yeah, that's SA. It's just insane. It is just insane. This is the new normal, chat. Punishment, there was nothing. Yep. He was essentially just banned from attending TwitchCon. That's it. That was the punishment. If you really want to take it that way, that's it. He didn't get anything. He ran away. You confuse it with... Emiru's bodyguard was also banned. The dude was also banned. Both of them. But that was it. Emiru's bodyguard was also kicked out. Yeah, that's true though. And banned. The other dude as well, as far as I'm aware. I hope she sues TwitchCon. I hope she does. The problem is, right? This is her, right? This is essentially the biggest female Twitch streamer, right? Sexual harassment at the least if you didn't succeed. Yeah. Yeah, true. Guy who sold it just walked out the place. No one was stopping him. Yeah, he ran away as well. Right? If this happens to the biggest female Twitch streamer, what is like, I don't know, I need a name. Little Maria gonna do with her 50 viewers when she's at TwitchCon and somebody harasses her? What is she gonna do? She can't sue Twitch. She doesn't have the money. Yeah, we're at this point now. It's crazy. It is. The con should be completely abandoned. If it's that unsafe. Abysmal dog shit. It's just crazy. Also, Hassan's breakdown on stream. That was also funny. I saw that. That was funny. Bro had a mental breakdown. So at least that would make me laugh. Okay. Do you see gaming? You mean, did Dennis Doom? What a weird wording, bro. Like, did Dennis about to be absolutely yeet into the Shadow Realm to never return? Poor Dedenne. I'm shiny hunting. Shadow Clips. In Wild Area 3. I put a rubber band on the stick and now he's like running up and down, up and down. If I had to give CA a ranking, it would be a 4. It would be a 4 out of 10. I can't only give it a 4 out of 10. It is worse than Legends Arceus. Legends Arceus is better. In Paris song text, yep. In every conceivable way, Legends Arceus is better. It looks better. The exploration is better. The models don't look out of place. Because the more I played, the more I noticed that the models are completely out of place. They don't feel like they belong there. They don't feel like... See, Scarlet and Violet is, like, ugly. But it's like, all is ugly. And then you have, like, the pretty models that aren't even properly textured. And then, like, whatever that is. Good morning, Poker. How are you doing? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Better than yesterday. Hi, Sydney. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, it's just rough. It is rough. I do have a Scarlet and Violet video. And I will say my full, unabashed opinion about the game. But I think we should start with something more chill. I think we should. I think we should. I should probably real quick, though, adjust a few things before we start. Wait a minute. That's not how I want it. Hold up. Wait a minute. Before we start with the videos. Pause. Pause. I need to pick the right one. I wasn't even in my playlist. I'm stupid. Stupid. We start with something interesting, more interesting. Okay, well, Everything's normal, right? Yup. Then we'll just yoink over there. Yoink. Now we're here. We're here. We're there. We're everywhere. Yeah. Uh-huh. Up the audio a little bit. When Poke is saying chill stuff. Yeah, it's really chill. It was recommended by Salmax. And the topic overall is interesting. That's how I see it. I don't need that ZA stuff actually up there. Who cares? I looked some Legend ZA shiny hunting stuff up. Yeah, ZA has no shiny hunting methods. Like, openly, I can straight up admit it. ZA has no shiny hunting methods, nothing. Did you add my videos? Yes, I did. I did. Not all of them. Those that were interesting, I've added. Okay, audio's fine. Peak. Almost, I guess. No, it's fine. I'm alright. I think I slept pretty okay last night. I'm just trying to get rid of this nasty cough I'm dealing with there. Yeah, I coughed yesterday. Thanks, okay, I'm so excited. Yeah, we can do one of the shorter ones right after this one. Actually, it does. Not really. So, the only way you can do it is essentially resetting the spawns, but there's no method to it, right? You just make the spawns reset. And remember when I said for Scarlet and Violet that they lock the legendaries on purpose, and it's not because they couldn't do it? Oddly enough, now that you re-enter areas, when they despawn, they basically re-roll. That's weird. They could have done that for the legendaries in Scarlet and Violet already. They could have done that for Scarlet and Violet already, but they're lazy fucks, and they don't care about us. Anyways, we're jumping into this one now. We do. How did the world get so ugly? But the culture tutor. See, I don't even think the world got ugly. It's just that, well, to a degree. I think that... I think that, first of all, as children, we, take colors in more, effectively than we do as adults. But also, we don't use that many, like, bright colors, realistically. At least in my opinion. Everyone is getting sick, bro. My man had a mini flu last week. Yeah. The entire, my little brother's workplace, everyone is sick. It's crazy. And he brings that shit to here, and then I get sick. It's just horrible. Anyways, we'll jump in. This is gonna be interesting. What he's gonna say. Because I like these more philosophical topics. We'll see. Accurate. I think also, what I've noticed, I think vandalism is also a little more tolerable than it was back then. I think, like, maybe just me. And then obviously architecture is one of those things where I'm like, yep, that's a problem. That's a problem. Modern architecture is ugly. But it's also more, what's the word? More effective. It's also more effective. That's the problem. We need to find a way where we can make things pretty, but also still, effective, cheap, reliable. Damn, are we just all getting sick now? Yep. The corona destroyed our bodies.
I'm by the River Thames in London. Now, it's a charming place where tourists love to come. But why do they love coming here? Well, you've got views of iconic buildings like the Houses of Parliament and...
Interesting. I mean, yeah. I have a theory on why vandalism can't spell it. It's more accepted. I wonder why. I wonder who's committing the vandalism.
St. Paul's Cathedral, but that's not all. Have a look at this. It's a typical modern lamppost. Do you like it?
These fuckers are so ugly. Ours are also really ugly. And what I've also noticed is in general, the light. Right? We switched it out to like these, right? Back in the day, I don't know if you guys still have it everywhere, but at least here, we had like these orange lights, and now they're all replaced with these white lights. And sometimes I'm questioning which one is better. And I feel like that the white lights are worse than the orange ones. Like the orangey ones. I don't know how to say it. What about the restaurant names? Wow. Interesting. The sand people. Also. Yeah, the sand people, but also the non-sand people. There's also a few non-sand people.
Well, it does its job, but not much else. But look over here at another lamppost. It does its job and a little bit more. It's details like these that help make...
True! This is peak! This is peak. They should be everywhere like this. Well, not everywhere, but like, they should be more fun. Why can't they design things more fun? I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to like being cheap, right? Things used to be yellow. Bring back the yellow. Bring back the orange lights. True. It's just, I don't know. And houses are so ugly.
This is such a charming place to be. But these two lampposts don't just look different. They represent fundamentally different worldviews. If you want to understand any society, don't listen to what it says about itself. Look at what it creates.
Dude, I've also noticed, right? I've also noticed how they're trying to annihilate old buildings, like old districts, like city districts that have existed for years upon years, for decades. They're trying to get rid of those as well. I'm like, dude, they look so cool though, and it's like, why don't you want to preserve that culture? Why do you want to eradicate like these old buildings, right? There's plenty of these right here in Germany as well that look like from like a different time. I don't know why they want to remove those desperately. They should be protected, but that's not what they're doing. I mean, here they're absolutely removing them.
London's little lanes are charming now, but 150 years ago in places like this, you'd have had whole families crammed into these tiny rooms without running water. There would have been open cesspits spilling down the streets, and the stench of sewage boiling in the midday sun would have been unbearable. The whole city stank. It wasn't only horrible to live in, but genuinely dangerous.
I mean, that's not now the case anymore, right? So yeah, because having culture is racist if you aren't colorful. True. I forgot. I completely forgot that. Yeah, you're right.
See, at that point, London had a problem. It was the world's biggest city. Its population was growing every year, along with the construction of new factories and mills and dockyards. All those people, and
I know he said mills, but I heard milfs. How do you construct mills?
all that industry produced a lot of waste. It had to go somewhere. Where did it go? Into the Thames.
Yeah, it's pretty shit. Literally. So what's happening? Mecca, crazy. Even there, it's crazy. Guess every protest about everything. and leave a lot of defense for nature and past culture. True, also, old historic sites from Islamic Golden Age and prophetic era getting destroyed and replaced by skyscrapers. Yeah, I mean, that's not really right. I think that happens at this point in every culture. It doesn't even matter. Globo Homo is out to get you at this point. Joe, hi, how are you doing? Did somebody say MILFs? Yes, me! I said MILFs!
Something had to be done. And it was an engineer called Joseph Bazalgette who stepped in to construct London's new sewer network in the 19th century. Sewers which still carry London's waste today, rushing beneath me at this very moment. And he also constructed this embankment that I'm standing on to replace what was essentially a stinking swamp filled with rubbish and human waste and eels. It's impossible to calculate how many lives he saved, how many millions of lives.
Life was pretty shit. Like when cruisers remove waste, yeah, it's like bombarded into the ocean, yeah.
He improved. And he's commemorated here at a memorial that no one ever stops to look at. When Bazalgette's embankment was completed in 1870, it needed lighting, of course. And so a public competition was held to design the lamps that would line this new promenade. This was the winning design, featuring these peculiar.
That is so cool. We should do that here too. We should do that. We should bring that back. That's so cool. Like, let the public decide, like, just let, like, designs be submitted and let the public decide on how something should look. Why not? Why not? That's a cool idea. Mills, man, I love furries. I'm not surprised.
Creatures. It's a little much, perhaps, but what's clear is that the Victorians took great pride in their embankment and thought it needed appropriately grand and dramatic decoration. See, these lamps were among the first public electric lighting in the world. This was a radical, revolutionary new technology. Crowds literally gathered to watch them be lit up for the first time. What the iPhone was in 2007, these lamps were in 1870. But looking at it now, you wouldn't know that. Those lampposts don't look modern to us now.
They may not look modern, but they look cool. They look cool. I feel like I'm in an RPG. That is just like, I don't know. I feel like also they don't really teach us enough about like stuff around like local things, right? That doesn't really happen that much, right? About like local buildings, local events from the past, right? They don't really teach us that whatsoever. It's kind of sad. It really is. But then again, you gotta have World War II 4 times here in Germany, 4 times, when you could have something else, entirely else.
They look quaint and old-fashioned. Why? Because they are decorated. And we don't associate decoration with cutting-edge technology. And that's a major difference between us and the Victorians in the 19th century. They saw no contradiction between startling modernity and time-honored tradition. Just like this building, the legendary Houses of Parliament. It was brand new once, but even then, it had been designed in an old and medieval style of architecture. Every technology becomes obsolete and outdated. But a good aesthetic, even if fashions change, can never become obsolete.
That is very true. Good aesthetics don't like they're fun to look at, right? I mean, there's a reason why, for example, old pieces of clothing become modern again, old hairstyles become modern again, right? Because despite it being from like being older, outdated, it looks still good. It is still pleasing to the eye. That is not really the case with a lot of modern like I mean, look at our phones. They're all the same. They just have a different name. What is this? That's just one example. But also like houses. Like what is this? Every house has a similar layout or similar appearance from the outside. And it's like, it's just so boring. And they get more boring. They build new houses down my street, right? Completely new. They look all the same. It's so boring. I would argue today London is more sad. It probably is.
It is definitionally timeless. Those lamps on the embankment did their job. And even though more efficient and better methods of lighting have been invented, they remain 150 years later. That's the power of good design. And it applies to lampposts, no less.
It's not just good design. It is also the desire to preserve this, right? They would be gone if nobody would have cared, right? They're still there, they're still functioning because they're taken care of and they are being preserved. That eventually will be gone too, right? Eventually they're like, goodbye. That's gonna happen eventually.
And to national parliaments.
It is. I always look at old buildings and I'm like, this was made by humans? Like, I look at like these old buildings, interior and exterior, and I'm like, this was made by human hands? Humans can do this? Why? We have modern technology. Why are we not doing this anymore? This leaves behind culture. Again, I think that, again, I'm schizoing. I'm gonna be schizoing right now. I believe that there's like this modern style of like stripping things that you make out of like culture identity is made on purpose to make everything more similar, right? Unify, kind of like get rid of old cultures and unify society. That's kind of the idea I'm having, right? Right? World Economic Forum? I know what you are, I just can't prove it. Actually, I can prove it. This is what men used to do before they started crying online and watching OFs. Yep. True. This is hard and it's not a Renaissance anymore. I don't think it would be so hard to trade this with our modern technology and modern tools. Budget poke. I don't care about the budget. Yo, if you can send a bajillion euros to Peru to build bicycle ways, you can create a good-looking lamppost. The government will say no budget. No budget, my ass. No budget, my ass. You're just too stupid to spend your money effectively. That's what it is.
And so here, in the Houses of Parliament, everything we've been talking about comes together at last. Except that this is not the Houses of Parliament. It's an old sewage facility, a pumping station built in the 19th century as part of Bazalgette's new sewer system. Strange to think that this is infrastructure, a purely functional building with the sole purpose of managing human waste. And yet, it has been designed with the same...
What wait, what? That went completely past me.
Human waste. A purely functional building with the sole purpose of managing human waste.
This building was made to talk about human shit? The fuck? What? Why? But cool, I guess. Hey, if you talk about shit, you might as well do it while looking cool, I guess. It's harder than what we do and much more expensive. And if you noticed, we're not pitching our culture. We're doing the opposite. I mean, yeah, we are doing that. Also, I think it's much harder because like the craft of like being able to do this was not like supported in any way, shape, or form. So I believe for once it's not just expensive, it's just that also like nobody's alive who is able to recreate this because it's like fairly specific and you need to have that skill, but if nobody's around that has that kind of skill, you won't be able to do that. That's also that. Vandals, that's also true, yeah. And we need Michelangelo, true. Yeah, that's mostly the issue as well, right? We don't have the people that can do this. Governments don't make Victorian lampposts because they're expensive and hard to maintain. I mean, mostly, right? We're talking about the exterior, right? How it looks. Not what's actually inside as like technology, right? So that's the thing. Right? See, every time has its identity, right? It's not I think it's not just about going back to like old design things, all things were designed, right? I think it's also about having like a time and like a culture having its own identity. And like these should be reflected by the surroundings, right? But that's not really the case nowadays because everything looks similar-ish. Yes, but the artists, the molds, etc. Yeah, I get what you mean. But I don't think that it's really about everything supposedly looking like this. I think it's more so that things don't have an identity. Things look plain and just like uninspiring. I think that's what it is. Like the last speech of Professor Legasov, huh? I don't know who that is. He said the failure in Chernobyl nuke facility was because it was built with cheap materials. Why? Because it's cheaper. Yep. People are like, oh, nuclear energy, dangerous. And it's like, usually when stuff happens, that stuff was a human error. Chernobyl was a human error. Hi UMW, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Our current time has no identity. Everything is just smooth and lifeless. That's what that's the core of what I'm saying. Everything it has no identity. Like that's why every country's heritage area, like the London has Big Ben, India has Taj Mahal. Yeah. Obviously not everything needs to look like super crazy, right? But like a better like more alive design for things would already change a lot.
And yet it has been designed with the same ornamental exuberance as any church or palace. Why? Well, people worked here. And why shouldn't people who work in sewers also have a beautiful place of work? That is how the Victorians thought. But there's more. There was also a sense of pride.
You have to consider this. This place looks better and might be a better place to work at, right? This might be a better place to work at than most factories everywhere. Most industry stuff. It's just like it looks worse. And then you have like these people in like the Dark Ages essentially talking about like shit and stuff. It's just crazy, looking fancy while doing so. Raven is gone. Raven is not coming back. Yep. It's just stupid.
A belief that what they'd done here was worthwhile, that it meant something. And the result, over a century later, is that this place, a sewage facility, is now a museum, a tourist destination. If you want to know what any society really believes in, just look at how they design their sewers. Just a few steps from the old 19th century Victorian pumping station.
Danger, concealed entrance, slow down. I have some bugs for the stream that I've noticed, and I don't know how to fix them. I need to figure that out, where that's coming from. I mean, it might be due to losing the connection, but that's weird still. I need to work on why that is happening.
Which is now being decommissioned, is the one built to replace it. It's not bad, I suppose. But it was very clearly not built by the same society, or at least not by a society with the same views about architecture and design. Will this, like the original, be turned into a museum? Maybe.
Pumping station? It might be. It might be. It could be, yeah.
In any case, I imagine that it is more functional and that it was more convenient to build and to design. Convenient. Now that's an important word. Look at this air conditioning unit.
I mean, yeah, that's why how things are built nowadays, right? Convenience. And I get it. You want to save money, like, right? From a business perspective, it is more smart, right? It's convenience. It's convenience. Yeah. It does make sense that it is convenience, right? Needs, nah, they ignore needs. Oftentimes, yes. Well, they do look at needs. Only their own needs.
I think it says more about the modern world than anything else, more than phones or social media. It's a miraculous technology, one that has changed the world and improved billions of lives. Hence, we stick them literally everywhere. But it's ugly. Ugly because it doesn't seem to express any belief in the idea that ordinary things can also be beautiful. But worse than ugly, it's boring. Now, it would certainly be a bit more expensive to make it prettier, take a little time and care and attention, but these days, it seems that we would rather make more money to make things look pretty. And maybe that's okay. So you can see, I hope, that through something as simple as those lampposts, you can understand the Victorians in their entirety. They didn't have to make it look like that, but they did. Now, you might not think it's beautiful, but I don't think it was supposed to be beautiful. It was just supposed to be pretty, at least interesting.
Yeah, I think that also. And not gonna lie, like benches like these are also look cool, right? Benches like these and benches in general. We need that as well. We need you to do a video like this about Germany. Too bad I live in the middle of nowhere, so well I couldn't even show off interesting stuff even if I wanted to. See, it's also like benches. Fucking benches. Places where you plant your ass. And you look good while doing it. It's just interesting what was going on back in the day. It's just so interesting. And now it's like these ugly anti-homeless benches. Benches should be everywhere. They should be everywhere. They should be everywhere. Now you get these ugly anti-homeless ones. Ugh.
At least not boring. And that, in itself, says an awful lot. Walking.
Right? When I look at this, right? When I look at this, when I hate middle benches, they're lethal in the summer, I guess, yeah. See, when I look at this, this doesn't inspire me. This looks like job. This looks like, see, this doesn't inspire me. I look at this, I'm like, man, that's cool. I look at this, I'm like, do I have to go to work yet? This looks like job. To me, this looks like job. It just does.
Around a city, any city, and looking at its buildings and its infrastructure, you're not just looking at objects. You're looking at religions and principles, beliefs and ideas. These buildings, they don't just look different. They represent fundamentally different worldviews, clashing ideas about how we should all think, live, and behave. And those skyscrapers say the same thing as our air conditioning units and sewage plants, that we have become a society of convenience above all else.
Convenience and consumerism. Insert job application links, true and real. True. It does look like job application.
But there's something else that we haven't mentioned about these lampposts. It would be easy to believe that they were made by artists and that we somehow wouldn't be able to or couldn't afford to make them anymore. But just like our modern lampposts, our air conditioning units, our everything, these were also mass-produced, made in a factory. We could still mass-produce lamps just like these if we wanted to. We can make our offices and our warehouses look like Crossness pumping station. We could make anything we want. That's the ultimate truth, the hardest one to accept. But we don't. We have other priorities.
Exactly. It's just like convenience, right? We could mass produce these things, but we won't. There's no point to it.
And that's fine. But it's vital we accept that there is another way. Modern design tells the truth very loudly, that we are technologically superior and very efficient, but also a little bit boring and unimaginative. And it says that we no longer believe in the idea of ordinary beauty, or in the idea of a public that deserves ordinary beauty. Museums and galleries are wonderful places where we can come and look at things that people used to make and admire their handiwork. They're not just dead historical artifacts. These are living echoes of different ideas about what the world is and what the world could be.
It's also, I think, how the exterior of a society reflects is how it, like, what the exterior of a society reflects also shows what a society thinks. And I think that our, like, modern time of, like, everything looking lifeless and bland might also be partially a reflection of growing nihilism in our society. No, I'm schizoing, but hey, it is what it is. I do believe that this is an extension of our growing nihilism.
But in the end, you can't live in a museum.
I mean, you could. You wouldn't stay like that for long, but you could. I've gone to London a few times. Each time called someone a wanker on the street. should go around and call people sausages.
Now, why things have changed is a significant question, but that's for another time. For now, what's important is to realize that things clearly have changed, and that we've learned this just by looking at all the ordinary objects around us. Now, this isn't about past versus present. It's about learning from the past in order to improve the present. And what the Victorians can teach us is that even ordinary, useful things can also be beautiful.
Before we get nuked by music. So here's what I believe. Here's what I believe, okay? Here's what I believe. I believe that this is all just essentially what it is a psyop. It is essentially just what I believe. We're trying to basically, people are trying to erode cultures and make everything more same-ish because I think control and also just to eradicate differences on purpose. It's just like we can't make things beautiful, we just refuse to. And to be fair, it probably does save money, unfortunately. But man, can we go back to more beautiful stuff? I want more beautiful things. Thank you. That's what I want. I want more beautiful stuff. London's overhyped massively. There's cool stuff, but it's so dangerous. It's not worth it. That's probably like most major cities in the West here that are now really dangerous due to reasons. I mean, hey, you can't even ride a train without getting a little stabbing action on. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. This was a cool video. The Samax can recommend good videos, it appears. Oversting Water with a wounded throat. Anyways, next one. It's the capital of knife crime. the capital of stabbing. True and real. True and real. I mean, yes. Yes, it kind of is. Yes, it kind of is. It kind of is. Thanks to people overseas. Over sands, you mean? Gorillas Vit? Nah. See, the problem is that with videos about music, I might get copyrighted. That is the problem. The reason why I don't react to stuff that is about artists and music is because YouTube's copyright system will unlooped stick 2 fingers into my asshole and then whirl around. That's the problem. See, when you said that I wouldn't get copyrighted by Buckethead, guess what happened? I got copyrighted by Buckethead. That's the problem. That is the huge problem. Buckethead copyrighted you. Yes! Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes. Yes, he did. He very much did. It's just lore. There will probably be music running in the background. Fun fact, the lead singer was the lead singer of Blur. Okay. We can do the gorillas video, but first I gotta do. I'm gonna do one for tourist.
Finland.
I'm gonna do one for tourist first. This is a short one. This is a short one and nice one. We're gonna look at this first, and then we can do it. If I get nuked, I get nuked. I will find out, I guess. Anyways, why homework needs to be banned by humanity? I don't know. I mean, homework is pretty useless. Fun fact: they did like a few statistics on homework and realized it's not even in the top 100 most helpful things. It's like that bad. It is that bad. He did sue him. He promised that his music is safe. Well, free, but still. Made the band of the Blur broke up. Okay. Let's see about homework, chat.
Finland has some of the highest academic scores in the world and outperforms almost every other country. You want to know how much?
Ironically enough, they also have the highest usage of antidepressants. They're not as happy as they want to tell you.
Homework these students do? The teenagers do 3 hours a week and the kids get 0. So maybe we don't need to be doing so much homework. Maybe homework is actually hurting our education. That's right, hurting. And this isn't just my opinion. This claim is backed up by scientific research. If our schools and colleges stop giving homework, our societies will see drastic improvements in intellect and education.
See, nowadays, right, in today's time, I do not see why you would give kids homework. They're gonna do it. They're gonna do their homework with AI. That's the truth. Look, I did most of my homework with AI. I did most of my homework with AI. I'm not even kidding. The moment like stuff like that became available, somewhat available, I started doing it. I remember when like the math apps dropped, where you could like could take a photo of like an equation and it would just solve you it in like minute like small steps, and you could just copy it. That's what I did. I didn't give a rat's ass, dude. And I think most kids are not doing this nowadays as well. It's just so stupid. And texts. See, you can write your texts with AI. You just need to change them up a little bit. Switch out the words a few so it sounds less robotic, and the problem's solved. And it doesn't even cause any issues. They're not even gonna notice. Especially in schools, they're not gonna check. They're not gonna check whether or not you did your homework with AI. Teachers are not gonna check. I won't check that. Nuh-uh. F schools. I mean, schools are fucked up because, well, the problem with our schools nowadays is that they're basically built on an old system. Schools nowadays are still made to create factory workers when that's not what we need. Right? I never did homework. I never did homework in middle school. Like, I never did. I just didn't care. And the consequences were so minute that I really didn't care. God, you don't know how crazy it sounds to someone who didn't use AI at all in school. My AI was the calculator. In high school, we programmed our own, like, you had, like, all calculators, you could reprogram them to do things that they would normally not be able to do, and you wouldn't get caught either. You wouldn't get caught. That didn't happen. Homework is stressful, to be honest, and it's just a waste of time. It really is. I feel like if you're a really good teacher, you don't need to give students homework. They will understand what you're trying to teach them in class.
And if you don't believe me, you will by the end of this video. A student shouldn't be doing hours and hours of work. Work is meant for the office. Work is meant for the salaryman doing their 9 to 5. A student is not a worker. A student goes to school to learn, not work, which is
yeah, but that's what the system is built on, right? The system is built on creating factory workers. I used used to use my calculator to write boobies. That's all. Same.
Exactly why homework hinders learning. A study published by the American Psychological Association found that time spent on homework had a negative correlation to standardized test scores. Students who were assigned more homework performed worse on these tests than students assigned less homework. It sounds crazy, I know. But if you think about it, the less time a student spends on homework, the more time they can spend on actually studying and learning. Let's say there's a calculus class.
I think it's different. I think students perform worse when you force stuff on them. Do you think a student will perform well in math if he hates it, and you're gonna bombard him with more of the stuff he hates? I don't think that the student would. I don't think they would improve. Actually, it would get worse, because now you're making them more miserable by feeding them what they hate. It just doesn't make sense. Like, if students are bad in math, then the answer isn't to give them homework. The answer is to make them hate what they're learning less. Because I hated math. And because I hated math, I got worse and worse over time. Because, how do you put it? My disliking grew ever more, so that it's just like, I was just like done eventually. I just hated it. After 10th grade, I was like, goodbye. I'm not gonna engage with it again. Math is easy. English is hard. Nah, English is superb. I love English. I love English since homework was invented as a punishment. It should stay as a punishment. It shouldn't be mandated upon everyone. True. It is just like, it's just so useless, and it doesn't do anything for the students.
Class, and the teacher assigns derivative problems for homework. For the students who already understand how to do derivatives, they won't learn anything new from this homework. It's busy work for them. That's not education. And for students who don't understand derivatives,
This is me. I hate it. Also, see, I worked in a primary school for about a year, right? For the entire school year, my voluntary social year, right? And it was like, we had like on like afternoon right school, right? Where like you still need to take care of the students, do like homework and stuff. I had so many kids that cried if they weren't finished with their homework because the parents would get mad at them. It's just crazy. It just is. It's so stupid. It is just so stupid. The thing with learning is that you need breaks to let yourself process the information, but if you're constantly cramming with homework, then your brain doesn't have a moment to settle and learn. I think I've read a few studies, and effectively you can learn for 45 minutes in a row, and then you need a break for like 10 to 15 minutes to process information. They don't even do that regular in school, so how would they do that? Like, it's just like, why are you doing that with the homework as well, if you can't even provide it in regular school?
What is this?
they'll be stuck trying to figure out how to solve these problems, and they won't learn anything. That's not education. So it's a lose-lose for everyone. Nobody benefits from this homework. Some people will say if students don't understand how to do it, they can search online for help. Then why the are we even going to school if we're just going to have to teach ourselves anyways? If a school system is good, a student should be able to rely solely on their school and teacher to teach them. Homework doesn't help us learn. Schools need to assign resources that actually help students learn at home. I'll explain how later in the video. If the homework is just to read a book or watch a few videos, then that's fine. I agree that's considered learning, but being forced to answer endless worksheets and writing long essays, that's not. A common point that people bring up is that homework helps students memorize information, like we're walking hard drives or something. Look, students don't need hundreds of practice problems to understand and memorize a concept. At that point, it's just mindless unpaid labor. All they need is a few practice problems that are thoroughly explained to them, which is exactly why work needs to be done in class, not at home. My teachers gave me atrocious amounts of homework that involved writing essays, research papers, and solving countless math and science problems.
I look at these, I would just take a picture, throw it into Photomath, and it would just give me the solution. I have no time for this bullshit. I really don't. I wouldn't have time for this bullshit. As a student, if I was still in regular school, I would be like, you know what? F off. Actually, F off. Fun fact, for most of the homework I used during all my semesters, I used the internet to answer them because the material that I receive to do all my homework is so minuscule that I just didn't give a rat's ass. I just looked up the solutions online with easier explanations. I didn't care. China kids need to do lots of homework. Some of them take 4 to 5 hours to do. Oh yeah, Korea is also one of those. South Korea is also one of those where like infinite amount of school.
At this point, just hand over my W2 already. What am I memorizing by doing all these things? What am I learning? Again, it's either pointless busy work or excessively challenging where I can't make any progress and have to teach myself. There's nothing in between. It's no wonder why the best performing education systems in the world give little to no homework. South Korea is ranked the #1 best education system. Denmark ranks 2nd best. Belgium is 4th best.
Yeah, but Korea, I wouldn't put Korea in there. Because while they do perform well, their students are under immense pressure. They're being crushed there, and it doesn't really fix anything because, well, you can use South Korea as an argument, but they're gonna, if they don't shift from this pressure, they're gonna die out, literally. So that doesn't work. Hi Delta Stream, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Saying stuff in all Southeast Asia to real.
Best. Slovenia is 5th best. And these countries all assign very little homework, often less than an hour a day. You might be thinking, South Korea? Isn't that the country where students are literally unaliving themselves from being overworked? And yes, you're right. However, these students are overworked because of long school hours, cramped schools, and self-studying, not because of homework. South Korean students actually receive around 3 hours of homework a week, just like in Finland, which is significantly less than the USA. Think about that.
Germany down there with 4.1.
This is a country that doesn't give a single crap about students' mental health and overworks them to death. But homework? Nah, that's crossing the line. And that's a big reason for why South Korea and other countries I've mentioned have such high academic scores. So maybe if we want our countries to perform better, we need to stop giving so much homework and focus more on actual learning. Teachers should still provide homework, but it needs to be optional. Just a small boost for those who want the extra practice. But students should not be punished for not doing homework. And Christ, students definitely should not be punished for turning in homework late. That's a war crime. Our school system should be—
True, I think so. So what I believe is that once I'm a teacher, I will never, or really rarely, give my students homework. Rarely. When I was a student, my English teacher never gave us homework that wasn't desperately needed as like a preparation for like a next lesson. It rarely happened. What did happen is that he did force us to learn our vocabulary. However, if we were doing well, and he was testing if we did learn our vocabulary, if you were doing well and you did learn your vocabulary, you even got additional your grades got better, which was also really nice. I want to implement that system too because I've noticed that it really it gives the students that actually try a chance to be rewarded, and I like that system. So yeah, I would bring that back. That was a good system, and it really helped a lot of the students that were not as good but did try to learn their words. South Korea doesn't give homework because students are already going to be doing that in cram school. Most of the time, both the school and the cram school teachers are the same. Yeah, right. They don't need to give up homework. I can't use that as an argument because, right, there is no room for homework because you're in school all day anyways. So why would you be doing homework? There's no homework because, frankly, there's no time for homework.
Rewarding the students who understand the knowledge being taught. It's really that simple. If the student understands the information well, they should get a good score. The same way an employee who understands the job well should be hired. That's just how our society should function. So if a student clearly understands the information they've learned, then who cares if they did their homework or not? You already know that this student is adequate in their academic knowledge, so stop dragging.
Good thing is homework isn't graded here, at least in regular school. Right, college, that's a different, college, university, that's a different thing. But for school, that isn't really a thing. That doesn't really happen, which is nice, that's good.
Them down. It's a very common occurrence that students do very well on their class projects and exams, but their grade gets lowered because they didn't spend enough time on homework. That is atrocious. Homework should not dictate a student's final grade. At the same time, many students put zero effort and do horribly on their class projects and exams. But because they use ChatGPT and plagiarize a lot of information from the internet, they get good scores on their homework and end up with a passable grade in that class. Yes, I'm looking at you. And this is the behavior.
Can't say I'm not part of this. Can't say no, I'm not part of this. I can't lie. I am a part of this. I am doing this, and I do not care.
Behavior that school systems are encouraging by assigning lots of homework. Do we want to grade students based on how well they actually know the information, or grade them based off the pointless busy work they get assigned? Homework gives students a lot of stress. 70% of high school students who took hard classes said they were often or always stressed over schoolwork, with 56% listing homework as a primary stressor. From my personal experience, I had trouble sleeping sometimes because I would overthink from schoolwork, thinking about all the assignments I had yet to finish, or about any potential mistakes I may have made on previous assignments. This stress from homework will hurt our productivity in other areas of our.
See, I don't wait for homework. I don't wait with homework. I immediately finish that. You give me something I need to do for the next week. I'm immediately finishing that on the train. I do not on the go. I do not care. That needs to be gone. I'm not gonna do this at home. I'm not gonna sit at home and do this. I'm gonna do that in the bus, in the train, while waiting for it. I do not care. But this needs to be gone. I will not be doing that at home. Fuck off.
Student life, like studying for tests or extracurricular activities. And look, I'm not claiming that students in the US are overworked. American teenagers are some of the laziest organisms on this planet. But when all our homework does nothing for us except load us with stress, it doesn't help our situation. It actually makes it even worse. We could spend that time doing productive learning and activities that help us in the long run if we weren't given so much homework. I'm a big believer that stress is a good thing. I believe that all the good things in life are worth the grind, and you definitely should challenge yourself. But if stress is there for absolutely no reason and it doesn't benefit you, then it's just not worth it.
Stress is not good either. Stress is the reason why the lion dies earlier than the lioness. Remember, boys, you may not feel stress as much, but it's still damaging. Stress is one of the core factors while the lion dies faster or earlier than the lioness. The lion should be concerned about stress.
If we look at this from the bigger perspective, having homework does not lead to more educated and intellectual societies. When we're forcing the youth to mindlessly complete busy work, what does that do for their intellect, creativity, knowledge, or curiosity? All of that time wasted on homework could have been spent on real, authentic learning and watching Dumanity videos, which you can support the creation of by subscribing and joining my Patreon. Homework doesn't prepare kids for college. Homework doesn't help a student with their AP exams, SAT.
Spoiler alert, school does not prepare people for young people for the adult life. College doesn't prepare. Especially if you take a ridiculous degree. I've watched a video recently. See, I watched a recent Metatron video about what kids or young college, not kids, young college graduates are studying, or like their major, right? I don't think they call it major, they call it concentration now instead of major. I don't know why that had changed. Weird. It sounds weird. Just you say major, bro. What is wrong with you? And like there was like journalism and something about Native Americans and like as a major, and I'm like, how does this correlate? Like they had so many like made up major terms that I was like, how is what you're studying how is that correlating? What was one of the things? Like it was just crazy. I'm thinking about what like stuff. There was just like stuff where I'm like, why did you study this? Straight into the unemployment line. No one of those people that they asked was studying anything that could be valuable to society. Nothing. None of it. Nothing. None of it. None of it. Like they cannot straight into the unemployment line. Straight up. Goodbye. It's just crazy. It just is. We should give minors time to be minors. We shouldn't stress them out. We should give children the time to be children, I think. School does not prepare us for anything. It just is the truth, realistically. Hi Zoom, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Really sad that Emiru was attacked. Asmgol was right. Women should not in TwitchCon because something bad happened to them. Yeah, I'm aware of like Emiru's situation. I'm aware. There are from previous situations as well. This is not the only one. And there were like people, there were like retards being like, oh, he was just a fan, he was just excited. And I'm like, bro, what did somebody forget that, I think Grimmy lady, I think, I don't know what her name was, but essentially was shot by a super fan? Did we forget that?
College essays, or extracurricular activities. It doesn't prepare kids for getting a job and the real world. Some
Job was censored.
might argue that it teaches them responsibility and hard work, but there are a million ways to teach a kid that. They can learn that from sports, chores, getting a part-time job, joining a club, community service. Homework is the least productive way to teach them that life lesson. We already discussed how students who get assigned less homework perform better academically, and that has a lot of implications. It means without homework, they'll learn better and faster, get better jobs, and contribute more to society. If this is what we want from the youth, then we need to get rid of homework.
I mean, see, this doesn't necessarily have a 100% correlation, right? It might not be the homework. It might be other things too. Though I'm pretty sure that homework might add to it because, well, it's just a waste of time and it's useless.
Okay, so if we stop assigning homework, then another problem will arise. What if students aren't learning well enough at school? What if they need that additional practice at home? Well, that's why instead of giving homework, we need to replace it with home learn. There's a very good solution to all of this. We can possibly increase the IQ of the human species by 22.5 points if we implement this solution, so hear me out. This is something called the flipped classroom. Our current education system works like this. Students learn and take notes in class and go home to do their work. And I think we all can agree that this is garbage. The flipped classroom model does this in complete reverse. Students do the work in class and do the learning and note-taking at home. The teacher would record a lecture video and provide resources, like a packet with all the information and visuals needed. There are two reasons why this genius innovation will permanently fix mankind. 1. It is much better for students to do work in class rather than at home. If the student doesn't understand the information, the teacher is right there to help. 2. It's actually significantly more efficient for a student to learn and take notes at home instead of in class, as they can learn at their own pace and can pause, rewind, and change the speed of the lecture video whenever they wish. You might
It's also they can just like take a break if they feel overwhelmed, right? You can't just take a break in school if you feel overwhelmed. That just doesn't work. But if you do it like this, See, the problem is that he doesn't factor in one important problem, that you can only start doing this at a certain grade, right? You can't do this for first, second, third, fourth, possibly fifth grade. You can't really do that. You need to have responsible kids for that to be able. So this would probably, a method like this would probably be doable like fifth or sixth grade, because like there's a lot of parents who wouldn't leave their fourth grader alone at home because, well, fourth graders are retarded. 10-year-olds are retarded. That's just the truth. But yeah, it's just like something that needs to be considered on what age range you're gonna push this. You cannot do it for first, second, and third and fourth grade, I think. But at fifth grade, you can attempt doing it. But it also requires for students to take a lot of responsibility, like for them being responsible for themselves. So that's gonna be rough. Won't work. Most students won't even bother to watch the lecture video, and then come to school and then ask a teacher for help. I've seen this far more in universities. That's what I'm like thinking. You need like the students to be very responsible, and they're students. They're kids. They're kids. They won't be doing that. They won't be doing that. They won't be doing that. That's the problem. Unless you wouldn't need to force them to do so, when you essentially would like, you would need to force them to do so, and I don't know how you would do that. There's nothing but add more stress. Yeah. My take, education is the most important thing in the world, and it needs to be fixed so much. There's many interests to drop education for the masses by riches and politicians. They already pass and succeed. They don't want others to be on the same level to be able to rival their precision. Yeah, true. See you later. I'm heading back to work. And by the way, a small update. Fire is over if you heard. Oh, well, yeah, I've heard it. Anyways, take care, Cricket. In school, you're struggling on a question you don't know teachers are there. When you do homework at home, there are questions which you won't know. Thankful we have AI now. That's like, I think most students, like, they think, do teachers truly think that like students are stupid? Most people will use AI, photo math, all that stuff. Like, how are you gonna prove that they essentially cheated? You won't.
Be thinking, isn't that just homework? Well, not really. You're not doing any actual work. Just watching a few videos to grasp the core concepts. It's effortless. It's significantly easier and faster than doing actual homework. It's not homework, it's home learn. I've always had a very difficult time learning math. I struggled so much to understand the concepts and what my teachers wanted from me, and I would always get low scores on the tests. But then I took AP Calculus. I thought it was going to be brutal.
Low scores isn't even what I would call mine. I failed. See, in high school, essentially the year is divided actually in two parts, right? So if you have 11th and 12th grade, you actually have this grade. They're basically graded 4 times, for like half a year each. I failed every math class. So 4 math classes. I failed all of them. And then I also failed the final as well. The finals for math as well. Skill and talent.
But it was actually the easiest class I've ever taken. It was literally effortless. Why? Because my teacher used the flipped classroom approach. Every time I didn't know how to solve a problem, I just raised my hand, and the teacher helped me understand right away. And whenever the whole class did the problems together, it was so easy to ask my classmates for help and to pick up on other people's work. And the best part of it all was that the so-called homework was pretty much non-existent. I just watched her lecture video and took notes for like 15 minutes, and I was done. I didn't have to solve any math problems on my own. It was the most genius learning system that led me to getting a 5 on my AP exam. So hopefully we can get more teachers to start using this approach. Our school system is here to help students learn, not work. If students are spending more time working than actually learning,
yeah, except that we're not learning. And I don't think it will change. Skill problem. Mister, I can't speak English properly. I'd be quiet if I were you. I'd be quiet if I were you. Basic. I can't even speak anymore. Basic. Math. Everybody can do, but you can't even properly speak and spell, which is also basic, my friend.
That's how you know our education system is failing. Homework is horrible for students and horrible for our lives. It's a complete waste of time, just like watching brain rot on your phone. Brain rot is a massive problem that's affecting more than just children. If you want to learn about the dangerous rise of brain rot for adults, then click right here. Making these videos is really hard, so it would greatly support the channel if you guys can join my Patreon. For $3 a month, you'll be able to access all my exclusive videos where I'll post very frequently, and I will see you in the next video.
Yeah, get rid of homework. I agree. It's useless. It doesn't help at all. And it feels like a cheap excuse so the teachers don't have to put in the work that they would need to at this point. I feel like that's the truth. There's like many other problems that we need to solve before we remove homework, right? Currently we have a big problem where due to a large amount of immigration, we get also immigrant students, obviously. They don't speak German, so students greatly suffer because these students would actually first need to learn German before they could enter a regular class, which currently is not the case. That's, for example, one of the first things we need to fix here because it is bad for all students. They won't do that. We need to reform it because it's built to... Our educational system and many educational systems are built to create factory workers, which are not needed. The jobs that school is trying to, so to speak, prepare us for won't exist in 10 years. That is just the truth, and there will be new job opportunities, or no job opportunities, if AI just takes every job. That's the problem we have. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. They never teach us useful things, never. I never have, never will. Well, I'm not saying everything is useless, right? Reading, writing, basic math, right? Basic concepts of biology, physics, chemistry, right? Those things, right? Those are important. Really important. But, like, when I suddenly need equations, I question where that is useful. I think school should also include which path of education and job you're gonna pursue. Because if you learn, you should, I think there should be a way to, like, you know what you want to do, like, maybe, I don't know, eventually at, like, 8th grade, most young people probably know what they want to do after school, right? Because, like 9th grade, it's going to be over, 10th grade, it's going to be over. Most people probably know what they want to do. So that's probably something we should do. Teach them in a way that their career path is going to be supported. But they wouldn't do that. Anyways, I need more water. I need a lot of water. I need a lot of water. Okay. Which one next? Do I want to rant? If school was a job, then we finish it. We will be retired. Nah, it's not it's not that insane. Let's do. Which one do I want to do?
Monkey.
Yo, this is a silly and fast one. This is a silly and short one. But it's gonna be good. How to grow bigger banana, explained by Ape Aesthetic. Well, let's look at this. Let's look at this. How does one grow a bigger banana?
Monkey stand in shower. Monkey look down. Banana looks suspiciously small
Poor monkey.
and soft like an overripe banana. Monkey wonder, can monkey banana increase in size? Hey, monkey, quick, over here. Buy this pill and your banana will grow 10 centimeters.
Johnny swings. XXL size, 10 centimeters, 60 tablets. Anyways.
Overnight. Rub this magic cream on your ulala.
Titan XXL cream.
And you will have a skyscraper banana. No, monkey not fall for scams. Because having a bigger, stronger banana doesn't come from taking pills or rubbing creams all over monkey banana, but it comes from lifestyle changes, healthy habits, and taking care of your whole monkey system. So today, a PQ.
There's no way we're gonna actually receive actual advice on how to get a bigger banana.
How to grow a bigger banana. Compound lift. Monkey banana is like a balloon. When balloon filled with a lot of water, balloon bigger. When blood flow to banana is strong, bigger, stronger banana. When blood flow to banana is weak, smaller, weaker banana. So the real secret to a big
This is so stupid. This is so stupid, and it got recommended. Is it monkey jack off? Yeah. This was recommended by someone. I forgot who it was, but it was recommended.
bigger, stronger monkey banana is how well blood can flow into it. When monkey do compound lifts, more muscles are active. Monkey muscles cry, we need more oxygen. Heart pumps harder, blood vessels stretch wide, also known as vasodilation. Over time, vessels become stronger, more flexible. Heart become powerful pump. Blood flow improve everywhere, including banana. Bigger muscles also raise metabolism. Faster metabolism, burn more fat. Lesser fat equal higher testosterone. Higher testosterone would result stronger, harder banana. So, monkey
The stronger, harder banana. Okay, chat, do compound lifts for stronger banana. We watching DSP. Nah, he quit Donkey Kong. He would have already stopped. That makes no sense. He would have already stopped. Surely the most important knowledge, how to grow a bigger banana, chat. That's the most important.
do compound lifts. Monkey do bench press, shoulder press, squats, deadlifts, and pull-ups. Do compound lifts and monkey banana will get a lift. Cardio exercise. If monkey never move, blood vessels get stiff, weak, and narrow. Gunk would build up. Heart gets lazy and pump becomes weak. Blood flow becomes slow. This is same as jungle water pipe. If no water flow, dirt and rust built up inside. When monkey finally tried to use pipe, water out weak. But if
It's so horrible. This is peak content. This is peak content.
water always flowing, pipe stays clean and strong, which means a stronger banana. Although monkey may be swole, monkey do not skip cardio as a whole. Monkey still do 20 to 30 minutes of cardio after every lifting session. Reduce body fat. If
Alright, so compound lift and walking will increase PP. Will increase your banana.
monkey reduce body fat, monkey will shed more fat around pelvis and lower belly, which will actually give an illusion that monkey banana is bigger even if same size. If monkey reduce body fat, monkey will have higher testosterone as less belly
Ladies, listen. This is not just for the boys. This is for the ladies too if you have a man. This is for the ladies as well. You force your man to do compound lifts, lose weight, and do cardio. This banana will get bigger.
fat would result in less enzyme called aromatase, which are enzymes that converts testosterone into estrogen.
Wait, isn't aromatase a Pokemon?
So monkey aim to be around 12 to 15% body fat. This is the sweet aesthetic spot. Best banana power here. Don't go too low as this will make hormones drop. Banana becomes soft like an overripe banana. Monkey lifestyle changes. This is straightforward. If monkey smoke, drink, eat too much sugar, or doom scrolling TikTok and gooning till monkey lack of sleep, then this itself is self-explanatory. Always do all these and monkey would slowly have an overripe banana. Nutrition. Monkey need to keep nutrition in check. If monkey want to keep banana appealing. If monkey do crash diets, this will crash monkey hormones. Testosterone
Me often do crash diets. Me often do crash diets.
go down, stress hormone go up, banana feel weak. If monkey eat too much fried junk and sugar, this will clock monkey banana, soft overripe banana. But if monkey eat proteins and healthy fats, banana will always meet expectations.
Meat, huh? I know what you did there, homie.
Because if monkey do this all, monkey will look into the mirror and say, this is a very
Bro, if my dick started having Squidward's face, we would have a problem, chat. Never mind, maybe we should not do it.
appealing banana.
Well, the more we know. The more we know. So, guys, this is how you get a bigger banana. Girls, this is how your man gets a bigger banana. Let the bananas rise. And if you don't subscribe, you also won't get a bigger banana. That was a peak video. That was peak. That was peak. That was peak. That was peak. That was something. That was interesting. That was a good one. All right. Voice is still in the trenches. Okay, the next short one. After that one, I want to do the Sidney Watson video, but we need to obviously talk about it. We need to.
What's going on?
We need to talk about this, and this one fits quite well since we need to talk about it. Might as well do it. Might as well do it. Usually, I do not talk about gaming related stuff at all. Well, except if it's like a certain agendas being pushed. Regardless, Pokemon Legends ZA is terrible. Don't buy it. Buy Storm. This is just like also like I want to have somebody else's opinions, but I'm also gonna say my own opinions. I finished the game. I beat everything you can beat. I will just go along and yap in between and give my opinions. Yes, I will spoil the game, so if you don't like that, you should run right now. You should leave right now. Right now. And I we'll just jump in what he has to say, what I have to say, and then we'll see. Then we'll see.
Alright, what's going on, guys? So I've been playing Pokemon Legends ZA for the past few days. The Switch 2 version, playing it in 4K, and Pokemon games to me are always a highlight.
See? Also need to realize it. Fun does not equal good. I've seen a lot of people like complaining that yeah, the game is fun. I don't know what other people's issues are. Fun does not equal good. I'm having fun when playing Legends ZA. I can objectively say though that in my opinion, it is the weakest Pokemon game. Yet, in my opinion, it is weaker than Legends Arceus for many different reasons. For many different reasons. No one cares about for Pokemon spoilers. There has to be a good story first. What story? This game doesn't have a. If you talking about story, this game doesn't have a story. It doesn't. It doesn't. It is. When I compare it to X and Y, which I think is one of the weak, actually, in fact, probably the weakest story yet. Second weakest. If if I compare it to Sword and Shield, which it has the weakest story, Sword and Shield story is better, significantly better. Like the lore on Zacian and Zamazenta and Eternatus is, and like the Darkest Day, or what it's called, it is significantly better than whatever this is.
Light of my year as a sort of relaxation. Because I grew up on Pokemon, I've been playing all the Pokemon games for the last 20 years, probably longer to be honest, and I always enjoy them for the most part. Pokemon has always...
See, you always have to separate enjoyment and what is given. What is given does not... See, we can all objectively say that Sonic 06 is a horrible dogshit game, right? We can all agree that, right? You can still enjoy it, right? There is not necessarily a correlation between enjoyment and something being good.
It's been a very big part of my life, whether that be the trade.
I don't know if that this screen comes up again. So the ranking system is horrid. It should not be called ZA, because that's actually not what happens. So you rank up to Z, Y, X, W, then you make like a big jump to F rank, and then you make like multiple big jumps. You go up to F rank, then you go to E rank, and then you make multiple like other big jumps. It is not really, you don't really rank up. It's more like you rank a little, and then you jump up. That's the problem. Not everyone hates No, not everyone hates Pokemon ZA. There's plenty of people who glaze this game when it should not be glazed. Including Asmongold, some of them said not enough new Mega Evolutions. That's not the issue. The game doesn't have, like, any new content, so to speak. It does have one new Pokemon form, which is AZ's Fluette. But that's it. It doesn't have any new Pokemon forms, right? Legends Arceus had Hisuian forms. They should have put in Kalos forms. Others said the Mega Evolutions uglier, terrible stats. They did buff a lot of Megas, and obviously we don't know what the full power of the Mega Pokemon are because they don't have abilities in this game. They did give stat buffs though, except for Sableye. Mega Sableye is a terrible Pokemon.
My life. Whether that be the trading cards, Pokemon Go, spin-off games, I consume all of it. And I was very excited to finally jump into Legends ZA. But as you can probably tell...
Speaking of trading, the link cable item is gone. TLDR, it's a cheap copy of Palworld. Or that. Or... Actually, I would say... What was first released? Palworld or Legends Arceus? Either way, it's just a worse version of Legends Arceus, if anything. It depends on what did release first. It's just a worse version of Legends Arceus, if anything. Speaking of trade, the link cable item is gone, which means that you cannot do trait evolutions without actually trading. A step backwards, once again, a massive step backwards. Fun fact: you need to trade to get the shiny charm. No joke. You need to do a link trade to get the shiny charm. Another one that I like to add, since we're talking about trading here.
From this channel, I don't talk about Pokemon here, but this is the first time.
See, the only thing people have been talking about is Emma's ass. That's the only thing people have been talking about. Emma's ass. Because she's caked up.
I don't talk about Pokemon here, but this is the first time that I feel I have to make a review on a Pokemon game. Because to be perfectly honest, this game is just unacceptable. It's really, really bad. And I don't know why it's reviewing so high. I'm really not someone that looks at reviews a lot.
Yep, I think the current score by players and by like regular people, right, is 4.1. 4.2 or 4.1. It was lower. It was a 3.2 at one point. That should say a lot in comparison to critics who gave it like a 8 point something. 9 point something.
And is skeptical that they might be paid off. I've done reviews myself. I've done sponsored videos for games before. I've never been paid for a review. But when I see people giving this game 80s, 90s, 100s even, prominent outlets, there's something fishy going on here because this game is genuinely, and I say this as someone who enjoyed Scarlet and Violet, who loved Legends Arceus, bought both DLCs for Scarlet.
Legends Arceus might be ugly as shit, but it does everything better than this game. Everything. And I mean everything. Exploration's better. Traversing the world is significantly better and faster, right? You can fast travel a lot in Lumiere City, right? But that's it. Something I want to point out is that the models don't look out of place. What I mean by that, these characters look out of place. The Pokemon in the world look out of place because the models and the Pokemon are higher quality and they look clay-like than the world. Legends Arceus was Game Freak's attempt to copy Zelda Breath of the Wild. Probably. Yep. It's just like, there is good to be found. Of course there's good to be found. The combat system is genuinely fun. It does get spammy eventually. And there are some interesting mechanics. Aegislash is a really cool Pokemon to use in this combat system. I like that. But yeah, the combat system is, while newer, it's not... See, somehow, I feel like the turn-based combat is better still. I feel like the turn-based combat is better, because now it's just everything's on a cooldown, right? You cannot, like, command your Pokemon around, right? That's also another thing.
And Violet and finished the Pokédex and had a good time doing it. This game is the most mid, unfinished, absolute minimal.
Also, all characters have somewhat the same. By the way, I hate this body type. This is a woman. Do you think this is a woman, by the way? Do you guys think this is a woman? This is a woman. Do you think this is a woman? What is it with character? Why are so many characters since Scarlet and Violet so androgynous or either androgynous or masculine? What is this? This is not a woman build. She looks like she hit the gym.
Acceptable product that they could have possibly put out. And they're charging $70 for this. It is a genuine scam. And so that's why I feel I have to talk about this. So we're going to break it down. I'm going to go through literally everything I can think of that makes this game bad. And let me apologize in advance. The gameplay you're going to be watching is going to be boring because there's nothing exciting happening in this game at all. But
yep. Lumiere City is dead, essentially. That's what it is. It's dead. It's a dead city. It is. There's nothing. See, all I've done is just like do the main story, do the side quests, which are nothing crazy. The wild zones are nothing. They're nothing. They're nothing. They are genuinely nothing. Like there's nothing going on in those. This is genuinely... It is worse than Scarlet and Violet. It is worse than Sword and Shield. It is worse than Legends Arceus. It's better than BDSP, but that's not a hard thing to do. I still can't believe they made the Wild Mons the homeless bums of this world. At least it's accurate with current Paris. Yeah, pretty much. The wild zones aren't anything unique, right? There's the most unique wild zone is the graveyard. That is and the ice area, zone 12 and zone 2 or 4. I don't know which one it was, but yeah, those are the most interesting one because they don't look like empty. They are empty. Like they're genuinely empty. The wild zones are empty.
Let's go ahead and get into it. So let's start with the most obvious, the elephant in the room that everybody's been talking about, the graphics.
And like, there's nothing to do in Lumio City itself. There's like dozens of a couple of I think this would have been a lot better to solve if they genuinely made the entirety of Lumio City more populated. And I just don't mean make the zones more populated, but it's like not really conceivable that these Pokemon would stay in the zones. This doesn't make sense. Make the entire city more alive with Pokemon. There should be way more bugs outside, birds outside, right? The occasional. It's just like, also you don't lose Pokeballs anymore. You can collect the ones that you missed when exiting the zone. Yep, there's the Pokeball collector. And like, remember when you go to like actual Pokemon centers, you had to walk into the Pokemon center? Remember when that was a thing? And like every Pokemon center in each region had like a unique layout and was cool, right? In like Alola, you had like the cafes, right, in there. I completely forgot the Galar ones, but that doesn't really matter. Right? Black and White, you had like the store on the sides, and then in the like further front you had like the nurse, and up there the trading stuff. Pokemon centers have also gotten worse in looks. And one important thing, Junichi Masuda is not making Pokemon since X and Y. Maybe that explains it.
Now, up front, let's just be honest, nobody plays Pokemon for the graphics. I don't play Pokemon for the graphics, and I'm even willing to look past most of this game's graphics.
The problem isn't the graphics, the problem is the consistency. It's not, right? When like something is low graphics, it's at least consistency low graphics. Also, graphics does not mean style. Graphics does not mean style. The style of this game is not consistent. The models and the Pokemon themselves look out of place. There's not properly texturing done. That's the thing that's like off-putting. It's not that it's like low quality or off-putting. It's not that it's like low quality. It's just off-putting because there's things that don't fit into the world, which like remove you. Scarlet and Violet were ugly. But the characters and like the character models and like the Pokemon looks-wise fit into the world. The Pokemon here and the characters do not fit into the world. There's many other things that do not fit into the world.
Legends Arceus had bad graphics, Scarlet and Violet had terrible graphics, but those were still enjoyable games. Lumio City was an icon in X and Y. That game made the city feel alive, and it was the first time in a Pokemon.
How can a 3DS game have a better Lumio City than a Nintendo Switch game? How did we reach that point?
Game, we really had something of this scale, but Legends ZA takes Lumio City and makes it as dead and dull as possible. We're in 2025, and every surface of this city, for the most part, is a flat, blurry PNG. The buildings are literally rectangles, with no three-dimensional textures. Occasionally, you may have
Yep, they're not round. Have you looked at Sonic Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast? And like the buildings genuinely looking like buildings. Everything's so square. Hi, can you say Mike who cheese Harry? What? Hi GT, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
an awning over a doorway, or railing on the roof, or scaffolding that's meant to be something you can climb on. But that's it. The whole game looks like it has yet to load in fully. Now, even on Switch 1, this game does run way better than Legends Arceus.
That's what I give it. That's what I give it. It runs better. But I'm gonna say this, you know why it runs better? You wanna know why it runs better? Because the area is smaller. The area, Lumio City is smaller. Lumio City is smaller than a lot of the other areas in Legends Arceus. Maybe you should try shaving down there. Congratulations, GT. I still didn't get the jokes. Sorry. Ah, my coochie. Now I get it. How can Pokemon Stadium have better graphics and art style than this? The game came out 20 years ago. You want to know what game had this? So apparently Legends ZA had like 13 million of a budget. There is PlayStation 1 games that had a higher... Final Fantasy VIII on the PlayStation 1 had a higher budget than Legends ZA. Metro Prime 3 Corruption, which in my opinion is the weakest Prime game, had a higher budget, or a similar budget, to Legends ZA. Let that sink in.
And even Scarlet and Violet, and people are giving it credit for that, but I genuinely think the reason for that is because there's nothing to load in. You're really not putting that
There's nothing in there, right? There's a couple of NPCs in like the streets, right? It's not like the streets are empty. They just are. There's like the occasional Trubbish and Patrat running around, and then like a Weedle, a Kakuna, a Fletchling, a Pidgey just lying around. But genuinely, the city is empty. It is more empty than it was in X and Y.
much stress on the console with how simple everything is. And you know the potential's there because Game Freak is currently working on another game called
Also, the entire city, you see all the buildings here, everything on the floor? It's one ginormous model. It's one ginormous 3D model. Maybe that's the reason why. It doesn't have to constantly load in stuff because it's one model. It doesn't have to load in buildings separately because they're all part of the model.
Beast of Reincarnation, and I'll let you make the comparison on that one. It's the same company. They're probably using a lot of the same resources to make both these games. And well, you can see the difference for yourself. But graphics are really just the tip of the iceberg with this game. From a gameplay perspective, Legend ZA is a downgrade from Legend Arceus in every single way.
I agree, it is. It is. He's gonna go in and I'm gonna add my words.
Instead of exploring a wide open world where Pokemon live naturally, you explore Lumio City, where Pokemon coexist alongside humans, except not really.
They don't see, gameplay-wise, lore-wise, they don't coexist. Right? They're not living with humans. They have separate areas assigned to them. They don't live with humans. They don't live with humans. This is a completely wrong marketing trick. They don't live with humans. They live in designated areas separate from humans. They just live in a city. The only thing they share technically is the city, but they don't share the living space.
Are designated wild zones throughout the world, sectioned off by these giant ugly neon green lights that don't fit the setting at all. And these wild zones may have 4 or 5 types of Pokemon in it, and they might be one block of the city at most. There is no exploration to be had. You can see the entire zone.
This is like literally my favorite area in the entire game, the graveyard. Because like actually a cool idea to have like a graveyard in a city where people go to, where also the Pokemon live. That's like one of the few areas I genuinely like.
On screen at a single time, and the Pokemon are just naturally sectioned off within the area. It may take you 5 minutes max to clear out each species in that zone. Now, where the Pokemon were legitimate threats in Legends Arceus, there is no sense of danger in this game. Unless you're at low level and purposely go try to catch a level 50 Pokemon, there is no tension. You can leave or fly out of the zone at any time. There's not even the tension of trying to catch a Pokemon without killing it, because even when a Pokemon faints now, you can still—
Yep, new mechanic. When a Pokemon faints, you can still catch it. Some may say they live in ghettos. I mean, that's pretty much what it is, right? You can still catch it. Like, you can knock it out and still catch it.
Capture it. So the extent of your Pokemon interactions throughout the city is just running around, one-shotting every—
Also, these designated zones have like not barely any Pokemon. They have like a few Pokemon, and like it's like to catch. I mean, like straight up to catch. They barely have any Pokemon really to catch. It's like a few species. That's it. It's like 10 or so. You catch them, and like that's it.
Thing with your most overpowered Pokemon and then throwing Pokeballs at it. There's no strategy involved, there's no thought process, and if you fail, you can just try again with no consequences. There's not even a consequence for missing a throw because there's scavengers around the map who will just give them back to you at Pokemon centers. It is entirely brainless, boring, and uninspired. Now, where the game tries to innovate the most is in battles, and it kind of ditches the turn-based system for a new cooldown-based.
I need to add more to the mechanics, right? To the gameplay. Because he didn't go into like properly the exploration of Lumino City aside from the wild zones. So exploring Lumino City comes down to you get up on the rooftops and you do these little parkour sections on the scaffolding, which that is such a stupid way to do this. You only realistically do these because you want TMs or these screws. That's literally why you're doing it. The collecting of the mega shards, mega crystals, whatever you want to call them, is kind of ass, because I feel like this could have been done differently. Because using Pokemon to attack them is oftentimes, it's just really annoying, especially if there's like more. You have to kind of wait until like, especially early on when you don't have a lot of attacking moves, you kind of have to wait. And like, they didn't even make it so that you have to collect the Mega Stones. You could just buy them. You can't just buy them. They didn't even put all of the Mega Stones in like these boss battles. So stupid.
System where all the moves are on a timer. Your Pokemon isn't
obviously. See, the main reason why I buy Pokemon games is I haven't bought this, by the way. I haven't bought this game. I got it for free. I have my ways. And I did this in Sword and Shield, by the way. I've not bought a single Pokemon game since Gen 8. I have my ways. I buy these games because of shiny hunting. There's no new Pokemon in there, so there's technically no reason for me to actually buy it from a shiny hunter perspective. Also, there's no shiny hunting mechanic. Like, there's none. There's no outbreaks. There's nothing. They don't have a shiny hunting mechanic. You get the shiny charm after you also have to do a link trade, right? You have to do a link trade. You have to do a link trade to get the shiny charm. Aside from that, that's it. It doesn't have anything besides that. The only way to shiny hunt is to basically make the Pokemon reload. That's it. It doesn't have more than that. It's just horrible.
Confined to one space, and it's kind of a real-time battle. And this is where I saw a lot of the reviewers hyping it up, saying that these battles are so much fun, but
they're not really. See, they're technically eventually no breeding either. No breeding. Legends games never had breeding, but Legends Arceus had a shiny hunting mechanic. It essentially had these outbreaks where like 4 Pokemon at max would appear, right, at the same time. And like they had like increased shiny odds, and you could like clear up the outbreak. They had like 12, and with a little bit of luck there would be more spawning after. Sometimes it would be the evolution, sometimes it would be the same Pokemon, but all would be alphas, right? That you don't have that here. Alpha Pokemon are actually far less common. There are barely any alpha Pokemon. Barely. Like, there are barely any alpha Pokemon that actually cause trouble. I think the only alpha Pokemon that was really annoying for me was a Houndoom. That's it.
when you actually get down to it, you just kind of end up button mashing whatever move is not on cooldown. Of course, you have your type advantages and stuff to consider, but there's no consequence for using a move that isn't very effective because the move that you want to use is on cooldown, and it's not like you're wasting a turn or anything. You can just use it for extra chip damage in the meantime while you wait for your better move to come along.
Yeah, you essentially just spam moves. That's what it is. You spam moves. And while it's a more fun and it's more engaging, right? It's more engaging. You don't have to wait, right? It's more engaging, but it's also more brain rotted.
Now, as someone who does not like turn-based combat outside of Pokemon, and played a lot of competitive Pokemon in the past, this takes all the fun out of it. You're not really positionally aware of attacks because you're not controlling your Pokemon. You're still controlling your player in this.
Also, things like Perish Song are essentially useless because the trainer will eventually switch out. This Perish Song only works well on alphas.
time. So there's no dodging, there's no quick reactions having to occur, it's just button mashing. And the only thing you consider is type advantage. There is no strategy, kinda like catching Pokemon, it's just brainless, and if you fail there's no consequence, you just start over, and you can leave at any time. You can even run from battles in this game, which, ever since the first Pokemon game...
This is the first. You can run from trainer battles. You can run from trainer battles. This should not be the case. There should be like once you fight, there should be like a small border so you cannot escape. That essentially just moves with the opponent trainer. That's it. They didn't do that either. You can run from actual trainer battles. It is so stupid.
Was established in this world, you never do. So I would very much rather go back to the turn-based system in the mainline games. Even what Legends Arceus had was way better. This is just not fun to me at all. And I know people say with every single generation of Pokemon games, why don't they just revolutionize the combat? I'm gonna be an old head here and just say, because it always worked fine. The turn-based system in Pokemon is genuinely good. The strategies you have to do
See, what didn't change up the combat in Pokemon, it was not the combat, changing the combat system. It wasn't changing the turn-based system. It was the mechanics that were added. It was new moves that were added that had interesting effects that made the battles more interesting. This is new. This has no time to evolve, and I don't think it should be used for the main line. I don't think it should be. What made Pokemon battles interesting eventually was the new mechanics added. See, we had like Generation 1 and 2, which were vaguely similar with Generation 3, but we did get more status moves. We get that other stuff, right? We did get more moves, which added to it. Gen 4, we got the special split. Gen 5, we got different fighting, like different modes, right? Triples, so far, so on. Rotation battles, right? Well, Gen 3, we got weather. So that's a good point. Weather. That was a new mechanic, right? Weather battles. Gen 4, we got the physical and special split. Gen 5, we got, like, different battle styles. Gen 6, we got Mega Evolutions. Gen 7, Z moves. Gen 8, Gigantamax. Gen 9, Crystallization, right? Terra Crystallization. This is not a new gen, obviously, but it is a new battle system. And what made battles more interesting was these mechanics. Not changing up the entire system. We had Mega Evolutions. We didn't have that for a while. Could have just kept it. And see, Mega Shards are everywhere. They're everywhere. Technically, almost all trainers should technically be able to have Mega Evolutions. But there's barely any trainers using Mega Evolutions.
In the old Pokemon games is genuinely fun. You know, having to strategize your...
You can straight up... The average Joe can straight up go around and buy Mega Stones. The fuck are you talking about?
way through the Elite Four in Soul Silver and Heart Gold, having to take notes on what works and what doesn't work when fighting Cynthia and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, that's fun to me. I was that kid back in the original Gold and Silver that if a move did not do damage, I replaced it with something that did. As I've gotten older and played more Pokemon games over the years, I learned the strategies that could be accomplished in the turn-based system, and I really don't think that's what should be changed to make good Pokemon games. But let's talk about something that could be changed. Like everything else in Legends ZA, the story is incredibly boring and feels like it was written by ChatGPT. The dialogue even follows a lot.
Not only that, they wrote out Sycamore. So they wrote out Sycamore, right? Completely. That man is nowhere to be found. And you know what's they gave Lysander fucking amnesia. There is no threat in this game. Except for, like, the final boss. But there's no threat in this game. They took out breeding. Well, that was never part of the Legends game anyway, so they didn't really take it out. Right, that wasn't in Legends Arceus either.
A lot of the same patterns that ChatGPT does, so I am kind of inclined to think they used it here. Now, when the game keeps you on rails for the first several...
Some of the dialogue makes me believe that that ChatGPT or some randomization of NPC dialogue was used, because some of the dialogue is so outlandish that I'm questioning what you were doing. Why are the characters asking why if water types use some kind of different liquid instead of water? Is this then still a water type if it uses sweat? Like, what is this? Or like you want to sniff Pokemon? What?
Several hours of it, and it's just flat cutscenes with dialogue boxes back and forth, and there's no soul to any of the writing. It makes for a boring game. Even Scarlet and Violet had some emotional beats to it, and the story was at least enjoyable. Legends Arceus had a good story, with interesting
Legends Arceus had a good, interesting climax, right? It had a lot of lore build-up. It had a fantastic boss fight. Scarlet and Violet had a fantastic final fight too, right? With like AI, the AI professor, right? It did, and like basically like Arvin was his name, I think, coming to terms that his parents are dead, right? This game does not have that. This game does not have that. It really doesn't. And what I've noticed, especially with this game, is the like the softening and the shittification. Basically, since Generation 8, I've noticed that Pokemon and everything else is kind of losing their edge. They're just all being cutified and softened. It's just like, why are Pokemon not like rough around the edges anymore? The way they use ChatGPT, if they did, they would have had a better story. I just think that they basically just like used a random tool to make randomized dialogue for NPC dialogue, at least. That's what it feels like.
Characters and side quests. And the old Pokemon games had fantastic stories. This game has nothing going on. There's rogue mega evolution happening, I guess, and Zygarde is somehow involved. That's it.
Let me look at Generation 1 didn't have the story, but what Generation 1 had was you were the story, right? What Generation 1 could use to its advantage was you, the player, as like the story. Generation 2 is similar, did the same, with a little more plot around Ho-Oh/Lugia or Suicune, right? Generation 3 had the land versus water theme, right? Generation 4 had all the story surrounding Dialga, Palkia, Giratina. Arceus not so much, but they even like dragged in like the Lake Trio, right, as well. Generation 5 had Truth versus Ideals, which is still probably the deepest story you will ever get in Pokemon, right? Then Generation 6 starts, and it's like we repeat the plot, essentially almost repeat the plot of Generation 4. Generation 7 didn't have Generation 7 had an interesting story regarding like Lusamine and stuff, right? Not particularly great. Not particularly great. That's like Generation 6 is where the story took a hit. Generation 7 also, it didn't get significantly worse. I think it was a step up from 6. I'm obviously talking about X and Y, then Sun and Moon, and Ultra Sun and Moon in comparison. And then Generation 8 happened. And the plot essentially was Crazy Corpo wants to use Eternatus power for more energy. That was it. That was it. That was it. That was all there was. Generation 9 did a step up from 8 though.
That's all you know, that's all that happens. Supposedly the city is in peril, but you see absolutely no signs of that when you're actually in the city. Because again, nothing is happening. There's nothing going on in this game at any time. Legends Arceus had the storms going on in the world that were very hard to navigate, had rare items. It also had things like mass outbreaks, alpha Pokemon that were dangerous, but could be a big asset to your team if you catch. There is nothing happening.
The Rogue Megas have no consequences in the world. Basically, is what he's trying to say. The Rogue Megas have no... The Rogue Megas, they're essentially just... How'd you put this? They're just essentially standing on rooftops sometimes, right? For example, one was Mega Beedrill. It's just standing on a rooftop, and it has a purple aura. That's it. Speaking of the boss fights... They're essentially just dodging it. There's just basically what they did is, right, in Legends Arceus, we had like you as the trainer were supposed to dodge everything, right? And was like crazy AoE shit and like fucking bullet hell. This game does not do that. For one example, Mega Camerupt essentially was just throwing out like hot rocks, right? Mega Camerupt was just throwing out hot rocks, and they were just laying there. They wouldn't explode. They would nothing, and you could in fact destroy them if you used like stuff like Surf or stuff like that. That was it. It didn't really use anything, and as long as you're far away, it can't even damage you. It's essentially just 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I hate these boss fights, by the way. They're really horrible. It's just 5 or 10 minutes of just making sure that your hardest hitting, most effective Pokemon is a Mega Pokemon, and that's it.
In this game at any time unless it's a specific quest step. There aren't even interesting side quests to go on because they're all one small step, like show this person a Heracross. For the game world that's supposed to be a city of commingling between people and Pokemon, the Pokemon have no effect on the world at all. For example, you see somebody walking down the street with well, you don't see them walking down the street, they're standing in place with a Metagross, for example. That would be a pretty big deal in the real Pokemon world. Like somebody having a Garchomp inside a store would, if they were taking the world seriously, have some kind of consequence. Like some of the characters in this game have text bubbles that say something like, oh, I wish we didn't have Pokemon around the city like this because they're just causing trouble. But you never see any Pokemon causing trouble. They just stand there.
Yep, they don't cause trouble, so Eruption does nothing to you. Essentially not. Mega VTuber was actually a bitch. Mega VTuber was actually a bitch because your Pokemon's stupid, so we'll just run into like the sludge puddles, and there were plenty of sludge puddles, and it was like at times if it was spamming a lot, you could get hit, but it's not like the others that I did were not a big deal. The only realistically hard boss fight in this game is Mega Zygarde. That's it. It's the only one that's really, really hard. Like, I struggled with Zygarde a lot, but the others, nuh-uh. What they also did, Yveltal is just on a random roof building. That's it. You can fight it. You can catch it. That's it. It's literally just on a random roof top. That's it. No story to it, nothing. Legendary Pokemon, no story to them, nothing. They're just there. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. Just like in at least like for Scarlet and Violet, you needed to do some side questing, right? So that they would spawn. But here they don't do that. They're just there.
Lifelessly like statues that you can't interact with and don't interact with any of the people. Game Freak has entirely lost what people enjoy the Pokemon games for. They enjoy it for the Pokemon. And when the Pokemon are just statues with no personality, even in battle, it makes the game suck. I mean, you look at games like Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD from 2003, and there's infinitely more personality.
If you want to play a genuinely good 3D Pokemon game, play Pokemon Coliseum and XD. They are fantastic 3D Pokemon games. Fantastic. Absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. They're in fact so fantastic that there's an entire ROM hacking and modding community around it that is working towards the goal of adding newer Pokemon to the games. They are in fact working on that, and it will soon be able. They will soon be able to add Gen 4 Pokemon. Zygarde 100% or 50% form, or 100% form. See, to get 100% form, Zygarde needs to fall below 50%, right? HP. Then it will turn into 100%. Right? And then you can Mega Evolve it. The problem is, there's nothing in this game where you would need that. There's nothing in this game where you would need that. There is eventually a point where you're way too overleveled, so nothing in this game is an issue. Nothing. The Wii game is good. Battle Revolution was fun. It was pretty much Battle Revolution was a spiritual success stadium.
And expression to the Pokemon in battles and around the world than what we have in 2025. It is sad. I mean, look at this Krokorok right here. This does not make me feel like I'm in the world of Pokemon whatsoever. But I think you guys get the point now, man. As a longtime Pokemon fan who loves the games, Game Freak has got to go. Give it to somebody else. They very clearly do not care about putting out a good product or representing the Pokemon franchise in a good way at all. And what sucks the most about it is that everybody knows how high the potential is for a Pokemon video game. If they would just hand the IP over to some other developers that genuinely want to make a Pokemon.
I believe that this is not a Game Freak issue. I believe this is a Pokemon Company issue. How the fuck do you receive... Your company's like worth, what, 117 billion? How the fuck do you get about 13 million to make a Pokemon game? How is that feasible? How is that logical? And I'm pretty sure that with 13 million, you could have done more. You want to know why? Look at somebody else. Look at the 3DS. Anybody remember Monster Stories? Monster Stories on the 3DS is more fun to play than whatever this is. Like, it looks more compelling. That's the word I'm using. It looks more fun than whatever this is. They need to bring back the Shadow Pokemon mechanic. Shadow Lugia was peak. They won't. Masuda has confirmed that they will never do a game like there will never be a game like Colosseum NXT again. Probably because they realize that this is forever a shadow that will follow them. Whatever Genius Sonority back then was onto, they were definitely onto something.
Game and care about the franchise and the universe that is, for a good reason, the most popular franchise on Earth, we could have something truly spectacular that would revolutionize gaming. We don't know if we'll ever get that, because as far as the future looks, especially if you've seen the leaks, it's just going to keep being held hostage by these people that don't care about Pokemon, that don't care about making a good game, and that's a shame.
Yeah, there's also a lot of DEI stuff now in Pokemon, which isn't... Smells like Ubisoft slowly approaching Ubisoft here and EA. Yeah, there's a lot of, oddly enough, there's a lot of DEI stuff. I don't know what they were thinking, but it's there.
It really is. But yeah, I can't in good faith recommend anybody buy this game. It's not good. If you're a hardcore Pokemon fan like me, you can find some moments of enjoyment if you just plan on completing the Pokédex.
Like, it's fun to play. It keeps you engaged, but we need to realize that just because something is fun doesn't mean it's shit. That's just the ultimate truth. It is fun, but it's still, looks-wise and mechanically, a shit game. It's a step backwards. It is. Exploration is backwards. Pokemon themselves are backwards. The character modeling is better, but it doesn't fit into the world, so the world building is technically backwards. There's no compelling story to be found. There's no lore to be found. They bastardized essentially loved characters, right? Again, I don't know what they were thinking by giving Lysander a fucking amnesia. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know why they wrote out Sycamore. They just removed Bro entirely. The only character I realistically like in this game is Mabel. That's it. I don't like any other character. And mainly Mabel because she's such an oxymoron as a professor. But that's it. I don't even remember the names. I don't like the rivals. They're not good. I don't like what they did with AZ. I'm not a fan of the fact that he now has a hotel. I don't like that. He is a menace occasionally, though, right? When he pulls up to people, he's like ginormous and he looks down on them and stares them down. He has some cool moments, but that's it.
But that's about it. But anyway, I hate to be so negative. This game is just genuinely bad.
Agreed. It is. It is. This is a bad Pokemon game. This is a, like, if you had the choice between this and Scarlet and Violet, I would tell you, get Scarlet and Violet and the fucking DLCs. If you had the choice between this and I dare say Sword and Shield, grab Sword and Shield right now. If you had the choice between Arceus and this, grab Arceus. These, and people are going around, this is the best Pokemon game on the Switch. Yeah, if you're fucking blind, then it is. If you're fucking blind, then it is. You know what? Once XD becomes available on the Switch through Nintendo Online, play that. Play that. Play Colosseum, play XD, play those games. They're genuinely good 3D Pokemon games. I just, like, it's just horrible what they did to this franchise. It's just horrible. It's just a money grab at this point, and it really is. It's just horrible. It just is. Oh, Digimon game is miles ahead. If you can, get the freaking Digimon game. I swear, get the Digimon game. Get it. Get Digimon Time Stranger. It is such a good game. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen a lot of it. I've seen the reviews. The people love it. The reviewers love it. It is a good game. Digimon is ahead game-wise. Absolutely. Without a shred of doubt. It is such a good game. Get that. Time Stranger is good. 100%. If I can also recommend other, like, indie... I want to shill an indie monster taming game, which is Koromon. Get Koromon. You will get more enjoyment out of Koromon than whatever this is. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. 45-minute of Pokemon rant, but it needs to be, because I'm so done. I am so done with these games, dude. They just get worse with each installment. Again, I don't know why they're doing that, but it's the truth. It's just sad. It's just depressing. And fans are like, the diehard fans are like, more slop. Just horrible. Chat, I need a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. I need one. All right, I'm back. Quickly, took a little longer because I needed to catch a shiny Flabébé. Because I'm auto hunting shiny Pokemon on ZA. I'm AFK hunting shiny Pokemon. So I just let the game like run while I'm reacting to stuff. Because I just essentially put just a rubber band around the stick. So now in Wild Zone 3, it runs up and down the stairs, resetting the Pokemon in the Wild Zone, which can result in like plenty of shinies if you do it right. So that's what I'm doing. Well, you gotta pick desperate measures if they don't refuse to make shiny hunting accessible anymore. I don't know what they're doing with this one. Anyways, we've got more stuff to look at. I want to look at stuff. Next one I want to look at is, let's do do I have anything that's interesting that I really want to look at? You know what? We got to do it. Let's do this one.
My ongoing question.
Let's do this one. This is a longer one, but who cares? We can do a longer one. I want to see Disney suffer. Disney admits it needs white actresses by Sydney Watson. I didn't even see when this happened. I didn't even see when this happened. Apparently Disney wants to do stuff. I mean, it's not surprising, right? They do wanna. So Disney, in an official piece of writing, also admitted that they want to target boys more. Seems like their stuff, their slop, their shitificated, and their softening of our species by Disney isn't appealing to boys. Surprise, surprise.
My ongoing question all of the time is.
And obviously that they need white girls suddenly, all of a sudden.
Is why are they like this? Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And this video is exclusively sponsored by my company, Lions Tea Exchange, because as you all know, I have a ton of tea that is expiring at the end of November, although tea doesn't really expire because it's a dried item. But I am running a 50% off sale on my site for Earl Grey, New York Breakfast, and Emerald Green using the code WeDon'tWaste. So many of you are incredibly cool and epic because you have helped me clear so much of this. I hate throwing tea away. I hate.
I wanna shout out to my fiance who did order bajillions of that stuff to she did order bajillions of that stuff to give it away to her church, so her church can now give these away. Really cool, really cool. Hi Theo, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Bring back Star Wars pre-2010s. Yeah, bring back Star Wars that's actually about like the world of Star Wars instead of whatever the Acolyte was. Like that Mona Lisa, the paint pictures. Well, she's Australian, so the Australian Mona Lisa, I guess. Right there.
Product away. It's horrible. So thank you for those of you who've ordered so far. For those of you who haven't, give it a try. I promise it is good. And for the churches and cafes that have reached out to me about taking some tea, I promise I haven't forgotten you. It's just me. So it takes me a second to get through everything. Lastly, my 3 winter flavors are back in stock. So we have bourbon barrel chai, peppermint white chocolate, and apple cider. The peppermint white chocolate is by far my favorite, but a bunch of you guys really like the bourbon barrel chai. I don't blame you. It tastes pretty dang good. Those are also on the website, ready to be drunk by all of you. That is all. Link in the description. Let's do the video. Now, we have talked a lot.
Time to get into the horrible stuff. I'm good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Time to get into the horrible stuff. Here we fucking go. What did Disney say again?
On this channel about Disney and its many, many failings. But I am personally of the hope that the company will eventually learn to pull its butt out of its butt. And maybe that day is today. Who's to say? Doing lots of fun rhymes. Now, some of you may or may...
Her Did you notice that her mug is always chipped? It annoys me. It annoys me that she has a chipped mug. I can see that part of glass just missing. I can see it. Ceramic? I can see it.
May not remember, but back in early 2025, Disney decided to stop production of its live-action adaptation of the film Tangled, which was originally released in 2010. For those of you who don't know, Tangled is Disney's version of Rapunzel, and it's very cute. And I like the horse Maximus, and Mother Gothel is kind of a vibe. I don't know what to tell you. The original
Tangled was a fun Tangled was a fun movie. I did like it. It's not a bad Disney movie. It is. Tangled is a fun movie. I enjoyed Tangled. I enjoyed this version of Rapunzel. I did. I like the main character. He's not a completely incompetent fool nowadays. I like the horse. That was a fun movie still. Yeah.
original film did reasonably well with audiences, grossing almost $600 million, which is likely why Disney decided it would take a run at it as its next remake victim. However, and I do always love when there's a however, after their remake of Snow White fell in an absolute
Lord Farquaad and the 7 CGI abominations. I know what you are.
heap this year, Disney finally got the message, it seems, that people were over the whole live-action adaptation thing. And more specifically, live-action adaptations that have improperly cast lead actresses.
I mean, of course. Of course. See, I think there's a general problem with live-action movies. I don't think they're good. I don't think they translate well into realistically they just don't translate well in my opinion. They rarely do. I mean, look at anime. Most anime adaptations that were live action have failed, right? The only reason one that has been successful is the One Piece one, but Oda himself is involved, so this is not surprising. Regardless, like you can tell that these are not doing well.
And creepy CGI people. What am I looking at here? I also have to add for the 40th time at this stage that I don't quite understand what's live action about a film that is still majority animated. I don't like this. Anyway, Disney went ahead and decided to pause Tangled, which weirdly enough brought relief to a bunch of people. There are entire Reddit threads of people celebrating. I'm not sure what to make of this, but you know, it's here on the internet for you to see. And to some, of course, the timing of this pull was a little bit weird because, number one, if you don't have anything to hide, then why hide anything at all? Which is why there was also a ton of speculation that this Rapunzel would have been anything but white. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your braids, I guess, maybe.
That'd be a funny parody, not gonna lie. Somebody should do that. Not Disney, but like a YouTuber doing a fun parody of like, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your braids. I see the vision. That's actually kind of funny, not gonna lie. It takes the normal trope and takes a spin to the trope, stands on distress without trying to girl boss. Yep. I like strong, I like good female leads. I don't like girl bosses. I like good female leads. I like good female leads. Like Ripley, for example. It's like weird how they cannot produce any good female leads. Isn't that weird? That's weird. Or Eowyn from Lord of the Rings. That's also another good female character. Again, they cannot do that. They cannot do that. I don't know why. Skill issue. The millennial writer skill issue. Oh no, not Snow White. Lord Farquaad.
I don't know, leave me alone. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, throw us your weave? Maybe? Which, you know, you can't blame people for making that assumption given Disney's recent track record. How did this man produce this many different racial children? Someone please explain this to me. And honestly, this wasn't even too far off base given that black actress Francesca Rivers was potentially going to play Rapunzel in the
Huh? This This doesn't fit at all. What are we doing? Huh? If this was the idea, oh my god, nah, bro. We need to stop. We need to stop watching Little Mermaid. Disney found good match for. They asked Tectone to play her for Rapunzel. Tectone. Tectone, Rapunzel. Shine your bald head down. I don't know. I don't know. It's just horrible. Like, how do you get the? Why are you trying to annihilate fairy tales? What is your problem? What did fairy tales do to you?
The remake of Tangled. Now, the reason that I don't want to harp on this too much is because it was completely speculative. I could not find any good or trustworthy sources reporting on this, and it may just well have been an
The problem is that it's believable, though. Whether it's speculation or not, it's believable that it would be the case, which is a problem.
rumor, but it does go to show that people have been subjected to this so much that they fully believed that Disney would be so crazy as to cast this woman in.
I still want Black Tarzan. I still want Black Tarzan. I still want Black. Do it. Do it. Do it. Go ahead. Let a black man behave like a monkey. Go ahead, do it. I want to see you have the balls. You have the balls for everything else, but for this one, you fail? Go ahead, do it. Just saying. Go ahead, do it. We all already know that you're racist. You might completely do it now, huh? We know it. Tecton give light signs from the tower from with his baldness. Bro's so bald. If you shine a light on it, you could create a bridge.
In this role, which obviously makes 0 sense. And number 2, it's like Snow White was not the first remake at all to fail, so if its failure was so big that it caused the company to reevaluate, well, I have some questions around that. Why go back to doing remakes at all? I don't know. Disney are just, they're money grubby, guys.
Yep. And they absolutely bastardized Lilo and Stitch. Ohana does not mean nobody gets left behind. Ohana I think that's what it was. Ohana means leave your little sister behind and put her in like state care, so you can boss girl and study.
They're very money grubby. But because it's the modern era, and despite fans and viewers begging for new well-written content and stories and productions, Hollywood has apparently learned nothing, and instead Tangled is back on the books. But apparently it will be different this time. According to Hollywood insider Matthew Baloney, Disney is about to cast new Rapunzel in the revived live-action remake Tangled, and I'll bet you the price of that long-braided wig that the gig will go to a white actress. This is what he wrote. That's a quote. Sorry if that wasn't clear. The headline I also have on screen here is much more succinct, which says, Disney is set to hire a white actress to star in its latest reboot after dumping DEI amid woke fury. Also accurate. I mean, yeah, you'd think so, given that Rapunzel's whole story is around—
Careful. Do not fall into the trap that these companies are abandoning DEI. They're just gonna rename it. When Microsoft did it, people were like celebrating, Microsoft is abandoning DEI. No, they just renamed it. And Disney would rename it too. It's just going to be renamed. It's just going to have, it just is going to be named differently. Like DEI was there before. It was just like a different name before that. It's like, it goes like through multiple name changes. Name it something else and people will forget.
Her being blonde with long hair, and typically white people are blonde. I don't know about the long hair part, but definitely the blonde part. Same with redheads. Oh, I forgot. We don't care about things like that anymore. Ignore me. Full disclosure, all of this is speculative at this stage, but Baloney adds, oh my god, I just realized that his name sounds like bologna. Like the food bologna. It's not spelled like that. But
crazy. Believe me, you don't want Black Tarzan because it's not the only thing they will change. Suddenly, Tarzan adopted by entire female lesbian gorilla pack. Fun fact. People want to argue, right? We need to. So, animals aren't actually homosexual. They have homosexual behavior that only occurs if certain conditions are met. The more you know. Which is why people should never use that as an argument for homosexuality. Because it's a flawed argument. You need to train your arguments better, because that's not a good one. The more you know. The more you know.
But that's all I can think of now. Anyway, yeah, so he adds that he got his hands on an internal email distributed within Disney, which basically said that it was disbanding its DEI initiatives, and the company intended to empower everyone instead of select groups. Okay, better late than never, I guess. In short, Baloney said that Disney is very afraid of Trump and Elon and the culture war that it is currently losing. Can't imagine for the life of me why they'd be losing the culture war. Yeah. Baloney... Baloney? Baloney?
Baloney. Why are you doing this? That's not necessary. Been seeing WWE Dead Legend people were wrestling and talking AI shit. Read it. What exactly has this to do with Disney right now? Like, okay. I don't watch wrestling. I don't know why you tell me this. I don't watch wrestling whatsoever.
Baloney also gave a bunch of examples of the ways Disney has recently shifted away from its diversity initiatives, gutting film development areas that might get the company into trouble, removing its Reimagine Tomorrow website that served as a hub for diversity initiatives, and I will assume she'll probably be an accurate-looking Rapunzel, at least as far as the Tangled movie goes. Which oddly shouldn't be controversial, but it is, because, I don't know, I guess everything is dumb and irrational. The bottom line is that apparently after getting kicked repeatedly in the head by audiences and having horrifically bad performing movies and content, Disney is finally somewhat leaning into what people have been asking for. Or in the very least, their pockets hurt enough that they have finally realized that what they're doing is not.
It's simple. It's simple. If you want to make money, give your consumer base what they want. If you don't want to make money, don't give them what they want. And what Disney fans wanted and movie fans wanted was not what Disney was giving them. Simply put, they lost money, and now they're realizing, wait a minute, this is not what we're doing is not working. It's not working, so we got to do something else. It's on TikTok. I'm just watching short videos, and this WWE AI pop up. Yeah, there's also like people in wheelchairs doing stunts. It's just funny.
Not working. That being destroying beloved classics, race-swapping characters left and right, getting overly political, and appealing to the activists outside and inside their company, which is obviously a failing initiative. And now they're making an attempt.
Because it's a really small minority. You're making... No, actually not. You're making movies for an audience that does not exist. That's the problem. These movies don't appeal to the average, like, the audience that is going to wants to consume this.
Attempt to purge all the things that got them in hot water over the last little while and led to the numerous and catastrophic box office failures that they've had, like Lightyear and Snow White. And obviously, Disney isn't just doing this with relation to its princess films. Some of you might remember a video I made towards the end of August where I told you all that Disney was...
Yeah. They're trying to get back Gen Z men, but Gen Z, you lost Gen Z men because you didn't give them what they wanted. And that's essentially the punishment that you'll get for it. Disney boys, the boys that were watching Disney movies, you need to catch them with actual, good written male characters. But you won't do that.
on the hunt for new original IP in an effort to win back or win over, maybe for the first time, Gen Z men. Yes, the very demographic they have been calling racist and sexist for years now. Yes, it is a true mystery why the menfolk are not interested. Truly, I am shocked. Again, the revelation was extremely ironic given the nature of the two major male-orientated media properties Disney controls, that being Star Wars and Marvel. And maybe Indiana Jones to a lesser extent? Do we still like him? Is that still like...
Yeah, Indiana Jones. Actually, Indiana Jones is definitely male dominated. Star Wars is also male dominated, 100%. 100%. Marvel's also male dominated. And that's a lot of the... See, that's not just a Disney specific problem. That's a general problem. Stop appealing to an audience that is not your audience. Why are you trying to appeal to women that are not consuming your media? Why are you doing that? Are you stupid? See, this is like the crazy part. Hi, Fable Phantom. How are you doing? Everything good? What Pokemon would take on in a fight? What Pokemon I would take on in a fight? Pokemon would I take on in the fight? Good question. Must be an easy weak one. Shedinja. Shedinja. I just need a lighter, that's it. Easy. I see no issue. As long as it doesn't turn around. There's plenty of ways to make fire, that's not an issue. Other than that, I could beat the shit out of a Rattata. Definitely. I could beat the shit out of a Rattata. Or a Skidoo. They're not aggressive. Confirmed Disney is just too woke, including Marvel, Pixar, Star Wars, and Century Studios, formerly Fox. Yep. Gen Z and X have walked away. Yep. The last movie was garbage. Yep. Magikarp. Magikarp is also one. Swirlix.
Is that still the collective thing? Do people like him? I mean, I do. Daddy Jones can grace my television screen anytime he wants. The young version.
Pause. You were fast enough you could step on a jolt tick since it's the smallest mon, but you need to hit it first.
That one with the hat and the, you know, the quippy quips. If you would like to watch that video where I actually go over this, I will happily link that in the description box for all of you, so you can watch that in your own time. But jokes aside, looking at these two things side by side, the desire to appeal to young men with new written content, new made content, and realizing that race swapping isn't working, and in remakes it's important to stay true to the characters as they originally...
See, the thing is this. The thing is this, right? That's the problem is that they try to appeal to women too much in the specific pieces of media. Which the problem with that is that you're not just going to alienate the men that consume Star Wars, you're also going to alienate the women that were liking Star Wars. Appeal to Star Wars fans, not to like a different demographic. Just appeal to Star Wars fans. Good morning, Poker. How are you today? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. It's not as bad as it was yesterday, but hi, Diagonal. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. But yeah, it is better now. It was kind of ass.
Originally appeared, it really does seem like something is shifting over at Disney, and although there will be naysayers who say that's not really happening, if we think about it from a real business standpoint and not just an activism standpoint, it makes sense that Disney would be shifting with the times, and times are changing. Everybody is aggressively moving away from wokeism and progressivism. And you guys know this because I have been talking about this a ton on this channel, all of the areas where we are seeing a very aggressive shift away.
You can say that, Sydney. You can say that, but look at Pokemon. The next biggest franchise is now fully going into like the DEI stuff. It's really interesting. Yes, Pokemon going full woke. It's not even a joke. The biggest media franchise is doing that now. So hey, we got our replacement.
From progressive leftist ideologies and values and moving more towards the center, or in some cases aggressively swinging to the right. Because we're always on the pendulum, children. Because I have talked about Disney a ton, I'm always reticent to go over all ground, but there are still a few points that I want to reiterate or maybe make for the first time. It's hard to say. So sorry if I'm repeating myself. The news is in fact one giant Groundhog Day.
Don't mess with me, pork chop.
I'm not sure how to word this, so you'll have to bear with me, but I do think it's both hilarious and sad that casting a white actress in the role of Rapunzel would be some sort of pearl-clutching moment for people at the company. Like they're doing something naughty that's gonna get them in trouble. Like they put their little creepy fingers in the cookie jar while Mother's back was turned and they weren't allowed to do that. I think the thing here is that if the disease of forced diversity has infiltrated your company so much so that you feel weird and not right about casting white women,
That's a problem. Just fire everyone that acts weird. Clean out the entire, clean out everything, right? You don't have to fire there's usually no... In the US, you could just fire people for no reason, apparently, as far as I've heard. Doing alright. I woke up surprisingly late today. I woke up at 11 a.m. That's very unlike me. I woke up at 8:30 a.m. That is unlikely. Unlike for me, too. So yeah, I also did wake up quite late. It's interesting. That's what happens when you get a little sick. Kind of Pokemon or how do you do the things you do? Share with me your secrets deep inside. If I were a Pokemon, I'd be a Zigzagoon, and I'd just be an HM slave.
Actresses into roles that they are appropriate for, and you feel bad about that for reasons. That's a big old problem, kids. Especially given that the fairy tale Rapunzel was originally recorded by the Brothers Grimm, and it was set in Germany and originally published in the early 1800s. Ergo, she is white, and yes, she is blonde. Because, you know, that part is very explicitly stated. I was gonna torture you all once again by horrifically mispronouncing this fairy tale's original title, but I think the original title is actually just Rapunzel, so, no weird German out of me today. I had a bunch of Germans.
Hey, sad. I want to make fun of you.
In my comments a couple months back when I tried to say Snow White in the original German as the original German title, and so many people.
Schneewittchen. Snow White in German is Schneewittchen.
Just said, I don't know what this is. Please never do that again. But I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it correctly. Are you ready? You better be ready. Hold your butt.
Schneewittchen.
Schneewittchen. So you almost have to sound like you have a lisp.
Schneewittchen.
What is that?
Schneewittchen.
Schneewittchen.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. Rapunzel. Well, technically it would be Rapunzel. Well, not bad, Sydney, not bad. This is getting better.
Perfect. This is insane and bizarre. I don't know how any of you speak this language. Anyway, back to Rapunzel. Even Disney originally
I'm canceling my tea order, that's it.
Designed the character as white, which makes sense given everything here. And as most of you probably know by now, I personally am a stickler for adaptations that stay true to characters, their appearances, their personalities, their behaviors. It's not very frequent or often that I think that big changes to a character actually work. I mean, sometimes they do, but, you know, not really all that often. And I think goes to show that when Disney stays true to their original source material, films do really well. Because as I have said previously, a remake comes with a certain set of expectations, and there's a tremendous amount of disappointment that comes up when those expectations aren't met. For example, the 2015 Cinderella remake with Lily James did pretty well, and a lot of you, it's so funny, whenever I talk about this, a lot of you get in my comments and are like, you know, Sydney, the Cinderella remake wasn't so bad, and actually, part of the reason why we liked it is because it wasn't, you know, a shot for shot, it really expanded on the Cinderella storyline in a great way, and that's great. I agree.
It's still Cinderella. It is still Cinderella. The one important thing that Disney forgets is that they still need to produce the story about the character, which oftentimes they do not do. That is a big problem. You don't recognize it. It's one Pokemon from early season. Well, I watched Pokemon in German, so I likely wouldn't recognize it. I would probably recognize it if you threw it at me in German, but I watched Pokemon in German.
With you, I do think there are better remakes, but I'm glad that you guys like this one. Point being here, she was blonde, blue dress, glass slippers, the whole package, and the film ended up grossing 540 million because it gave fans the magic that they were sort of expecting. And I know that a lot of people liked that, like I said, it built on her story and also the story with the prince and gave him a little bit more dimension, which is missing from the original animated film. Same with the recent Lilo and Stitch film, which I know disappointed a ton of people because of the storyline. And, you know, full disclosure, I haven't seen Lilo and Stitch, so I'm not really going to comment on this because I don't know. But I know that the film did do insanely well at the box office. And despite there being criticisms of the characters, particularly Nani, I do think that they look pretty good, all things considered.
I still think that the movie's an abomination. I still think that the movie's an abomination because she left Lilo behind to Girl Boss. I think this is still an abomination. For what I've heard from a female German VTuber, the tone of how speak German can mean different things despite it potentially being the same word. Well, but isn't that for most things technically? For most languages, right? The tone in which you convey things essentially sets the music. Because, well, I don't know, it depends on how you mean. What do you mean by that? Because I can say things in English in a rather rude tone. I don't know. What do you specifically mean by that?
Compare this to Snow White, which lost $300 million, or The Little Mermaid, which barely hit $570 million, way less than Aladdin and The Lion King, which stuck closer to their roots. I think the thing here is that fans are not dumb for the most part, and we know when a company's pandering. And when said company keeps changing a character's core traits, the audience stops trusting them, because it's like, what's next? Is Simba going to be a chihuahua? I will also reiterate for the 4 millionth time that it is insane that it took Disney this long to admit that it's actually bad to hire people based on diversity.
Now, Simba will be a vegan.
Alone, and to kind of be subversive and put people in positions where they don't make sense because you're trying to push an agenda rather than hiring those people because they are great at what they do, it's merit-based, or they just happen to suit a role and they're also
That's why I'm saying these countries themselves are technically racist, because they're essentially pushing pushing an agenda that favors identity and it favors identity over merit, which is bad for the people that are excluded and the people that are included, because for one, it makes others question why this person is specifically in that position. Did they earn that position, or did they receive it because of how they look or what they identify as? For one, also the person that gets that position has to question if they're here for their merit or what they identify as. It's like discriminatory all around. That's why I'm anti-quotas too. Like, these quotas are stupid. Just pick the one that does the best. Easy. Problem solved.
A good actor or actress. Hiring Rachel Zegler for diversity points is basically what capsized the film. She turned out to be insufferable and has tainted everything about this. That and the storyline made absolutely no sense, but you know, that's okay. That's very 2025 coded.
She did the moment chat. She did the weird. She did the moment chat. She did it. God, I hate the stream issues. So annoying. Yeah, she did it. Weird. I guess how high or low you say a certain word means different context despite word being the same, if that helps make sense. It's not like night versus night because those are spelled different. I mean, there are some words that depend on context. I don't think it's the tone. Well, it might be. It might be pronunciation that might be a bit different. Sure, there might be some words that, yeah, that may mean different things if pronounced different. But I think English has those too. Well, like, same word, but different in context or pronunciation. So I think that's probably what it is. I don't think there's any word where, like, the tone means something different. At least not that I remember. Maybe I don't know my own language anymore. Similarly, kind of vegan. Remember that what he ate during Hakuna Matata song? Well, eating bugs isn't particularly vegan, I'd say. Nah, eating bugs is not vegan. You're not vegan.
I also don't know how anybody can argue that it is not in fact discriminatory and racist to us pale-skinned folk, while also being bigoted towards minorities for forcing them to believe that they can't get roles or get ahead in this industry without preferential treatment. Movies with non-white people do well. It's not that deep or complicated. Mulan, classic film. They screwed up the remake because of course they did, and they removed my boy Shang, but that doesn't matter. The original Mulan did insanely well. Lilo and Stitch recently did insanely well despite the various obvious issues with the movie. There's a bunch of these things that have happened. Moana, another one.
I have noticed that they need to take Western stories to change. Why don't you take African folklore? Why don't you take African mythology, whatever you want to call it, and turn that into a Disney movie? Why are you not doing that? Why are you not doing that? Well, I know the answer. It's money, it's effort. You don't want to do that, but you could do it. You refuse to do it. That's the problem. You want to make a Chinese story. Why not take Chinese folklore? Why not do that? Why not do that? Nothing's stopping you. The only reason you're not doing it because you're for one, you're cheap. You don't want to put in the money. You don't want to put in the effort, and you're also racist.
Great film, did extremely well. I'm sure that the remake, I'm pretty sure they're doing a remake, that's gonna do probably extremely well. The race swapping is unnecessary, and it really seems like
the race swapping is unnecessary because there's so many good stories that you could take. There's so many good stories from other cultures that you could take and Disneyfy. You refuse to do that. That's why the race swapping is unnecessary. Can't speak for Germans. Just what I heard, but yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I'm just confused. To be fair. Bro, it's like a lion that eats bugs. I would say it's like a vegan in the old movies, but no, it's not really vegan, right? Vegan is like no animal. Bugs are still animals, so that doesn't work. What would somebody, I don't even know what the term would be for somebody that eats bugs, but no like meat from mammals or fish. I wonder.
Disney is finally cottoning onto that fact, even if they're cottoning onto it under duress. Like I have said a number of times in the past, and honestly, like basically everybody who talks about film and entertainment and whatnot has also said, people are right now dying for fresh new content. They are dying for new and interesting and well-written stories. well written is very important. They want to see movies that are doing something new. They don't just want to see endless remakes and reboots and sequels. And here's the kicker. Here's the thing that apparently the entertainment industry doesn't seem to understand. People don't care if the lead of that movie or those movies is black or white or Asian or a bag of sand. They don't care, so long as it's good. But as long as Disney in particular, because obviously Disney...
They don't care as long as it's not a beloved old character. New character. I think nobody has an issue with that. Nope. Nobody. Nobody. Eating bugs is still carnivorous. They have protein. Yeah, I think it's still carnivorous. Well, it might be a different term, right? Eating fish is technically still carnivorous, but the people that only eat fish, or like that don't eat meat but eat fish, still have a different term that is used for them. But yeah, regardless, it's still carnivorous. People have no issue if you put in a black main character, so as long as it's a good movie. And right, I think I want to bring up, it's a video game, but it's still well made. The Last Remnant was a Xbox 360 JRPG. The main character is gay. You don't find that out until he finds his love interest. And it's not like that is his only part. It's like, okay, the dude's gay. Kisses a man. That's it. Same thing. If you want to put in a gay character, put in a gay character, but don't make the gay part everything that character has to offer. Lions aren't eating bugs. You have no imagination. Obviously, lions don't eat bugs. Makes sense.
A really big player, is determined to keep giving us remakes, then personally I'm really glad that they have finally realized that giving us race-swapped characters and DEI initiatives and basically butchering stories is just not going to fly anymore with audiences. And again, and I feel like this is fairly obvious, there is a big distinction between taking that which already exists and making it better, like Disney did with Cinderella. A lot of people seem to think and believe.
Right? Add more to the story, or make it do a twist. Do a twist. People love twists. Just do a twist. Straight up. Nobody's complaining if you add a twist. That's good. That's peak.
That sounded like I was throwing shade at you guys. I'm really not. I'm really glad that you liked it, and I agree. I think that building on, you know, the princess storyline was a good thing. Anyway, there's a big difference between doing that and taking that which already exists and going haywire with it. Unfortunately, I really do think that navigating the world of remakes will always be hard, because there are so many potholes to step in, there are so many faux pas to be made, and even when a remake is executed as well as it possibly could be, people are often still quite unhappy. So couple this...
You will never reach the greatness of, oftentimes, the greatness of the original because of nostalgia, right? You'll never reach the greatness of the original Lilo and Stitch. That's not gonna happen. You'll never reach the greatness of the original Star Wars, 3 original Star Wars episodes. You're never gonna reach that. But you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to. What you can do is you can modernize them in a way that, you know, that they look better, right? Which at this point, I'm also kind of questioning because, well, a lot of the CGI, partially, oftentimes nowadays, looks worse. Though, to be fair, that a lot of the movie issues that happens, oftentimes is connected to the fact that bad lighting. Have you ever observed that when you look at movies, the lighting is just atrocious? Nowadays, it's just crazy. Miss Universe 2025 is coming. Are you gonna support Miss Universe Germany? Nah. Miss Universe, our German beauty pageants are not beauty pageants, so it doesn't matter. And in general, beauty pageants aren't really beauty pageants. There's still like other reasons nowadays. Doing the original 6 poke. Some people ignore the episode 1, 2, and 3, right? Though I think that Revenge of the Sith is definitely probably one of the best ones. Regardless, it's at least for me. I love Revenge of the Sith I think it is like number 2 out of the 6. But hey, that's me. But Phantom Menace and the second one are also horrendous. They're like bottom 5 and 6. Horrendous.
Very clear reality with the fact that Disney is intent on pushing this DEI agenda, and I really do hate the term DEI, but I think it applies here. It's just, it's a recipe for disaster. However, I am glad that they're finally seeing that. I'm glad that hopefully they are realizing that this is a losing issue, that we are moving very much away from all the things that they've been trying to do over the last number of years, and if they stay on their
Don't worry. Pokemon is gonna step in. Pokemon is gonna step in where Disney stops. Mark my words, you're gonna get your Wokemon soon. Don't worry. It's gonna happen.
current trajectory of all of the weird tolerance and representation and unnecessary race swapping, it's probably not going to do them so well as time goes on. In the end, I am extremely interested, and I'm not just saying that, I really mean it. I am extremely interested to see what Disney does going forward as wokeness falls away, as it realizes that many of its initiatives just don't hit with audiences anymore, and as times really do start to change. Now on that note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out my little tea company, Lions Tea Exchange, using the link in the description. Use code WE DON'T WASTE for 50% off Earl Grey, New York Breakfast, and Emerald Green. Please help me get rid of these flavors so I don't have to throw anything away. And also check out the new winter flavors. I promise you won't regret it. They are extremely good. Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Is it surprising to you that Disney is kind of going down this anti-DEI road? Or maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Is it surprising that they're starting to kind of turn away from
No, not really, because it doesn't, like, the other one just doesn't make money. But also, I have to say that they're probably not going anti-DEI, they're just gonna rename it. Remember that the big ones pushing DEI, and, like, especially when referring to Bridge, it's not that there should be any DEI departments should not even be a thing, what they're pushing for. Instead, everyone in the company should be pushing DEI. So I don't trust them at all. My dad's sister was super into Star Wars, like obsessed, like collecting and all that jazz. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, there were a couple of women that were like really into Star Wars. Though to be fair, they're also probably got into the because a lot of the times the brothers were also into it. East Germany won a crown back in 1961. Damn, that's a long time ago.
DEI, that they're starting to think, hey, maybe this doesn't work so well. Do you think that it's because audiences don't relate to what they've been putting out? Do you think it's a bottom line issue? Do you think they're just hiring people within the company who are not progressive and are not closet activists? What do you think of this Rapunzel remake? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Should we just completely park all of the remakes and stop doing this? People are not interested. And what do you generally make of this issue overall? As always, if you have made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along for the full ride. If you are new here and you're not subscribed already and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to subscribe to the channel, as well as leaving this video a like and a comment, because I do read the majority of them and I like hearing your feedback. Like I always say, I hope you wonderful little chickadee people stay safe and well and make good choices, and go to the gym, go get fit, kiss your spouse, hug your dogs, love your kids, and I will see you wonderful little chickadees in the next video.
See. Here's the thing. I think we shouldn't do remakes. Instead, maybe we should try remasters. What I mean is, you take an old movie and basically just redo it, but better. You increase the animation quality, you increase how it looks. Maybe work a little bit on the voice acting. Maybe that could be interesting, right? You just give it a little bit more polish. Maybe that could be an interesting idea. And then, like, give the option. Do you want to watch the remastered version? Do you want to watch the original version? Of course, not every remaster would be good, right? There's oftentimes issues, but hey, I see no issue. For animated movies, stop the live action, remaster animated movies, and stop. Yeah, go back. Actually, maybe try out if instead of doing 3D animations, try out and go back to 2D animations. Go back to drawn stuff instead of just regularly animated. I wonder how this could turn out, if this would be better. I can't say though for sure. Going to bed. Night, everyone. Good night, I'm a fan. Take care. And I don't think remakes can't compare to original just because of nostalgia factor. I don't even think nostalgia can't take the lead factor. Oh, you have no idea. I'm gonna say this straight up. Movies and video games, for example, can both certainly suffer from nostalgia. I mean, there's a lot of movies that are bad, that are being like, for example, one, right? The Lilo and Stitch movie is being praised. I think it's the bastardization of the original. Made $1 bajillion. Comparison right now, Pokemon Legends ZA. Horrible dog shit game. Exceeded sales expectations. All because of nostalgia. All because... Is it the only factor? No. It's not the only... Is it the only factor? No. Certainly not. It can be one of the biggest ones, though, depending on the media. But then also, like, yeah, right? Voice acting might be worse. Like, it may look worse. It pushes some weird agenda, right? That kind of stuff. It does make sense, right? It's not... It's like a combination of multiple factors, but nostalgia can be a big one. I think. A really big one. But yeah, Disney, stop it. I know you won't. I know what you're trying to do. I know what Disney's trying to do. They're just gonna rename it and be like, we don't have any DEI stuff. It's just a different name. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, next one. I need water, real quick. I'm still auto shiny hunting, by the way. Basically, I just put a rubber band on my Switch Lite. So now the rubber band is just pushing down the stick. So the character now walks up and down the stairs, resetting the area. And shinies don't disappear. So they're just gonna stay there forever. Until there's like 10 or so. I'm a smart boy. I'm a smart boy. I need something stupid. Let's do something stupid. I don't know when Croc's gonna pull up. So we're gonna... Are we gonna? In the optics case, Disney lost all talent. In worst case, Disney sold their value to politics. I think also, we need to realize something important. And that these are corpos. They only care about numbers at the end of the day as well. So it's like multiple, right? They lost the talent. They push an agenda. They are only money focused. Instead of actually putting out quality. Okay, we're gonna do optimic, not optic. Spelling mistakes. Smart boy. Let's do... Let's actually do this one. Yep.
Good afternoon, honored.
Let's do this one. So Somax recommended this too. In remembrance of the apple. AI slop talk is a nightmare. Sora 2. Yeah, if you haven't heard of it, Sora 2 dropped. And it's basically, it's horrendous. I need to sometimes I need to actually double check, because they're they've gotten really good at hiding the Sora 2. This is by Mark Insko. They've been really good at hiding the Sora 2 watermark. Like sometimes I'm like, not gonna lie, grannies and grandpies, you're fucking cooked. You just cooked. Old people are cooked. They cannot, like, my mom just recently saw a clip and I'm like, Mom, that's AI. That's not real. But it looks real. It just didn't get into her head that it doesn't look real. Like, it's over. It's actually over for some people.
Good afternoon, Honored One. I am Kenshiro, retainer of the Shogun. I carry a summons.
A summons for what?
To stand against the Mongol fleet. Your name is on the roll. Please sign here.
I'm 76. I ain't riding the
Lady,
no war.
resistance.
Welcome back to another episode, now reporting live from Osama bin Laden's basement. Have you ever been scrolling through TikTok or
Is bro in Kirsch's bunker? That's crazy.
Instagram Reels or whatever short form video app gets you up and out of bed in the morning and thought to yourself, you know what the problem is with this experience? It's simply too highbrow for me. TikTok, it's far too intellectual, okay? How am I supposed to unwind and enjoy myself?
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you make what? Why? Why do you cook a 6'7"? I still don't get the meme, by the way. Hey, if somebody later down sees this video, explain to me where that 6'7" has come from. I still don't get it.
When my feed has all these humans who are losers, you know, trying to tell me things about their emotions and doing like 5-minute.
If I click her profile, there's gonna be a link, and you know where that link's going to.
Think pieces on Lila Gibney or whatever her name is, and you know, and trying to hawk me skincare products.
Everybody knows that sunscreen is the most important step of your skincare routine.
All right, let's talk about sunscreen and why it's the leading cause of death. So
you don't want that.
Yeah, TikTok is a special place, chat. It really is. It really is a special place. It has special place qualities. It's like a public mental asylum.
You want this AI generated ASMR video of someone slicing a bar of gold like it's a stick of butter. So satisfying.
This is kind of satisfying. I'm sorry, this is brain running me already. It is kind of satisfying. And there is something better, though. There is an AI Yeti that does Yeti ASMR. That one's much better. That one's much more peak.
You can literally feel your brain cells atrophying as you watch. And look, maybe there are some negative Nancy hippies out there who are saying, well, hey, man, you know, I don't know, man. This seems like it's going down a pretty dark road. All this AI-generated content sounds like, you know, it could end in a bad place or some bullshit like that. But then maybe on the other hand, you're someone who's been saying, frankly, there's not enough AI slop on my feed. Maybe you've been saying, I'm looking for an app that's just like TikTok, but instead of 20% AI slop.
See, the interesting stuff is, right, this is not going away unless there's legislation for it. And there will be at one point. But yeah, this is not going away, and there will be plenty of more AI slop on the internet. This is not stoppable. This is unstoppable. Nobody will stop the slop. It's just gonna continue. It's gonna get worse. I mean, give it now another half a year, right? Give it another 6 months, and I'm gonna look at it and I'm like gonna be visibly confused because I can no longer differentiate, and I'm questioning: is this AI or is this not?
I want it to be 100% AI slop.
And I have been tricked before. There was a video of an AI generated video of like a trampoline and a bunch of like a rabbit jumping on it. That was AI. I was not able to tell that this was AI.
Because in your heart of hearts, you don't want authenticity, art, or anything of the sort. You want AI generated Juice WRLD rapping next to Jesus.
Go ahead, son. Say what's on your heart.
Yeah, look, the sky's wide open. I'm feeling the breeze. Thought I was drowning. You parted the seas. I was just fighting my shadow and greed.
Oh, great. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I'm going to help you find the doctor that's right for your needs. Because today's video is brought to you by ZocDoc. Imagine this, you're laying in bed on page 22 of the search results, trying to figure out this weird symptom that's been freaking you out for the past week. And after an hour of doom scrolling,
you can Google it, and then it's just gonna tell you, brain cancer. You're gonna die in 5 minutes. yeah, don't Google your symptoms. Thank you.
You realize that you actually have more questions now about your health than you did when you started, and now you're just scared. And by you, I mean me. Because this happened to me. I was scared. Well, instead of psyching yourself out with probably AI-generated health articles, why don't you see an actual medical professional instead? And ZocDoc, the sponsor of today's video, is here to help. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare high-quality and network doctors.
Suck your doc. Anyways,
choose the right one for your needs and click to instantly book an appointment. From mental health to dentistry, eye care, skin care, and everything in between. ZocDoc makes it easy to book in-network appointments with more than 100,000 healthcare providers. With ZocDoc, you can filter for doctors by insurance, location, and specialties, and see reviews by verified patients so you can choose the best, most convenient care for you. When you've found the doctor that you need, you can see their actual appointment openings, choose a time that's right for you, and instantly book a visit in a few clicks. Plus, ZocDoc helps you get appointments fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking, and you can even score same-day appointments. No need to call doctor's offices and wait on hold either. ZocDoc lets you do everything online. So instead of doom scrolling at midnight, you can book an actual doctor's appointment instead. Go to ZocDoc.com/MarkInsco or use my link below to book a top-rated doctor today. Thank you so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to it. So in case you're not...
It's just like crazy. Sora, more like from Kingdom Hearts? Nah, unfortunately not, man. Interesting chapter name. I actually saw a video of parrots literally roasting officers, and it didn't register to me until hours later that it was AI whenever we watched it and saw this Sora doing the thinking animation. Yeah, it's like, sometimes I'm like, I need to double check. Because I'm, wait a minute, is this AI? And there's like these videos out there, right, of like Logan Paul putting makeup on himself and coming out as gay, and like it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And Stephen Hawking doing like stunts on his wheelchair, like going down a half pipe and stuff. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
OpenAI, which is the people who created ChatGPT, have released Sora 2, which is their new generative AI video engine, along with a TikTok-style short-form video app also called Sora, which is popping off in certain circles at the moment. And the app is currently doing this like Ponzi referral code scheme that a lot of new social media networks do, where you have to know someone who's already in the app in order to give you a referral code in order to get in. So basically, I had to spend 30 minutes on Reddit to actually get into this thing, and my god, do I regret it. I wasn't kidding about the pitch. You literally just scroll through a never-ending sludge of page after page of...
It's just AI TikTok! No! It is actually just AI TikTok! What the fuck? No! We're cooked. We're robo-cooked.
AI-generated garbage, just staring into a deep void of vaguely human, yet distinctly soulless creative gray matter. Or even better, you input your own prompt to create a short-form video that's the spiritual equivalent of the synthetic Krabby Patty.
Where's the love?
But alas, if the existence of Arby's teaches us anything, it's that some...
What the fuck is that? That's not a burger. What the fuck is that? What is that? That's horrible.
People just straight up prefer the synthetic sandwich. And there are two main features, I guess you could say, with Sora that are attracting people to the app, both of which are powered in equal parts by human hubris and environmentally disastrous data centers. The first of these is Cameo. Essentially, the first time you log into the app, you'll be prompted to give Sora a scan of your face and give some audio cues so it gets a scan of your voice. That way, you can add yourself into these AI generated videos. And not only that, but you can also give other people the ability to use your likeness in their AI generated videos, hence Cameo. And yes, I could have scanned my face into this.
The fuck? No, why would I? No, why would I give them my face? It's crazy how realistic it looks. Some of them are pretty obvious that it's AI, but some are kind of convincing. Yeah, like the one with like the rabbit, like it was like a night cam, right? So everything was black and white, like the rabbit jumping onto like the trampoline and like hopping on there. Like this would have caught, this caught me completely. I failed completely to recognize that
thing to give you all a demonstration of how it works. But if you think I'm training OpenAI's model while also giving them a forever scan of my face, you've got me f***ed up. I'm not ending up in Sam Altman's personal spank bank. Thank you very much. And Sam Altman is the billionaire co-founder and CEO of OpenAI, and he's also a freak.
I haven't had a good night of sleep since ChatGPT launched.
What do you worry about?
All the things we're talking about.
Can you be a lot more specific? Can you let us in?
Yeah.
To your thoughts.
But that's besides the point. I don't have to scan my personal face into...
Bro, they're the Tony. Anyways. Yeah. This is scary. Not gonna lie. I'd really give it, like, I'm gonna give it 5 to 10 years. And then the vast majority of us will be unemployed. I'm gonna show up a lot of, there will be huge waves of unemployment.
Cameo to show you how this thing works, because so many other people have already done it. Most famously, Jake Paul, the former YouTuber, current boxer, and forever moron, scanned his face into Sora, only to become the subject of a trend where seemingly every video, including Jake Paul, has to do with his sexuality.
I have an announcement in 3, 2, 1. I'm gay. I hope everybody here supports me. Here's my makeup set. Look at this. Oh my gosh, guys, it looks amazing. Look.
Needless to say, the vast majority of Sora
It looks somewhat... I know it looks convincing. That's the funny part. If you didn't know who Logan Paul was... Or Jake Paul. I think it's Jake Paul. Not Logan Paul. Logan is the other one. If you didn't know who Jake Paul is... And the Sora AI thing wasn't there... It would be hella believable. It would be hella believable. And, like, this genuinely is crazy.
Users are either juvenile man-children or actual children, because this is more or less what most of the content on there is right now. Just like Jake Paul being forced to...
Okay, never mind. This is peak. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Yo, weren't there some with Hassan Piker as well, where he shocked the dog? This is peak.
Repeatedly come out as gay in different forms of pink dresses or mini skirts, or like a puppy in a sombrero being arrested by ICE. Who would have guessed?
That's also peak.
That the early adopters of AI TikTok would be so f***ed in the head. And here's the first problem with Sora, and trust me, there are many. But with Sora, or just AI generated video in general, Jake Paul...
It also does really well with anime, which is also scary. There's like some stuff that technically studios could be doing that would look convincing.
Consented to have his likeness used in these ways. But anyone who tells you in this space that OpenAI cares about consent is full of because trust me, even if you don't directly scan your face into Sora, the model is still trained on basically any and all media available to it on the internet. So especially if you're like a public figure, if people know how to phrase the prompt right, you're gonna end up in Sora or on any of these other models. Like for instance, I don't think Queen Elizabeth was around to scan her face into Sora, and yet here she is on my feed buying cheese balls at Costco.
Now, they said one simply must try the cheese puffs, and I do see why.
You can tell it's AI, you know? Want to know why? Look at those ginormous hands, bro. She looks like she's about to touch me through the screen. Look at these hands. Where on earth can I go to hot AI, high places, prices, corruption, people Anyone, I take the AI Jake Paul being in the dress seriously. I can't take the AI Jake Paul being in the dress seriously. That one not. Though if you didn't know Jake Paul, you could take it seriously. That's the funny part. Oh, and I won't survive Antarctica. It is just like, look at her hands, bro. You can tell it's AI. I'm getting my passport soon. Yeah, bro, we need to escape. Back to fucking leave, go to Mars. Hi, dear, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Father, I'm coming to Germany. Oh, no! Well, welcome to Germany. Pay your taxes, homie, by the way. See, the crazy thing is, the genuinely crazy thing is that somebody can take your... There will be a point where somebody can take your face and how you look and just straight up make corn out of you. I'm surprised that there is no Sora model right now that can just straight up make... that is like straight up ripped and can make corn. And that's gonna be the crazy part. Once they can turn you into adult films, we're so over. Like, they could just like make corn of you banging Queen here.
They're delightfully orange, aren't they? Quite jaunty.
Looks good, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm sure the crown appreciates that. And it's not just dead public figures, it could be anyone. Sam Altman, all these AI guys are mistruthing or just
Donald Trump.
Straight up lying about the degree to which your likeness is protected in these AI models. But nobody cares anymore. Back in my day, we used to call these deep fakes. Okay, now they're just called cameos. They've been rebranded. Which, side note, but there already is a platform called Cameo, and I think they need to sue for copyright infringement. Because frankly, I'd much rather be on the platform where I can pay $100 to Gypsy Rose Blanchard to tell my cousin happy birthday.
So your brother Danny told me that your birthday is coming up on October 1st. That also happens to be my boyfriend Ken's birthday as well.
But yeah, obviously within like 5 minutes, deepfake protection firms have been able to prove that you can just straight up lie to Sora and get it to scan in famous people's faces, no problem. Or even better again, just phrase the prompt right, and you can get Sora to create that model without even having to scan anything.
I gave Sora the...
Oh boy, I mean, I can pretty easily tell it's not you, but...
LTT logo and a simple prompt, the host of this, narrating about Sora.
Oh, what's the audio?
Suspiciously got Linus Sebastian's voice and likeness, just with blue eyes. Here we go. Ready, Dan?
Blowing minds lately, but there's a lot more going on under the hood. It's not just stitching together frames. You probably know Sora as the tech.
Yeah, so it's pretty extensively trained on you.
Yep.
Nice. That's cool. I'm happy they compensated you for that.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hold your breath.
This video was not by me. It's not mine. I know this video. I've seen this video. This man lies a lot and ripped a lot of stuff out of context. I know this one. This is not new.
Because you are not getting compensated for that. But I mean, this is the safeguards that OpenAI has to protect you from being turned into a digital puppet that any 15-year-old incel can dance around. I'm not even talking about identity theft or like social engineering possibilities with this technology. What about just like straight up harassment and bullying? Does that make me a Luddite? I don't think so, especially when there appears to be no real application for this technology whatsoever. Like, here's another entirely predictable, yet equally disturbing outcome of Sora. Please just stop sending me AI videos of Dad, Zelda Williams, daughter of the late Hollywood comedy icon Robin Williams.
That's like really cruel, right? That's like really, really cruel. Making AI videos of somebody who is deceased and sending it to their family, that is incredibly cruel. Also, why is the human centipede mentioned here? Oh no. In my chat. I know this video already. I know this video already, dear. Also, I can't take anybody serious that puts lollies on the same level as pedophilia. Sorry. Your entire argument is at that point useless. I'm sure AI corn will fly over like a balloon. especially when it takes a child's face, since AI doesn't care about consent. That has already been happening. So if you haven't received the update, people are creating AI videos of little girls. How do I phrase this? Of little girls playing with long things that shoot out white stuff. That is already happening. That is already happening. That is in fact already happening. No joke. This does already exist. I haven't seen it myself, but I have received reports online that this is already happening. So yeah, there will be. And the problem is that, again, there is no legislation to stop this. There is none. There is no law to stop this. Because it doesn't even fall under the law of that, right?
Wrote in a recent Instagram stories post, "Stop believing I want to see it or that I'll understand. I don't and I won't. AI is just badly recycling and regurgitating the past to be reconsumed. You are taking in the human centipede of content, and from the very, very end of the line, all while the folks at the front laugh and laugh, consume and consume. Sending someone an AI-generated version of their dead father. Just a total..."
That's crazy. That's crazy. It's gonna be interesting once you get harassed with corn by yourself. That's gonna be crazy. But I can imagine now the near future with AI schemes and digital IDs. That's gonna be... See, eventually AI will be able to create IDs that you will not be able to differentiate from fake IDs. That will also eventually happen, at least online. Again, it's a huge problem. No, Sway, that is not the case, because in order to make these pictures, it needs to actually... data was fed into of actual children, which is why this does not count. I wish you would use your brain. But of course you don't. Stop having FDS. Why do you all have FDS? AI sex bot already exists. Already exists. All like the AI stuff, right? All the AI chatbots, right? Already like that, right? Character AI, apparently, as far as I'm concerned, lowered or removed the filters in parts so that you can now sext AI. Forget fake IDs, what we already have, of course. I mean, it's AI. But the pictures used to create the AI were pictures of real kids. And that is pedophilia. Just like when I would take a real child and draw it sexually, that would still be pedophilia. FDS.
Really normal thing to do. Frankly, so far it appears the only way to get OpenAI to take action on their content is to just be an extremely litigious corporation. Because nothing gets feet moving like the threat of a lawsuit. In the first couple days of the app, it was just wall-to-wall copyrighted content, which...
That's funny. But also I've seen Mario racing. That's also funny. They will be able to fill wrong info about you, and you're very easy target while having digital ID. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can create so much fake shit, right? With you as a human, right? You can create so much fake shit. And they don't have it on their radar at all. They won't be creating any laws to protect the people. Like, there will be, like, famous female celebrities. There will be insane amounts of, essentially, deep fakes. That you won't be able to stop. And that's the crazy part. There will be an insane amount. Women in this world are not safe anymore when nobody's careful. Like, you could literally take a photo of you and your spouse, put it online, some degenerate freak will see that and just straight up create corn, like actual full-on corn. That you won't be able to differentiate with just your eyes. What are you doing against that? Nothing. Remember, not the prosthetic dig again. Calm down. Also, what we'll do when fake evidence will be easy to make with AI. That's the That's the problem. So, how do you make it so? How do you make it so that you will be able to differentiate that? That's the problem. No, dear, not again. I'll deepfake poke having a nice life. I'm having a somewhat nice life. I'm pretty happy about my current life. It's pretty good. Life is lifing. I'm pretty happy. If there weren't just if my family just didn't have so much debt, that'd be peak. But yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Quickly got nixed because, you know, Nintendo famously doesn't like watching Mario Kart body cam footage edition.
Keep your hands on the.
Yeah, that one is. I'm not gonna lie, that one's funny. That one's funny. Like Mario getting a speeding ticket.
Wheel! You almost wiped out 3 cars back there. Put it in park now.
I'm sorry, officer. I just...
Don't move. Latch is locked. Open it right now. Stop the car. He's still southbound, weaving through traffic, 88 miles an hour.
Out of the way! Mamma mia!
Are live over Interstate 75 where that red go-kart driven by the man known as Super Mario is still running from troopers.
Just how I remember playing it on the Wii. Or even better, who could forget the SpongeBob episode where they famously opened a crystal meth lab?
Yo, Sponge, this stuff...
Okay, never mind. Maybe this stuff isn't so bad. But good, what if the kid was created with prompt, not a picture? The prompt that it still takes from real human children. That's the problem. It still takes. What does it use to create the prompt? The data that it has has been fed. So that doesn't change anything.
Looks extra crystally, like restaurant quality.
We don't call it stuff, Patrick. It's blue barnacle. Purest you'll find under the sea.
Yeah, but who's gonna...
Well, I guess on the plus side, we've still got a couple years before Sora overtakes Nickelodeon. But I digress. The other big feature with Sora is Remix. Basically, any video that comes up in your feed, you can hit the Remix button and make a slightly different version of the same video. And so instead of scrolling up or down to get to your next video, you scroll left to right in order to see remixes of that same video. For example, I've already showed you Queen Elizabeth purchasing cheese balls, but what if it was...
Look at her hands. These are ginormous. Hitler Sora AI. Peak. Look at these ginormous hands, bro. Someone cooked here. It creates its own human image. It's equal to anime. They both aren't real. It creates its own image from human images that were fed into it. So no, you are wrong. It still creates it from likely human images that were fed into it. And you shouldn't be able to make those. There should be restrictions put onto it. But again, these people don't have that on their radar at all. Even the companies that make them.
Queen Elizabeth purchasing Zins.
They said 99 Ranch stocks everything, and indeed Zins of all things. The scent of cool mint is rather exhilarating. Oh, brisk and tingly, like a winter walk by the Thames. Quite the...
Incredible, and frankly, this is probably the only mildly entertaining thing about Sora, which is just seeing the game of telephone users are doing where they're constantly remixing the same video. Like, how about a video of Santa taking a selfie video with a bunch of elves flying off a sleigh, which about 30 generations later is Muppet Stephen Hawking and Amelia Earhart flying through a wormhole. Look, I said mildly entertaining, okay? Not entertaining. It's slop, guys. I mean, it's slop. Pure and simple, and MLK, of course, also another frequent target on the platform.
Yeah, Kennedy is also one. The only difference is it's real. Really, again, it uses a real human references. There's anime just remixing what our eyes see in life. Well, you could use that argument, but then you look at studies and then you find out that there's no connection. What now? There's zero correlation, according to studies. What are you gonna do now? Not a real human image. How do you think their faces are messed up if it has actual images fed into their faces? Won't be messed up because it tries to use something to create something for you. It uses real human pictures. Yes, back then creating an AI picture of Kennedy would look messed up, but they still used pictures of Kennedy as a reference. How do you not get that into your head? They still use real human references. Why is this topic even up? I'm about to time you out for the rest of the video. You know my view, and you're not going to change it whatsoever. Nothing is going to change that I don't see. That is pedophilia. What are you gonna do? Dude, if you're gonna fight me all the time, just stop watching me. Unsubscribe, fuck off. I got no time for this. For real. If you have so much, if you just fuck off. Like, it's so annoying. To be honest, I think AI start free to use like the internet was within a few years. Will restrict it. Use. That's what I'm seeing, right? I'm seeing the fact that eventually they're going to make you pay for it, right? It will be free for now. There will be a, what's the word? There will be a threshold where you can't make more, or you can't make more complex stuff, and you have to, I mean, it's already like money gated, right? It's like already money gated.
GTA 6, more like GTA 6-7.
Just nobody asked for this. Nobody wanted this. As far as the quality goes, it is truly just AI slop. All the videos have like that weird shimmer effect that they seem to still be working out the kinks of, all these AI video models. And honestly, I appreciate it, because when you do have like security cam or body cam footage, Sora videos, those are the ones that are like actually hard to tell if they're real or not. Because obviously it's easier to make a fake version of footage that was low quality to begin with, where those soft edges just blend in, and you know, you can send this video to your grandma who's not going to be able to tell. So with most things in modern life, it just ends up being equal parts scary and stupid, because these models will continue to improve. But none of that changes the fact that if you are genuinely like sitting on a train right now on your commute to work and you're reaching for Sora instead of TikTok, you might actually be a psychopath.
Whenever I see AI generated content, I usually just press not interested. And my feed is doing well. Like, my feed is doing well. My YouTube Shorts feed is doing well. My TikTok feed is doing well. They're doing well. Like, I barely see any AI generated content, and that is good. Sometimes I do fall for it. It will be like CapCut free for the starters and then make it paid. Yep, there will be like, eventually will be like a max where you can't make more, and then, or more complicated stuff. It's just gonna be like a huge difference between like the paid model and the non-paid model, and it's like, that's what we're gonna get, probably. That's my assumption.
If you are reaching for the lowest of low-hanging fruit of content, which again, TikTok on its own, or short-form video, was already the lowest of low-hanging fruit. So now you're reaching it to hell, okay, to find something to burn 20 minutes with. And before we even get into any like intellectual or philosophical questions about Sora and AI video, there's just immediate problems here. For one, this Sora content is already leaking into TikTok and Instagram Reels and other apps. I'm already seeing that Sora watermark.
Oh nah, not the AI Michael Jackson. Hi Deemer, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I can already see it. There's so much AI Michael Jackson, there's so much AI Hitler, it's crazy. It is crazy.
On those other apps. And case in point, you can crop that out in like 5 seconds. So the identification and slopification of already pretty social media apps is only going to continue and accelerate from here, now that literally anyone can prompt an AI generated video on their phone. And the second problem is that people are actually going to adopt this technology. And that means either TikTok itself is going to add an
That is so cursed. That is so cursed, bro. The dog... Scooby is so cursed. Scooby is so cursed, bro. What is this? Why is Shaggy just smiling? Stop. It's honestly insane how far AI has gotten. Yeah. A few, like a couple of years ago when this all started, we had like AI. What's the word? We had like AI. Will Smith like badly eating spaghetti. And then it's like, I need to double check if something's AI or not. What is happening? I'll assume no one here old enough to know Napster. No idea, no. Michael Jackson isn't even alive anymore. He's dead, and we received this slop 16 years later. Bro is about to wake up if he sees this.
The ability to generate AI footage in the app, or if people are just taking AI footage from Sora and putting it on TikTok. Either way, this thing goes to a dark place really fast. You're telling me now essentially with one click that you can create a video of probably any celebrity or any influencer doing anything you want, and you think that's not going to get abused fast? We are already having issues with AI psychosis and AI girlfriends and all these other really disturbing things.
Oh god, the AI girlfriends. Okay, what can I make you using... What can I make you using AI? Don't. I don't want anything AI related, especially as a VTuber. They're gonna burn my bones. They're gonna burn me, put me into a burrito, and feed me into a fat Mexican. And then I'm gonna have a hot, steamy exit. Don't. It's just crazy. What video is this anyways? AI Slop Talk is a nightmare. It's by Mark Insco. I know what you are.
Going on. But now you can have that AI wear the face of someone you know, or of someone who's in the public sphere. We are fucking cooked. I'll just say it, okay? We're fucking cooked. The stories that are gonna result from this are gonna range from the sick to the tragic. I can guarantee it. And to all the people who are gonna say, you know, well, it's just a tool.
Just imagine you like playing your phone on your way home from work, and then somebody sends you a AI generated video of your mom getting back shots by LeBron or something. That's crazy, bro. I just had the idea. You just randomly received. Nah, wait a minute. You just randomly receive from like a bully or something an AI generated video of them banging your mom, and he's gonna send it to you. With like, I fucked your mom. Goodness. Oh no. I just had the idea. Oh no. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. OnlyFans model is obsolete. What download program you used to download music clips to your PC? I know there was things before like Mule Kazaa. So Napster was the first of this kind, for the best of my knowledge. I usually just download from a converter. Usually is what I'm doing. Once saw a shorts video of Jake Paul apparently fighting Lucas and Marcus. AI videos and RBS. Hey, still better than Jake Paul. Still better than Jake Paul. Coming out as gay.
AI is just a tool. Yeah, and nuclear fission was just a science project until we decided to get a little creative with it. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the obscene energy usage that results from generative video, which even if you don't care about this burning husk of a planet, still costs you money. Sora 2 eats energy like I eat Twix bars. Every minute of generated footage burns through enough electricity to power a small apartment. 2 minutes of footage is the equivalent energy usage of the average American home. The water usage, also astronomical. These data centers might as well be boiling your local aquifer or lake. All for the privilege of getting to see Mark Cuban hit a dab through a Ring camera.
I'm geeked.
I'm geeked. See, the problem with that argument is that if you want to start with AI, you need to do it with start with other stuff as well. Apparently, like a meat patty, just a single meat patty, needs more water than dozens upon dozens upon dozens, for example, of AI generated pictures, which is really interesting. Like, AI generated pictures at least cannot be used for an argument. Videos seem a bit more expensive, so I could see it that being more so used for an argument against it.
I'm geeked. I'm geeked.
And that energy growth is not linear, it is exponential. As in, if the length of your AI generated video doubles, your energy usage doesn't double, it quadruples, as Sora or whatever model you're using has to use way more energy in order to create that longer.
For now. But with more development and more time for this to grow, it gets more efficient. So for now, that is the case. Watch until you can create like 30-minute videos with like barely any energy used.
Video in a coherent way. And again, that's not free. It may be free to use Sora for now at the point of use on your phone, but in case you haven't already noticed, you will be noticing very soon that your power bill is f***ing skyrocketing. The price of wholesale electricity is up 267% in areas close to AI data centers. And pretty soon, every area is going to be an area close to an AI data center. OpenAI alone has plans to open up 10 new data centers, each one of which uses up the same energy as the state of New Hampshire. Google, Meta, Amazon, also building out their data center infrastructure. And me and you are gonna foot the bill. So I want that to be clear here, because even if you personally are like, dude, I'm not gonna use Sora or any of this bullshit, you're still on the hook for it. You're still paying for it. So your neighbor can generate 800 videos of God knows what. The actual economic costs in terms of increased power costs are going to touch everybody.
Yep. Though they're not the main driver for electricity, bad electricity, that is still the government. For like high electricity bills, when AI will be used by people so that way they can commit crimes. I mean, sure, that's an option, definitely. I mean, technically, creating a deepfake of somebody is already technically a crime. In some countries.
And not equally right now, but it is going to touch everyone. Sam Altman is coming to touch you, is what I'm trying to say. And he's gonna get what he wants because he's a billionaire who, inadvertently or not, you are helping make a gazillionaire. And if you do care about things like basic humanity or social justice, then of course you would be unsurprised to learn that a lot of these data centers are being built near low-income, black and brown neighborhoods where they can pollute communities without any accountability whatsoever. Infamously, in South Memphis, the community there is dealing with Elon Musk's XAI spewing 2,000 tons of nitrous oxide into the air with their data center in an area that already has cancer rates 4 times the national average thanks to industrial pollution. And again, I understand that every industry has problems, okay? The agricultural industry, f***ing horrific, don't get me wrong. But at a bare minimum, it's like, listen, people need to eat, people need food. Okay, people do not need Sora. Did I really need iJustine to share?
No, we did not. No, we did not. See, the problem is that what we really need is AI in parts where it makes life easier. Now, I don't think that AI should be used in human creativity. Not in music, art, video, whatever it is. It should not be used in human creativity, in my opinion. It could be used to assist. It could be used to assist, maybe, in certain parts that don't involve creation. For example, editing, I guess that could be fine, but it should not be used to create music or videos or pictures or whatever or art. But it's too late. I'm gonna blackpill and say it's too late.
Share with me this video of Bob Ross painting with Diplo in the club.
We've got the shape of your face blocked in. Now I'm gonna bring in
Bob Ross. Lazy people use AI for a couple of reasons. Like I said, it can be a useful tool, right? You need something quickly calculated? Good. Use it. Fine. You need to, something needs to be automatically ordered, which technically we already have, but hey, you know what? Fine. Go ahead. For customer service, right? Like it's like an intermission between customer service. Sure, fine, go ahead. What other things could it be used for? I'm thinking. Like I said, you want to edit something? Maybe you can find analyze what clip would make a good clip, you know? Who cares?
some happy little lights from the dance floor.
I'm down for that. It's wild you're painting in the middle of a club.
You bring the music, I bring the highlights. Works out just.
Thank you, iJustine. I really appreciate
But Bob Ross, that doesn't look like Bob Ross though.
it. Listen, at the end of the day, if you scroll slop talk for fun, I don't trust you. We've reached this point on the internet where creativity has just become optional. The internet used to be messy. People made weird sketches, dumb vlogs, and to a certain extent, things are more optimized, algorithmic, sanitized nowadays. And you know what? Maybe Sora is the next logical step. Just content that's made by nobody, for everybody, that means nothing. And content that comes with extreme ethical and environmental costs, if anybody even cares about such things anymore. And I'm not saying I'm a content or creative maestro, okay? I sit behind a desk and complain for 15 to 20 minutes. But you know what? There are constraints here. Like I can't go above this, or I can't go further than here. But this way I can go as far as I want. And creativity comes from constraints. From sitting in a cramped apartment or my mother's basement and spewing bad ideas in front.
Still believe you're in Kirsch's bunker. Last year, I believe there was an artist in Colorado who won an art competition he never participated in. There are also people who use his name as well. Crazy. It's just, I don't know, man. Why are we doing this? Where's this going? Where are we heading? What's the goal? Just another way of eradicating culture. Because eventually, there's a singularity, I think, that we're gonna hit, where nobody creates anything new anymore because it's just gonna be fed into AI anyways, and everything looks the same. There's not gonna be new creative endeavors. Basically, a creative singularity
of a somewhat decent camera. Now, the creative constraint is how much water is available to your nearest OpenAI data center. I mean, what the f is this, man? You're now prompting videos instead of making them. And while we are constantly told day after day, in and out, about how AI is going to revolutionize the world and change things for the better and make everybody's lives so much better, but yet the actual applications that are reaching people's hands are like chatbot that gives you the answers to your pre-calc homework, chatbot that tries to convince you it's in love with you, and
accurate. I believe AI can be helpful in jobs that would be dangerous for humans, but it would be a more advanced AI. Definitely. I mean, they're already building houses with robots, right? Robotics has advanced so much that they can, in fact, already build houses with robots. Like, we're already at that point. And that will eventually also incorporate AI, obviously. Earlier this year, a couple of brain robots from Still Brain were removed due to copyright held by the person who began Tung Tung Sahura. And it was an AI-generated brain rot. Yeah, I know the one. Like the long wooden thing.
TikTok, except somehow even more fucking bleak. Good news, everyone. AI is improving the internet by replacing all the people with beige goo. I am sure that people are going to use AI to come up with really impressive things that is going to help the human race. Sure. But the people who are going to make those innovations, I severely doubt are the same people who are coming up with slop talk. And if it's not the slop talk team that's going to make AI that cures cancer, then why the f does the slop talk team get to have the president of the United States next to them as they decide how to turn America into one big data farm?
Let's go, peak! It's called 3D printing, I've seen it. Yeah, that as well. But they're also gonna be like robots who will be bricklaying or painting and stuff. That will also be eventually the case.
Oh, that's right, because corruption in the government is like CO2 emissions to OpenAI. One can't exist without the other. So yeah, this does make me sick. I want to go back to when Sora was just someone I played as in order to hang out with Donald and Goofy, alright? But whatever, man. Maybe I'm just like a boomer who's mad that I can't open up Facebook anymore just to get to Facebook Marketplace. Trust me, I'm not scrolling Facebook. But I can't even open up Facebook anymore without getting like a video of the World Trade Center burning. Maybe I'm just chopped and unk. But you know what? I'll leave you with this. When you're scrolling Sora from time to time, it will ask you how Sora has affected your mood, positively or negatively. And if you give a thumbs down, it just prompts you to generate a new video in order to improve your mood, I suppose. Otherwise, you can just keep scrolling and scrolling until you see a beautiful piece of artwork like this.
Look, here it comes.
Oh my!
What the fuck? This looks like there's a YouTuber out there who does this as well, right? Just like claps a lot of food and like expired food and shit, and like makes like a mess. Same energy.
After this, we just pop it in the oven at 350 for 30 minutes.
Are you sure about this, babe?
No.
Well, Sora, I would describe my mood as somewhere between vexed and profoundly aggrieved.
Lawyer stands and subscribe to Mark Insco. And me! Subscribe to me too. Yeah, we're in fact, we might be in fact cooked so that my model just straight up completely got eradicated. See, that's what happens if you don't have the lights on. Then your model just goes completely fucked up. But if I go out, I should be fine again, right? I don't. Anyways, like, comment, subscribe. Chat, I need to turn on the lights. I need to turn on the lights. I need to take a break anyways. Yeah, I'll be right back. Ah, my model's normal again. My model is normal again. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Nice, nice. So I've been auto shiny hunting for like 2 hours now. So when stream ends, so in another 2 hours, I will have like a a couple of shinies after stream. This is peak. It's a horseshit game, but it's so peak. Because I can just like auto shiny hunt. AFK shiny hunting in Pokemon Legends ZA. Who would have guessed it's actually peak? It's actually peak that I did this. Okay, next one that I want to do. Let's do... Let's look at... What was recommended? Let's throw in... let's do this one.
Oh.
Funny enough, I play Pokemon too. Nice. I'm just auto shiny hunting in ZA. Because in Wild Zone 3, there's a staircase. So you can just like put a rubber band over your stick and it runs up and down and resets the wild area over and over, and the shinies just stay around. Which is really cool. Nice, seen the Hassan video you uploaded. Yep. I love it. I love it. I love his crash out. I love it. It's peak. Anyways, we've got this. Every hidden advantage of your blood type explained by the Stickman scientist. Also, hi Bryson. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Funny video recommendation. We can throw that in too. Yeah. Don't argue with homeless people. Okay, we'll throw that in after this one. Sure. Sure. Yeah, let's see. Fun fact. I'm an adult man. I don't know my blood type. I do not know. I do not know my blood type. The more you know. I don't.
O positive. O positive is the single most common blood type in the world, carried by roughly 4 out of every 10 people. What makes it remarkable is its reach. A unit of O positive blood can be
transferred to like a lot of people. That's what I know. It is pretty useful.
Transfused into any patient who is Rh positive, whether they are A, B, AB, or O themselves. This gives it enormous medical importance, since in emergencies doctors can use it to stabilize the majority of patients. Its abundance also means that blood banks depend heavily on O positive donors to keep hospitals supplied. From an evolutionary perspective, the O type has shaped human survival in several ways. The absence of A and B antigens reduces the ability of Plasmodium falciparum, the parasite responsible for the deadliest form of malaria, to cause red blood cells to clump together.
Ooh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, my blood type. I don't remember it since it's the most useless. I've never checked. I have never checked my own blood type. I've never done that. And I should do that probably. I should check what my blood type is. But I do not know. That's because I also barely go to the doctor. The lion is not concerned with a long life, but a full life.
Together, lowering the risk of severe malaria in O carriers. Anthropologists also suggest that type O may have been advantageous for hunter-gatherer populations, since their immune profile and digestive adaptation favored high-protein diets and exposure to wild pathogens.
Well, that would also make sense why it's so much there, why there is so much of it. Because it's the most versatile, I guess?
Long before agriculture reshaped human health. On the other hand, the exposed H antigen on O blood cells can be a point of entry for certain pathogens, which is why O individuals are more vulnerable to severe cases of cholera and norovirus. Another trait is that O blood types usually have...
Thankfully, cholera isn't really a thing, and I don't know what the Nova virus is. What is that? I wouldn't want to know.
Have lower baseline levels of clotting factors, such as von Willebrand factor, which protects against life-threatening clots, but can...
Ooh, less likely to clot as well, huh? Cool. Interesting. I've learned more from YouTube than school these days. Normal. Guys, today I played Ark. Hi, Shandek. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Ark is nice. Ark is nice, if it weren't so badly optimized.
Increase the risk of bleeding in some situations. A positive. A positive is the second most common blood type worldwide, found in about 3 out of every 10 people. Its defining feature is the presence of A antigens and the Rhd factor on the surface of red blood cells, which means
Okay, most common, interesting, A+. Again, I don't know. I know that my sister has O+. I'm pretty sure it was O. I don't know if it was O+ or a minus, but it was O. I'm pretty sure of that. Already building my making my a base. Nice, cool.
Means A positive individuals can safely receive blood from both A and O positive donors. Medically, this provides a broad pool of compatible transfusions, making it one of the easiest blood types to manage in hospitals. Its high prevalence also ensures that blood banks can maintain steady reserves for emergencies. Beyond its medical role, type A carries evolutionary and immunological traits that shaped how populations adapted through history. The A antigen has been linked to a stronger immune response against certain bacterial infections, particularly those that spread in dense agricultural communities where hygiene challenges were greater. This may explain why the frequency of type A increased as humans transitioned from hunter-gatherer societies to settled farming civilizations.
Would that mean that in current cultures where there is a lot of farming still, that these people oftentimes would have more A+ than anywhere else? Out of curiosity, I could see that. I could see that, right? Because there is cultures where farming is still an integral part of their culture, and like economic system, right? So I could see that. And I have a pet dino too. It's the one that spits poison, and it's female too. So if I get a male, they can mate. Yeah. Dilophosaurs. Was it? Yeah. They're kind of useless, but go for a raptor once you get the chance. They're pretty cool and useful, and you can ride them.
However, the same antigen that provides these defenses has also been associated with higher risks of clotting disorders and certain cardiovascular conditions, showing how evolution balances advantage with vulnerability. B positive. B positive blood is carried by about 1 in 10 people, making it less common than both.
That's somewhat rare. That is somewhat rare. I wonder what the rarest one is out of all of these.
Both O and A types, but still significant in the global population. It is defined by the presence of B antigens on red blood cells along with the Rhd factor. In transfusions, B positive individuals can safely receive blood from B positive, B negative, O positive, and O negative donors.
Ooh. I mean, O positive makes sense. B positive. Nice joke. Yeah. Interesting. So 4 possible options.
Giving them a moderate range of compatibility. Because of its lower frequency, however, maintaining adequate supplies of B positive blood requires more targeted donation drives compared to O and A types. From an evolutionary perspective, type B shows a fascinating distribution pattern. It is particularly concentrated in parts of Asia and the Middle East, suggesting that ancient population movements and selective pressures allowed it to spread unevenly across the globe. Research also links the B antigen with altered susceptibility to certain infections, offering protection against some bacteria while creating vulnerabilities to others. At the same time, the B type has been noted in studies of metabolism, with some evidence pointing toward differences in how carbohydrates and fats are processed. These subtle distinctions reveal how blood types are more than transfusion categories. They are evolutionary fingerprints reflecting how humans adapted to different environments over thousands of years. A B positive. A B positive is the rarest of the major positive blood types.
The rarest? How many people do have that? That's gonna be interesting. Sizes still grow still, to be honest, of course. CP and giving pics shouldn't be forgiven. Well, he was also friends with Shatman, so there's that. And we know that Shatman is an actual one, right? By drawing who was the name? The guy that just drew my lord. I forgot who his name. Keemstar's daughter. Also all expansions, almost all. That's pretty cool. And I also have a bow in it. Think of making a tall torch or a flag. To know where my base is. Yeah. You can lose sight of a lot of things in ARC.
Types, carried by less than 5% of the global population.
Less than 5%? Well, you need some steady targeted, steady targeted donations. Goodness gracious.
Its defining trait is that red blood cells display both A and B antigens, along with the RHD factor. Because of this full antigen set, AB positive individuals can receive red cells from any donor, A, B, AB, or O, whether positive or negative. This makes them the universal recipient in transfusion medicine, a unique advantage when blood supplies are limited or emergencies demand quick compatibility. Evolutionary studies suggest that AB is the youngest blood type, emerging only a few thousand years ago through the mixing of A and B populations. Its rarity makes it valuable to researchers studying genetic diversity, since it represents a blending of two distinct antigen systems into one. The same antigens that provide broad...
Interesting. So, but why aren't there other combinations then? Why did A and B plus mix? Wait, does that mean there's also an A and B minus? Or AB negative in this case? We're gonna see.
Transfusion compatibility, however, are linked with trade-offs. Type A, B individuals show higher susceptibility to certain clotting and vascular conditions compared to O types. Still, carrying AB positive means belonging to one of the smallest global blood groups while possessing the widest transfusion safety net. An unusual...
Okay, let me look at it. So, how much can somebody get?
Possessing the widest transfusion safety net.
O minus, AB, B positive, O positive, A negative, AB negative, so there's AB negative, B negative, and A positive. Yeah, you can literally just get it almost from everyone. That's really cool. Actually, that's kind of useful. There must be side effects there.
An unusual evolutionary combination of scarcity and advantage. O negative. O negative is one of the most critical blood types in medicine, despite being carried by less than 7% of the global population. Its defining feature is the complete absence of A, B, and RHD antigens on the surface of red blood cells. Because of this, O negative can be transfused into anyone regardless of their blood type, making it the...
Oh, that's pretty cool. It can go to everyone. Interesting. Universal donor. Interesting. My base is somewhere good too. I saw 2 pink dodos. Also saw Spinosaurus. I really want the T-Rex though. Yeah, they're hard to get. You're gonna play a while to do that. Oh, negative.
Universal donor for red cell transfusions. In emergency rooms and disaster situations where there is no time for blood typing, O negative is the first choice, often saving lives when compatibility testing isn't possible. From an evolutionary standpoint, the scarcity of O negative highlights how unusual it is for individuals to lack all 3 major antigens. Its absence of markers lowers risks of dangerous immune reactions in transfusions, but it also comes with vulnerabilities. O types in general are more prone to severe cholera and norovirus infections due to the exposed H antigen, and without the RHD factor, O negative mothers must be closely monitored in pregnancy to prevent hemolytic disease of the...
Interesting. Well, I'm gonna check if my fiance what blood type she has. Concerning. Interesting. Is there anything for men too?
Newborn. Still, its unmatched medical utility makes O negative carriers disproportionately important to global blood supply, granting them an evolutionary legacy as silent protectors in every health system. A negative. A negative is one of the rarer blood types, present in less than 2% of the global population.
What do you mean more rare? That's essentially non-existent. Damn. A negative, lower than 2% is crazy. I know what my blood is. Me neither. Either way, last time I went to donate blood, they didn't want it. Apparently, I'm too thin to donate blood. That's interesting. I've never donated blood in my life. I'm just too scared. Look, are you going to be a dad? No, but she's planning to have 4 children. I'm cooked.
Its red blood cells carry the A antigen but lack the RHD factor, which limits compatibility in transfusion. A negative individuals can safely receive blood from A negative and O negative donors only, making their donor pool relatively.
That's oh, they're cooked. I mean, yeah, that's rough.
Small. In clinical practice, this scarcity makes every donation of A-negative blood especially valuable, as it may be the only safe option for patients with this type. From an evolutionary perspective, the A antigen has been associated with stronger immune defenses against certain bacterial infections, a possible advantage in ancient farming societies where crowded living increased disease exposure. However, the absence of the Rhd factor adds a complication in pregnancy. If an A-negative mother carries an Rh-positive child, her immune system can produce antibodies that endanger the baby.
Oh, so that's where that's coming from. I heard that that can happen, right? Where like a woman's own body attacks the child. Yeah. So that's what this is. That's where this is coming from. Okay, cool, interesting to know. For badger froggies, it's not going to be easy, but it's cute. Yeah, it's gonna be really rough, but she really wants to have a big family. Gonna be tough. Does anyone know how to take down a Spinosaurus without dying? You need to get a lot of tranquil darts. You won't be able to take it down that easily yet. You need a lot of tranquil darts. You need to trap it somehow. It takes a while, but you're not gonna take it down yet. You need to be much stronger. I would not go for Spinosaurus first. Go for Rex. They're easy to get.
Baby's red blood cells. Modern medicine controls this risk with preventive treatment, but in earlier eras it likely influenced survival and reproduction. The combination of rarity, immune strength, and reproductive challenges makes A-negative a blood type with both hidden protections and delicate vulnerabilities. B-negative. B-negative is one of the rarest blood types, found in only about 1% of the global.
That is interesting. Holy, bro! I'm assuming only B negative and O negative. I'm assuming that's gonna be the case. You plan on getting a vasectomy? Hell no. Why would I? Hey, if it's gonna be more than 4, then it's gonna be more than 4. I'm not doing any weird surgery.
Population. It is defined by the presence of B antigens on red blood cells, but the absence of the Rhd factor. Because of this configuration, B-negative individuals can only safely receive blood from B-negative or O-negative donors.
Yep, okay, that makes sense. That's rough.
Making their transfusion options very limited. In hospitals, this scarcity means that B-negative donations are carefully managed and considered high priority for patients who rely on them. From an evolutionary perspective, type B likely spread unevenly across ancient populations, with higher concentrations in parts of Asia and lower concentrations in parts of Africa and Europe, representation in Europe and the Americas. The absence of the Rhd factor further narrows its distribution, contributing to its extreme rarity today. Some studies suggest that B carriers may show altered responses to certain bacterial and viral infections compared to other groups, reflecting subtle evolutionary trade-offs in immunity. As a result, B-negative individuals stand out not only for their scarcity, but also for carrying one of the most selectively distributed antigen profiles in humans.
Interesting. But, well, if you're not careful, couldn't these just then also die out eventually? I mean, they're 1%.
Human history. AB-negative. AB-negative is the rarest of the 8 main blood types, carried by less than 0.5% of the global population.
Bro, I'm assuming A negative, B negative, and O negative? Or just O negative?
Its red blood cells display both A and B antigens, but lack the Rhd factor, a combination that makes it extremely uncommon. In transfusion medicine, AB-negative plasma is particularly valuable because it can be given to patients of any blood type, making it a universal plasma donor.
Oh, that's cool, the plasma. Obviously not the blood, but the plasma is interesting.
However, AB-negative red cells are highly restricted in availability, and patients with this type can only receive blood from AB-negative, A-negative, B-negative, or O negative donors.
Okay, I guess that's still not as bad as like B negative and A negative. It's still bad.
From an evolutionary perspective, AB itself is the youngest blood type, thought to have arisen only a few thousand years ago from the mixing of A and B populations. The additional absence of RHD makes AB negative even more exceptional, turning it into a genetic outlier across human populations. This rarity highlights both the diversity and fragility of blood type inheritance. AB negative carriers represent a small fraction of humanity, yet hold uniquely important plasma for transfusion medicine. In terms of ancestry, possessing AB...
I wonder what stops AO and BO from combining. Interesting.
negative is like carrying the rarest blend of all the major antigenic traits, a biological fingerprint that stands at the extreme edge of human variation. Don't just watch the world, subscribe and understand it.
We good. Interesting. I didn't know that all of that about blood types. I mean, I don't even know my own blood type. I maybe actually should be checking that for real. I should be. Obviously, I'm not doing that. I swear science is interesting as shit. True and real. But yeah, I should probably check my own too, because damn, that could be useful. And probably I should get everyone in my family to check theirs, just to know what's going on. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Saw pterodactyl near my base, though. I guess it's just need to make it unconscious and give it food. Yeah, that's also really useful. With a little bit of luck, you can even find a unicorn. Joke, I had a friend who died from blood loss. I was asking what blood he needs, but he kept being a Chad to the end and kept telling me, be positive. Be positive. Horrible. Wish science world was open about all information, didn't gatekeep the coolest stuff. Obviously. And then there's also a lot of lies going on, right? They love to sell you false, do you know what a polydactyl is? No. They love to essentially, not just gatekeep stuff, but to put out false information where they repeat the process so often until they get the wanted outcome so they can sell it as factual information or study, which is horrible. That is horrible. They loved lying. It's absolute ass. And you can't even get the information properly without paying to begin with. So I'm oftentimes also paying for false statistics. I'm becoming an archaeologist when I'm older and a YouTuber too. Okay. Polydactyls are rare condition when someone has more than 5 fingers. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's true. They lie sometimes. They sometimes lie for money. Yup. They love doing that and just giving straight up false information. What was it? Oh yeah, we discussed a study about the effects of sunlight on essentially your balls. That was one that was talked about. They repeated the process until they were able to show positive effects of sunlight on a man's balls. The problem is that the positive effect did not correlate with the sunlight. I don't know how they did this. I guess they were just shining light on their, like, sun on their balls.
Look at any royal portrait.
Homeless video next. Yeah, we'll do that.
How you doing, man?
Oz. All right. That's gonna be something. That's gonna be something. Don't argue with homeless people by Tra-Rags. We're gonna look at this. The last video is from Be Amazed, right? I know that you are a tourist. You don't need to hide it. I've been knowing it from the beginning. I used to know a friend in school who had a pinky that was a bit shorter because she got slammed on a door and she was younger. They needed to cut it. That's why. Oh no! Anyways, we're gonna look what happens if you argue with homeless people. What we're gonna see. This is not gonna end well.
Hey, how you doing, man? How you doing, man? Hey, I just want to know if you got a dollar, man.
Nah, man, listen,
I don't got no,
I'm sorry,
I don't got anything. I just want to know that you got a dollar. That's all I need. It's just $1.
Oh nah. Oh nah. Oh nah, bro. I remember this. So before summer break, I went to college, and there was a dude asking, like yelling in front of a bakery, or it was a bakery, towards me. Obviously, I ignored it. I just went straight up to the train station. That man followed me to the train station and tried to get money out of me. I was not going to give him anything. First of all, I didn't even have any actual money with me. I just had my card. So even then I couldn't have given him, but I also would have given him because it's just straight up creepy to follow me.
If you got $100, I'll take it. If you got $100, I'll take it, though.
I'm sorry, man. I don't got no money on me today. I'm sorry.
Come on, man. I know you got something, man. You got something, man. You got something.
I'm serious. I really don't have no money on me.
You got something, bro. Come on, what you got?
Oh, yo, I don't have no money. What don't you understand? I don't have no money.
I swear. I just need $1. I just need $1.
That is, I have had this a couple of times. I'm getting flashbacks. And the worst part is these people aren't even properly homeless, right? Oh, they are homeless, but the money that they collect goes to somebody else. They work for somebody. It's just crazy. I was gonna assume the heat helps the blood flow and allows balls to relax and expand. One Punch Man Season 3 is out. You're gonna watch it? Nah, probably not. I haven't watched Season 1 and 2.
Bro, I have no money. I don't know what you want me to do. I have no money.
Bro, come on. I'm leaving here with something. So, what you got? What you got, man? Come on. You got $1, man. You got $1, man.
Bro, back
you
up.
got $1, man. Come on. I know you got $1. What you got? What you got on you?
Yo, don't be reaching for my... Yo, get off me. Back the hell up.
Yeah, it's also real life scary. You know why? With all the recent crime, I'm just scared that this is gonna happen to me. I'm gonna argue, and the fucker's just gonna pull a knife out. What do I do then? There's no more arguing.
Yo. You coming over here smelling like koala slobber. Back the hell up. I do not want to smell that today.
Okay.
Like, dang, I said I don't got no money. I don't got no
that's
money.
What I smell like.
Hell on my face.
That's what I smell. Okay.
What is wrong
No,
with you?
how about I go to Starbucks since you a broke boy? Because that's where they got money at. That's what the white people always got the money.
All right, bro. Go to Starbucks then, bro.
Go
to Starbucks, bro.
Look, you soft as
like,
hell.
Nobody's worried about you. Go to Starbucks.
This is so accurate. This is so accurate to what I've experienced as well. This is horrendous, bro. This is horrendous. Cause yeah, similar things have happened.
But
how I don't got a home and I still pour my holes.
Bro, pull a job. Can you pull a job? Can you do that?
Pull a job? Okay.
I want you to pull a job for me. That's what I want you to do. Can you do that?
Okay.
No, better yet, bro. Pull a toothbrush, bro.
Wow.
Can you please pull a toothbrush?
Okay. Okay.
Come on, bro. Like, your breath smell like earring backs. Like, you really gonna just walk up to me, ask me for money when I tell you...
Telling a homeless person to pull a job is crazy work. Tell a homeless person to pull up toothbrush is crazy work. That's crazy. I've only ever once been invited to a sleepover too. I've never been invited to a sleepover. You're already better than me.
I don't have no money. Like, you want to pull something, pull a job. Can you pull a job, bro?
Then pull this. Uh-huh. Yeah, you don't got nothing to say now, huh? Yeah, what that tastes like? What that tastes like?
What did he do? I didn't even see it. What did he do? What did he do?
Yeah, you don't got nothing to say now, huh?
What did he do? Get it? I did not get it. I'm Vegapunk. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Good job, bro.
Then pull this. Uh-huh.
Wait, he just reached into his mouth. Is that what it is essentially? Is that That's kind of gross.
Yeah, you don't got nothing to say now, huh? Yeah, what that taste like? What that taste like? Guess where my finger was? Guess where it was at?
No! Where was it? Not in his butt. No, he stuck his finger in his mouth. Yeah. Oh no, bro. No.
Guess where my finger was at? Where you think it was? Where you think it was? Why you think it tastes tangy? Huh?
Crazy.
Why you think it tastes like that?
That was a good one. That was peak. That was a good one. Yeah, guess what that tastes like. That was great, bro. Wow. Yeah, that's a new fear unlocked. That's a new fear unlocked. Yeah, I'm never getting close to a homeless person ever again. What if they come close to me and stick their finger in my mouth? You are correct. That did unlock new fear. Chat, that's horrible. That's horrible. That's horrible. New fear unlocked. New fear unlocked. Crazy. Absolutely crazy, dude. Woo. That's horrible. Immediately going to the hospital for testing. Bro, you got everything. You got everything. Chlamydia, AIDS, syphilis, cholera, cancer. Just ignore homeless people and it works in Florida. The problem is not ignoring homeless people. The problem is that they don't ignore you. Then goodbye homeless fingers. Just bite it off. Nom. Crazy. Nom. Nom nom nom. What we're gonna do? Let's do... You know what? Let's do the BM-based video. Why not? Sure. Why not?
Nothing.
Why not? It's gotta be interesting. Why not? Who cares? That's crazy. I never really had a crazy encounter with homeless people. Except that one time where I was like really concerned that I might get stabbed. That was the only time. Extreme stories of revenge. Take care, Deemer. Have a good day. Extreme stories of revenge. This is the third part by Be Amazed. We're gonna look at that. I'm curious how extreme these stories are. I had a story of revenge against my ex, or against the people that were responsible. If you know, you know.
Nothing feels as good as getting even. Wait, no, scratch that. What I meant to say was, nothing feels as good as getting revenge. No, hang on.
I mean, kinda not. It depends. I mean, I did feel pretty good. Yeah, basically, I ruined a marriage. I got a girl. What's the word? I got a girl disowned for making corn. And I broke up 2 relationships after mine got ruined. I was not at fault. I was not at fault. I just had my get back because, well, if you get my partner to cheat on me, I'm gonna and create fire. I'm gonna create even bigger fire.
Screwed up again. What I really meant was, nothing feels as good as getting revenge that totally ruins the person that wronged you. But as satisfying as tales of one-upmanship can be, There are some stories out there that, I'd argue, go too far. From a plan that took 20 years to play out, to a bully who got—
Damn, that's dedication. That's dedication. Or being jobless. What do you mean you plan 20 years?
got a literal buttload of karma. It's time for even more extreme stories of revenge that took it way too far. Food for thwart. There is nothing more annoying than going to get that food you were saving, only to find someone else has eaten it. This is an occupational hazard of being a student in shared—
See, the only crazy story that is not from me that I've heard is, so my sister put laxative into a drink that was for her ex, and he drank it, and well, bro's been living on a toilet for a while that day.
accommodation, as Reddit user the man with 2 poo brains discovered. Nice name there. A first-year university microbiology student in England, he was living with several other students, all boys, who shared one kitchen. Inevitably, Pooh Brain's food would often go missing, but no one admitted to stealing it.
Oh, bro, I remember this. When I had my apprenticeship still, right? These frickers were eating stuff out of the fridge. Like, they were eating stuff out of the fridge. And it was so frustrating. I didn't never put my stuff in there because I knew that if I did, it would be gone. I had that as well. It's horrible. It's horrible. My aunt had that as well with just a guy that started working there, like a fresh newbie who did the exact same thing, like eating stuff of others. 20 years of revenge. Holy, it must have felt great. Probably. Well, I guess it depends. I had a homeless hooker approach me before with some nasty green stuff in her eyes, asking me for hair. Gave her a bitch what look and walked away. Yeah, bro, that's crazy.
Well, one day, his entire class were in the labs experimenting with a low-risk orthopox virus. Not exactly harmless, but harmless enough.
Bro started biological warfare. That is crazy. Bro straight up become a bioterrorist right there. Chemical warfare right there.
That they let first-year students handle it. It was then that he noticed that one of his lab partners had fumbled their sample, and they soon developed a pretty painful blister on their lip. A light bulb went off in Pooh Brain's head, and he hastily snuck a sample of the virus away. Later that evening, he smeared the sample over a block of cheese he had bought, wrapped it up tight to prevent any cross-contamination with other food, and left it in the refrigerator. Sure enough, the next day, someone had snacked on his cheese. The day after that, 2 of Pooh Brain's housemates were sporting nasty-looking blisters all—
Bro, biological warfare as revenge is peak. Other Pokemon-based evidence in Legends ZA. Next, and the evidence is in the starters. Okay. Hi, Wing Feather. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. That is crazy.
All over their mouths. They were so bad they wouldn't go outside until the lesions eventually went away a few weeks later. After that, Pooh Brain's food never went missing again. Gee, and all it took was some light biological warfare. Bully backfire. Were you ever bullied at school? Yeah, I got shoved into a locker and had my lunch stolen once or twice. Or 50 times. Okay, that might sound bad, but it's nothing compared to what Reddit user SCP-682's friend Marco went through. Marco was a small, skinny kid. He was a little geeky, but was generally pretty happy.
Always picking on the nerds. Why can you not leave the nerds alone? Leave the nerdy boys alone. They later have all the monies and get all the bitches.
Until a much, much bigger kid we'll call Polo started to pick on him. And I'm not talking about harmless pranks. Marco started turning up to class with black eyes. His backpack was ripped, his food had been stolen, and his stuff was all but destroyed. Polo's parents were well connected to the school, so when Marco reported it, he was accused of lying and suspended. His suspension was only lifted when a video taken on a smartphone emerged, showing Polo ripping apart Marco's bag and throwing it in the trash. But despite this, Polo faced no consequences whatsoever. So, when Marco eventually returned to school, he decided he wasn't going to take this anymore. He turned up one day with a huge bag of gummy bears, hoping to share them with his...
Chemical warfare again? That's what the nerd's for? Bullying? No! Bro, that's crazy. My bullying wasn't nearly as bad. I mean, I did get beat with sticks a couple of times, but hey, by 10th graders, but hey, at least I didn't need to try chemical warfare.
Friends. As expected, Polo ripped the bag away from Marco, stealing the sweets and demolishing them, one fistful after another. Marco began to cry, which only fueled Polo to eat more of them, which is exactly what Marco wanted. He wasn't actually crying. He was faking it. Why? Well, during his suspension, Marco had learned that a certain someone had a bowel condition that made him intolerant to sugar substitutes. And those weren't normal gummy bears. They were sugar-free gummy bears. Marco had set a trap. Throughout the day, Polo continued to gorge himself on the stolen sweets until, all of a sudden, he bolted out of class and made a mad dash for the back.
Chemical warfare! Once again! Take his ass. Wait, his ass is gonna be taken right there. The water grass type Pokemon starters from Sinner and the fire type is from Unova. Huh? In ZA, it's Totodile, Chikorita, and Tepig. So it can't be Tepig. What are you saying? What are you saying? You mean for the next Legends game? That can't be, because Tepig is already there. Tepig is already in ZA, so it can't be in the next game. That doesn't make sense.
Bathroom with a suspicious brown stain trailing down his...
Bro's ass is gone. You know, the type of person like the blue-haired guy who was standing beside Emeru. Police smell bitches. Won't fight back. Apparently it happens to be nerds a lot of the time. True.
His pants. No one saw Polo for a few days after that, with rumors flying around that after Polo's visit, the bathroom looked like someone had exploded in it. When he did return, he looked awful. His face was bruised, he was wearing an eye patch, the other eye was bloodshot. Apparently, he'd strained so hard while battling against the explosive effects of the sugar-free bears, he left himself partially blind in one eye.
Shit, it's so hard it almost killed him. That is crazy. If this story is in fact real, and I hope it is, bro, that's crazy. I'm careful what I'm eating at this point.
After that, he left Marco well alone. Those gummy bears may have been sugar-free, but that story was sweet as hell.
That's chemical warfare, bro.
Teaching a lesson. A kid being bullied by another kid is one thing, but a kid being bullied by a teacher is a whole other level of wrong. Sadly, though, that's what happened to Reddit user SafeAd5951 back when he was barely 6 years old. Safe had just started first grade, but his teacher...
Getting bullied by the teacher is rough, because what are you going to do? Realistically, what are you going to do? You can't do anything. You literally can't do anything. What are you going to do when you get bullied by a teacher? Like, you're in, like... See, you're not in a position of power, so you can't really do anything. Like, what do you do? What do you do? You can't defend yourself against the teacher. That shit is real. That would be horrible. Hi Sumax, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Oh, interesting. As soon as I joined, I heard a man shat him. Shat so hard he left him blind in an eye. Yeah. Hello, girly.
Mrs. Hagner took an instant dislike.
Hagner.
Liking to him. Despite being a child,
Of course, the kid's black.
she doled out incredibly harsh punishments to Safe and a friend of his. She called them derogatory names, forbade the other kids from playing with them, and even forced Safe to stand in a garbage.
Yeah, that's straight up racism.
While all the other kids poured their leftover lunches on him. When he came home that day with his ruined shoes soaked in garbage juice, his mom asked what had happened, and he told her about Mrs. Hagner's punishments. Shocked, she rang up his friend's parents, who'd been told the same thing. It was a pattern of behavior, with Miss Hagner apparently targeting kids that weren't rich or white.
Yeah, okay, that was to be expected, to be fair. Racist teacher. Those are interesting. My life, I got a haircut and I fucked up. Surprise! That's the second time now. This seems to be a common occurrence with you.
Disgustingly, the school was unwilling to take any action, so without wasting a moment, Safe's mom enrolled him in another school, where he suddenly began thriving. And while Safe was living up to his potential, so was his mom. Over the next 3 years, she got a degree in education. Then she got a job as a teacher, all while raising Safe and his siblings. Then she got a master's degree and became a leading educator in the district. She was beloved by the
Bro, she's gonna take a revenge for him, bro.
Community and very well respected. About 30 years later, Safe realized the awful old school had shut down a few years after he'd left. Dredging up memories, he offhandedly asked his mom if she remembered Mrs. Hagner, and that's when his mom dropped a bombshell. She calmly said that, yes, she did remember. She'd also spent the last 25 years informing every single school administration in the state.
What the fuck? That is crazy. For 20 years is crazy. That is in-fucking sane. Wow. Peak. I wanted a bob. Alright. A cunty sleek bob. What I got instead is a really voluminous bob. I love it, right? But it's not what I wanted. Interesting. Still adorable though. I'm not complaining. I kind of like it now after having it for 12 hours at this point. It's actually cute in my head. Feels so light. Need to take a picture for the cute guy. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. I'm just saying. You need to keep one around.
What a vile human being Mrs. Hagner was. She'd given them detailed accounts of her behavior, and so every time she'd applied for a job in any school in his mom's district, they'd turned her down flat. His mom had risen up the ranks of education purely to ruin this one woman's career in revenge for what she'd done to Safe. As far as she knew,
success is the most powerful form of revenge.
Mrs. Hagner never saw the inside of a classroom ever again. Moral of the story? Do not mess with moms. RuneScape Revenge. Stories of other people getting revenge on their cheating partners is a real tonic for heartbreak. Like this next story from Reddit user OrsB19, who, so YouTube doesn't strike this video down for profanity, we'll be calling Laura. Laura was an avid player of the online
RuneScape? We got RuneScape involved here? Crazy work. I did, but it's a surprise. Okay.
Game RuneScape. And through playing the game, she met her long-distance boyfriend, who we'll call Douche. As they began to get older, Laura got a job, moved out, became independent, and, in short, grew up. Douche, on the other hand, didn't. He relied on Laura to send him money to pay his rent, throwing tantrums when Laura couldn't afford to support him. He refused to even look for a job despite Laura offering to help. And then, Douche had the audacity to claim Laura just wasn't working hard enough and should get a second job so that he could just keep playing RuneScape. If I was Laura, I'd have dumped.
Bro, I would have dumped him a while ago. Or you could have turned him to stay-at-home boyfriend. Just one friend of mine knows because he fucked up as well. So we had to share the glow down. Others, when they return to college, glow up. You, when you return to college, glow down.
This loser on the spot, but Laura loved him and wanted to help him. She lent Douche money to fly him out to see her. But while he was visiting, she saw a message pop up on his phone. It said, "When are you gonna leave her?" Thinking she might be missing some precious context, she waited until he was asleep and went through his phone. Sure enough, Douche had been cheating on her, messaging and flirting with another girl, promising to leave Laura, making fun of Laura behind her back, and even sending her Laura's spicy pics so they could pick apart and laugh at her. She had never felt so used, or
revenge! Delete his account!
Vengeful. For the rest of the trip, she pretended like she'd seen nothing and continued being as lovely and affectionate as ever. After she'd dropped him off at the airport, though, she went back home, sat at her computer, and immediately logged into RuneScape. But not into her account, into his.
Peak! Peak! Absolute peak, absolute cinema. The perfect revenge. Delete his account. Yoink. I want a short hair because I like him so much. They look floofy. I like them. Okay, guys, tip. Your reference picture should have the same hair type as you. I know it sounds obvious, but please, it helps. Surprise, surprise.
He'd left himself logged in, allowing her unprecedented access to his precious 14-year-old account. Within the hour, she destroyed and sold everything he'd earned, using all of his in-game currency to buy useless items that could be bought but not used or sold. Within minutes, his virtual legacy, consisting of more than 8 billion in-game coins, was now worthless. But she wasn't done there. She then contacted all of his in-game friends and told them of his cheating antics.
Absolute cinema. Peak revenge. I like this woman. I like this woman. I like this woman a lot. I would have probably seeked out the chick too, but hey, this is already absolute cinema.
Then changed his username to something incredibly embarrassing and logged off. A few hours later, her phone was blowing up. Douche was hysterical, calling her every name under the sun and sending photos of himself crying. Laura calmly explained that he would never contact her again, or she'd be pressing criminal charges for sharing her spicy pictures without her consent. Apparently, he shut up quickly after that. Well, looks like digital cheating deserves digital consequences. You rang. Phone.
Perfect decision. Absolute cinema. Tepic is the hint for the Unova game. No, I have leaks, and those leaks, destroy that belief. Apparently, if they're real. By Centro. Darkside. Why are you insulting me? Why is this Apple insulting me? Do you see this, guys? Do you see this, chat? Why is this barely ripe Apple insulting me?
Phone bills are the worst. I'm always surprised with how many minutes I've used and how much they cost. But back in the 80s, they were much worse. The cost of processing a call was much higher, which one savvy lady used to her advantage around 1987. According to a report from Hollywood at the time, a man living in the area with his live-in girlfriend was about to jet off on a business trip for a few weeks. He planned to break up with her, but instead of letting her down gently and acting like an adult, he cruelly told her that by the time he came back, he expected her to be packed up and gone. She was understandably upset. So upset that she decided to get her own back, not by breaking his heart, but by breaking his wallet. Well,
Based. What did she say, Poker? She rudely told me to shut up. That apple. By the way, I traveled alone yesterday for the first time ever. Average adult moment. They grow up so fast. These kids these days, they grow up so fast.
Fast forward a few weeks, and our man returns from his trip. His place is spotlessly clean, and there's no sign of his ex. His mean little plan had worked. The only thing out of place was the phone, which had been left off the hook. He heard a strange babbling noise and assumed there was a connection issue, so he hung it back on the receiver and thought nothing of it. That was until his phone bill arrived. He usually paid around $20 a month, about $50 in today's money, but the numbers on his bill stated he owed an astronomical $8,000.
Bro, what the That's a phone bill, chat. That's a phone bill, chat. That is crazy. 8,000 for a phone bill is crazy. That is insane. Wow.
Dollars at a little over $21,000 today.
21,000? Bro, that is whoa.
Day. It turned out that just before his ex had left for good, she made a long-distance call to Japan's Speaking Clock, an automated service that provided the time over the phone. Being a long-distance call, it cost extra. And being automated, the caller on the other end didn't hang up. Costing 50 cents a minute, this guy's phone had been calling Japan non-stop for about 266 hours for 11 days. Wow. That's definitely one way to make...
Bro. Diabolical. Goodness gracious. Wow. Bro is cooked.
Make your ex pay. Ain't no grass. Back in the 1980s, the complete book of outrageous and atrocious practical jokes came up with a wonderfully harmless prank. Lay down a plastic sheet in a room, add an inch of topsoil, cover in grass seeds, turn up the heat, and voila! In a few days, the pranky will be faced with an indoor lawn. The plastic sheet would make it easy to remove, and there'd be no real harm done. However, one woman in the UK, who we'll call Jenny, decided to put a malicious spin on this petty prank. Back in the 1980s, Jenny had a boyfriend called Carl. Carl was an airline pilot who would sometimes spend several weeks away from his home on long haul.
He cheated. He cheated. He cheated. That's what happened. Oh no, the apple has become Germanically literate. Yeah, by my own hand, I taught her a little few words.
Flights. Or at least, that's what he told Jenny. Because one day, Jenny dropped by Carl's house when he was supposedly on one of these flights and saw Carl through the window making out with a stewardess. Distraught.
Of course, is a stewardess. Yeah, if your partner's a stewardess, if your partner's a nurse, you're cooked. If your girlfriend is that, you're cooked as a man, by the way.
And humiliated, Jenny silently went home. But as she did, she began to think of ways to get back at him. For the next few weeks, she pretended like nothing was wrong, meeting up with Carl, being affectionate, and acting like a loving girlfriend. However, when he next told her he'd be away for a few weeks on business, she began her revenge plan. She told him she'd need to drop by his apartment a few times to collect some stuff, though she wasn't sure when. Unable to pin her movements down, if Carl wanted to meet up with his mistress, he wouldn't be able to use his apartment in case Jenny walked in on them, so the place would be fully vacated. Exactly what Jenny needed. When he left that evening, Jenny got to work. Using a watering can, she soaked all of the soft furnishings in his apartment, his couch, his bed, his carpet, even his toilet paper. She then turned his heating on so it was nice and warm, opened all the curtains so there was plenty of sunlight, and spread packet after packet of cress seeds all over the place. She dropped by a few days later.
Absolute cinema. Diabolically evil. Holy, yeah, don't cheat. Deserved get fucked.
And to her delight, most of the seeds were germinating. By the time Carl got back from wherever he'd really been, he was confronted by thousands of cress plants that had their roots woven into his furnishings, ruining everything they touched. After that, Jenny never saw him again. Talk about leaving someone crestfallen.
Well, bro can literally not... Bro's life is quite easy for touching grass. He could just, he lives where the grass is.
Karma generates interest. Were you an awkward kid growing up? I mean, who wasn't?
Yeah, full on.
Well, Reddit user Seneca13 was a little more awkward than most. He didn't have any friends and was bullied by a classmate called Derek. One day, Derek started acting nice to him. Coincidentally, it was the same day Seneca had brought his brand new action figure to school. Derek spent the whole day buttering Seneca up, being nice to him, and making poor, naive Seneca believe that he was his friend. Then he asked Seneca if he could borrow the new toy, and Seneca happily agreed. The next day, though, Derek ignored him, and when he asked for his toy back, Derek said, "You never gave it to me, loser. You must have imagined it." Then he started.
Bro, that's evil. The classic. Yeah. No, to be fair, you can't be this stupid. And if you are, well, that's kind of your own fault.
Spreading vicious lies about Seneca to get him to buzz off, ostracizing him from the rest of the school. What a jerk. The event stuck with Seneca as he grew up, but eventually he found his feet, gained some good friends, and became a successful plumber and electrician. Some 20 years after the incident, one morning at 2 a.m., he received an emergency call out to a flooded house. Lo and behold, it was
Karma has such a way. God's plan is absolute, dare I say. Derek. True, it's in the name.
Derek's house. Seneca kept calm, said hello, and introduced himself. He acted as if the stuff in school had never happened, reassured Derek that he was in good hands, and gave him an idea of what this would cost to fix. A few $100s tops. Derek seemed happy, but it was Seneca who was delighted. Because, as he was assessing the damage, he noticed a lot of work on the property that didn't comply with city regulations. It had clearly led to the leak, which must have been going on for weeks, and would ring up a huge...
Ooh, money, 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 money. I can taste the money.
Huge water bill if a registered plumber didn't sign off as an accident. He began photographing and documenting everything before calling a friend of his at City Council to get down there ASAP and look at the mess this bozo had built. His friend arrived, and after looking around, Derek was slapped with an order to tear down the majority of his house as it contained unsanctioned additions, extensions, and plumbing.
Bro, that is crazy. Diabolical revenge. That is peak revenge.
Derek was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Seneca and his friend left, but not before Seneca also left Derek an invoice for the call-out, just to rub salt in the wound. A few weeks later, Derek calls Seneca to ask to talk face-to-face. They meet up, and Derek suspiciously puts his phone face down on the table. Seneca realized Derek might be trying to record their conversation, so he kept his calm. That's when Derek showed him the water bill. It was close to $80,000.
Bro, that is, yeah, bro. Just at this point, just end it. Oh goodness, 80,000. That's probably around like 70, like something like 75k euros. Yeah, that's the water bill is watering. That is not just the bill. That is you're not just water billing. You're water broke.
On top of all the rebuilding he needed to do, this would bankrupt him. He begged Seneca to sign the certificate confirming it was an accident, but Seneca declined. Angry, he began to berate Seneca, admitting that he knew how he treated him when they were kids was wrong and that he was sorry. But Seneca only quoted him a few $100 for the repairs. Why would he lie about that? Seneca replied, "I said no such thing, loser. You must have imagined that." And then he left. Wow.
Peak revenge.
For a revenge that iconic, they should make a Seneca action figure. Daddy's issues. There are a lot of bad dads out there. They don't care, they don't make effort, or worse, they're cruel. But few compared to the cockroach that Reddit user Lila Annis had to call Dad. When Lila was born, her father abandoned her and her mother. He drained her mother's bank accounts, but despite this, her mom never said,
Bro, that's disgusting. Get this man out of here. I hope the revenge is absolute cinema.
a bad word against him. He never paid child support, barely sent birthday cards, and only visited her once or twice a year. When her mom remarried, though, he straight
Hi, Lucine. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Psychological warfare. True. These revenge stories are great. These revenge stories are great.
up claimed Lila was no longer his responsibility. She was her new stepdad's problem now, and cut off all communication with her. He didn't attend her graduation, her wedding, or even respond to invitations to meet her son. In all that time, Lila had received just one email from him, where all he did was lambaste her mother for her looks, criticizing everything about her. When Lila defended her mother, he called Lila a waste and stopped responding. That was the moment Lila truly realized what a scumbag he was. She went on with her life when one day, out of the blue, she got an email from him. Was it to reconnect? To apologize?
Yeah, not happening. See, I feel like this. If a parent disappears for years, does not come back, does not support nothing, they should not be brought back into that life. I'm sorry. You shouldn't let them back into your life. Like, at that point, get fucked. Like at that point, just get fucked. Away with you. Goodbye. Absolutely. I don't see, like, I've seen a weird rise. I've noticed a weird rise in society of mothers that have a child and then just disappear. For, like, dads, that is common, right? Like, more common. Not common, but, like, more common, right? But I've seen a weird rise of that too, unironically. Weird behavior. Why are you not sticking around with your children? Stop this.
To meet her new family? No. He needed something. A kidney. It turned out he was diabetic, and his kidneys were failing. He was on the donor list, but finding a match could take years, time he didn't have. So he figured a blood relative of his might be a match and give him one, which was the only reason he contacted Lila. Enraged at his audacity, Lila read and reread the email and then began plotting. She wrote back agreeing to meet up and do the test to see if she was a match for him. They went to the hospital together and confirmed that she was.
If, like, somehow, suddenly, I don't know, somebody of my family pulled up and said, that it didn't want to have anything to do with and they needed, like, a kidney, I'm good. I'll keep my kidney. You weren't in my life before. Why you're, and now you're coming back just so I can mutilate my own body.
Indeed, a match. Her birth father was overjoyed. Over several weeks, Lila then began all the intensive therapy and prep work needed for a donation, taking every step very seriously. Then, On the day of the surgery, she turned up to the hospital to meet her father. But just before they went in, she told him she wasn't going through with it. Confused, her birth father began breaking down, begging to know why. What was wrong? Why couldn't he have her kidney? With a grin a mile wide, she told him he was not her father, and using his own words, that he was a waste. With that, she walked off and never saw him again. Damn, Lila literally wasted that cockroach. Well, that's all the revenge I have the stomach for this time around. Which story was your favorite? And do you have any of your own?
The best one was either the plumber who got revenge, or which one was it? One of these, I forgot which one it was. See, the TikTok brain rot is setting in. Yeah, the deleting the RuneScape account, that one was also good. Amazing. I am truly amazed. If these are real, that's absolute peak. And the biological warfare was also pretty good. The biological warfare was also pretty darn good. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. One more video. One more video. And that is Twitch related. Because I haven't seen...
Finland has some of the...
Pause. I haven't seen the response yet.
And I really feel like I was...
That is what I want to look at. That is a personal interest for me. That is my personal interest for me. That's why we're doing it. That's why we're doing it. Emiru's just snapped by Deco Voice. We're gonna look at this. I'm incredibly curious what she said. All I heard is that she had, she was really, really angry and really, really upset. And this is giving me, the same vibe as that Grimmy lady. That could have happened here too. We're gonna look at it. Pre-story, Emiru was assaulted at TwitchCon, and, there was no security around, and she couldn't, like, apparently was trying to go in for a kiss. It's been interesting. It's been interesting. Yeah, fuck Twitch, by the way. Fuck that platform, straight up. I don't care. Fuck it. It should be boycotted. It's crazy. But you also have to be careful with biological warfare because it can lead to involuntary manslaughter. True. But yeah, we're gonna see what she responded with. I'm curious.
And I really feel like I was treated like cattle or merchandise. Cause why?
Apparently, I've also heard that she was kind of forced into going there. Like, that she was forced into attending TwitchCon. Man. And she wasn't even allowed to have her own security, because her own security guy was banned from forever going to TwitchCon. What do you, like, that? It's over.
Why is no one there making sure I'm safe like a person? Why are the security guards joking and laughing and be like, oh, I didn't even see what happened?
The day after Emiru got attacked at TwitchCon, she went on a live stream not only sharing how badly Twitch botched it, but also exposed everything else.
Wait, Deco Voice is a kitty? That's a kitty! It is crazy. Like, the dude apparently must have, like, stood, like, in another hallway. Like, what do you do? By the way, this is she is one of the most famous female Twitch streamers, right? And there was no security around. Again, I said this before. What is little Maria with her, 50 viewers gonna do against Twitch? They can sue, like, she can sue Twitch.
They're doing, sharing in detail.
And there were also 2 dudes who were sexually assaulted a while back as well, and Twitch didn't do anything here either.
How yesterday's attack went down.
He grabs my face and he leans in and lips puckered tries to kiss me, and I start screaming. You can't hear it in the clip, but I'm fucking screaming my—
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Of course. Of course you would. It is crazy. At this point, I'm like, if you are a Twitch streamer, just fucking dual stream at this point. Just do it. Just do it. What is keeping you from dual streaming? Twitch can't stop you. Nobody can stop. What is keeping you from dual streaming at this point? I know that, I don't know if Lucine is still here. I know she's she's a streamer on Twitch, but yeah, nothing's stopping you. Of course, like fan base, right? You need to consider this, but the only bad thing that could happen, right, that they're gonna split up. Like some are gonna stay on Twitch, some are gonna move to YouTube. But yeah,
head off, and then my security, Twitch's security is like nowhere near me, nowhere to be found. I can see them, but they don't do anything. My security jumps up and shoves the guy away from me and is like, get the fuck out of here. And he's allowed to walk away and leave. The Twitch security like kind of like got together after that and we were like, wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't even see what happened, haha. And just like started talking about something else. I've contacted the police, they're gonna come talk to you about pressing charges, etc. They're trying to find the guy, they haven't found him. I asked them, you know.
They haven't found him, so there's a weirdo running around. There's a sex pest running around. Oh, goodness. Great.
You know, like, what are they gonna do about this? And you know what they said initially? They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days.
That's a yeah. Accurate.
He's banned from the platform for 30 days.
That's an accurate face. What? What? Wow, he's banned from Twitch. I can't do this anymore. This platform, the people running this place are retarded beyond belief. This time actually retarded derogatory. There must be something wrong in the head with these people. Like, what the fuck? What is that gonna do? What is that? Wait a minute. The dude is banned from the platform. Do they even have his username? What is going on, dude? Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy work, bro. It's crazy. Nothing. Could they do that? Do this to that man? What do you mean? It's crazy.
What? No one gives a fuck if he's banned on Twitch or not. Like,
what are you yapping? Samax! The dude that assaulted her has been banned for 30 days. Crazy. It is crazy. What do you do with this? This platform is so shit. I think I just had a stroke. I'm just like, at this point. At this point, I'm like, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? Just shut down Twitch immediately. Just shut it down at this point. Oh wow! He can't watch Emiru for 30 days! What is he gonna do?
we're talking about the convention here. So they change it to indefinite. Takes an hour for that to happen, by the way. These two people are the head of security for Amazon and the head of risk for Twitch. Later the same night, I'm not gonna drop names here because I wasn't there, so I didn't see it. But I had multiple people tell me that key Twitch representatives last night were out partying. Okay.
So not only was there next to nothing done in terms of safety or security, after Amazon essentially served her up to be sexually assaulted, they basically ignored the incident.
That's crazy, but don't you think that's too harsh? What would you think? Okay, Salmax, let's say you were Emiru, what would you think would be a good punishment if I stormed in front of you and attempted to smooch you. Okay, girly. Now I want to hear a take. That's a diabolical take, by the way. Okay, girly. Here we go. Tell me. Tell me. Somax, tell me. That's crazy. What do you mean? That's... Dude, you get banned on Twitch for calling a fat bitch for 7 days. That should be a lifelong ban, bro. And for the police. What do you mean that's too harsh? What are you talking about? Come on, girl. Don't be retarded.
With their original reaction being, let her attacker easily escape, then ban him from the platform for 30 days. It really sounds like Amazon is just handing out free passes to attack their creators, as their conventions only happen once a year, at different venues with essentially zero security. I don't really see anything that stops them from attacking them, then coming back next year to do it again. Worse yet, communicating to other customers of Twitch, this is something they'll likely look the other way for.
The security guard who pushes the guy away is my security. The woman who pulls me to the back, my manager. If you're a small streamer and you don't have those resources, or someone in your line's not—
Wait! I thought that was Twitch's that's her security? I see the sarcasm wasn't sarcasming. What? Oh, sarcasm through the text. I know that you have diabolical takes, which is why this is believable. That's why. Wait, so the security that pushed him away was not Twitch's security. It was her security. Not only that, that means Twitch's security was not around. They also lied because they said there would be law enforcement. There was no law enforcement, dude.
Filming. What the fuck do you do? No one would have known.
Get a few kisses?
Like, it's actually fucking insane. Like, I'm genuinely angry. Like, I am not an angry person. Like, it's just ridiculous. And like, honestly, I genuinely think there have been other people who have been sexually assaulted, groped, like, who fucking knows, worse, at these conventions, and just nobody knows. Because like I said—
Yeah, there were two male streamers at one point who a dude was just coming up to them, and like one he was kissing the hand, which was weird, and then the other one he just like snuggled up to him. It looked like he was licking his nips. It's just really weird.
they didn't post any—
They didn't do anything, by the way. They did not do any response. That's crazy. I might be retorted, but that's too far. Sure, miss, you can't kick your girlfriend out, but you can kill her.
any kind of announcement, weren't letting other streamers with similar events as me, similar meet and greets, know, until there was like a viral clip. And by the way, they can't even mention my name in it. Thank you guys. Thank you.
This girl deserves all the credit in the world, as Amiru is going through a super stressful moment in her life, still putting on a happy face to see her fans that flew out to see her, but still having soft eyes, seeing the big picture. And in case you don't know the Wire reference, hard eyes get stuck staring at a tree, missing the forest, only soft—
Valid, honestly, valid out, crash out, oh, crash out. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what do you do in the situation? Remember, she could have been killed in this situation, right? Anybody remember who was it? Who was that girl? Was it Christina? Yeah, Christina Grimmie. Anybody remember that? What happened to her when she was shot at a meet and greet? That could have happened to Emiru as well, right? That could have happened to her as well in this moment. Like, she could have died, effectively.
eyes can see the whole situation. Amiru isn't making the assault on her about her. She's thinking about how this was allowed and who might be next. As a Twitch CEO finally responded the next day.
One Twitch streamer yesterday, Amiru, got assaulted by a male fan, and a lot of streamers have, especially female streamers, have talked about, you know, the danger that they feel from these sort of toxic, I guess, parasocial kind of creeps. What are you guys doing to prioritize safety?
The safety of our creators is the top priority. I do think
No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. Why are you not wearing your shock collar? Where is your shock collar? Did a sun zap your brain out?
that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. Okay, it's very
good. Let's start with you. Let's start with you, Omega Coomer.
different, you know, when I use other short form content. Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that we care deeply about, securing this environment. You know, we're looking very closely at everything that happened there.
The amount of victim blaming around this situation online is absolutely sickening, especially coming from Twitch's CEO. Saying it's the streamer's responsibility to attract creepy fans is basically an admission to, we know we cater to and take money from these insane and dangerous individuals, so make sure you watch out for that. Now, her streamer friend did show how she suddenly got issued new security guards.
I actually have 2 security guards that only deal with Amazon executives exclusively, like very high-ranking executives.
And I know she's not saying this, but the subtext is Twitch admits this is not a safe space for girls, but safety is only reserved.
Asmongold said, do not go there. Tectone said, do not go there if you're a woman. And they were right. Asmongold and Techie were right. Absolutely. That could have happened to anyone. That's like the point. That's like the point, actually. This could have... She is one of the biggest female Twitch streamers, and it happened to her. Then it can happen to anyone. And you can't even sue Twitch because you don't have the... Like, if you're like a small, like, Twitch streamer, right? If you're like a woman with like 50 viewers, what are you gonna do? Nothing. You're gonna do nothing.
Reserved for our top tier earners. As Amiru also acknowledges, if she wasn't a live stream star surrounded by cameras, Twitch likely would have just shrugged and ignored this. Only after the attack went viral, they'll do the bare minimum to protect her and her celebrity friends. But that doesn't mean these psycho fans aren't on the platform or even left the convention. It just means those predators will prey on different targets.
I'm not usually the type of person to talk about this stuff, but it's like, well, did I lie about anything? No. Like, what are you're gonna be mad at me for telling, like, the things that y'all did wrong? It's like, you gotta just deal with it, not there, or you're... that's another thing.
Just sue... If she can, sue the fuck out of Twitch. Sue these fuckers. Straight up.
I could have fucking died yesterday.
I don't know this girl, but I genuinely hope she gets help through this, as this was a 48-minute live stream that I'd significantly trimmed down, and it's filled with moments just like that. As I've sporadically spoken about when a guy tried to stab me back at my old job. And it's just weird how your brain makes you think you're okay. You can casually talk about it and laugh it off the same exact way a mirror is, but sometimes you can be sound asleep and will just randomly wake up at 3 AM in the morning, adrenaline pumping, almost ready to go for a sprint, already sweating, because near-death experiences can leave lasting damage not even you know you have, and it's really hard to get past that.
This could have been another Christina Grimmie situation. That's the crazy part. Yeah. What do you do with that? That's gonna be a few sessions of therapy.
When you're still stuck in the brave face for your friends phase.
Any person can be walking on the street and get assaulted. Like, yeah, it's fucking horrible. It's fucking horrible. But why do I have to worry about that happening at the convention for the place that I work? Because a lot of these tickets are sold via meet and greets, like what I was doing. And I really feel like I was treated like cattle or merchandise. Cause why is no one there making sure I'm safe like a person? Why are the security guards joking and laughing and be like, oh, I didn't even see what happened? It's crazy, man. I wanna play fucking Mega Bonk, bro. I don't even care if I lose any like opportunities or anything for talking about this. Cause
Yeah, why would you? Why would you? Someone give this lady a hug with consent, obviously. Yeah, she needs to be, I don't know, take a close male friend. At this point, if like Twitch is that unreliable, at this point just carry a close male friend around with you at this point. Straight up. At all times. Your own security or a close male friend. For not gonna lie, for women that obviously cannot have security because like no money, right? At this point, you might just well have a close male friend, close by. At this point, because like, what are you gonna do?
it's fucking insane. And another thing I've realized is sometimes if you don't say something, no one else is going to. Sometimes you have to be the one that, you know, steps up and starts the conversation.
I understand she's not a direct employee of Twitch or Amazon, but she's basically being a whistleblower for the entire industry, which takes a lot of bravery, as on one side Amazon could panic, completely shadow ban her channel to try to silence her message, mitigating the damage, taking out the largest part of her career, something she spent—
I mean, yeah. Now that he says it, consider this. She could have also been banned after the stream. Take a gym bro, with you, absolutely. Like, she could have been banned. That's the crazy part. And it sounds believable that she could have been banned because Twitch has banned for less, like calling a fat woman a fat woman.
years to build, all because she just wanted to save other streamers from going through what she did.
And I know there's some people at Twitch and Amazon watching right now. Please just listen. Like, people aren't saying this for no reason. Like, I feel like you guys don't get it or something. Like, I could have literally been stabbed yesterday. Literally. Like, I have also seen people asking if I'm like taking any type of legal action. I am pressing charges against the guy with the police. As for anything else, I don't know yet because I've been having my manager handle all of those like side conversations. So I have no idea, but I don't, it's just not okay.
I hope she does. I hope she does. I hope she does. I really do. I hope she does. I hope so.
I think she's definitely suing, and rightfully so. I just hope that not only does she get the bag after exposing them in a settlement, some other streaming site sees this as a once-in-a-generation opportunity. The YouTube version of signing Shohei Ohtani after she's demanded a trade, bringing in her fan base, and all her streamer friends exclusively to a new platform, finally putting the stake into Twitch, forcing them to fire their CEO, ban his shockingly bad favorite streamer, and most importantly, create actual consequences for not only what they put Amiru through, but the countless other people that also experienced assaults that Amazon somehow didn't care about.
I mean, this likely has little to nothing to do with Amazon directly. I mean, they just like look at that and be like, okay. Right? This is also in Twitch's responsibility. Right? They literally said they would have law enforcement there. Where is that law enforcement, bro? Where is it? You take security very serious. Where is it?
Because sadly, it didn't hit their bank accounts, so hopefully this one will. But if you appreciate my concise, sometimes lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice, or check out my live streams on Decaf Decoy.
It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And I do hope that she absolutely sues Twitch. Not gonna lie, I do hope. She's probably not gonna do it. But if she does, that'd be absolute cinema, and I'm here for it. Fuck that platform. Straight up. Not gonna lie. New CEO. Ban everyone that starts to do weird shit. Right? The usual stuff. Clean out that entire platform. Dude. We are at the point where we have diaper fetish furries on the Twitch front page with 2.3k viewers. Diaper fetish furries. What are we doing? And why are we doing it? It is crazy. This platform needs to be either the fix it or the fucking plug should be pulled. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Easy. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Absolute ass, as one might say it. Abysmal dog shit. Crazy. Absolutely insane. That this is tolerable. And that they don't even give a rat's ass, kind of. Absolutely hate this. Yoink. Alrighty, kids. We are ending here. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna do another reaction stream tomorrow so you don't miss out on anything. I'm actually gonna do one tomorrow. So yeah, for once, Monday reaction stream. And then to, as usual business. You get the idea. Alright. Don't goon or gump. Take a gym bro with you if you're going anywhere, if you're a woman at this point. Especially when you're at any cons nowadays, because, hey, they're not safe. But yeah, I'll say tomorrow. My voice is just better. It's not even that strained anymore, that's good. It's probably gonna be better tomorrow. The tea and honey helps, but yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.